Chapter 1275. In the sky, a blue gust of wind swept in all directions. Even Jida and the others felt suffocated from the pressure coming from it. Under the blue gust of wind, the dark cloud-like demonic aura above Flame Dragon City was completely swallowed. The demonic sun's light that hadn't been seen for a long time once again shone around Flame Dragon City. The few residents of Flame Dragon City were instantly overjoyed. Countless messages spread throughout the divine realm. Frigid Night Monarch had made a move. His move was earth-shattering. The demonic aura above Flame Dragon City was immediately swept away. The divine realm was saved. Joy spread like a plague in the divine realm. Hundreds of millions of martial artists all shouted Frigid Night Monarch's name. Countless people cried and knelt on the ground to pray. Happiness came too suddenly. Everyone couldn't accept it. Xiao Hei's speed of swallowing was too fast. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic aura above Dragon Sun Manor was swallowed. Then Xiao Hei headed north. Like a surging tide, he covered all the demonic aura in the sky and swallowed it. 6 hours. In just 6 hours, all the demonic aura above the floating continent was swallowed. The entire floating continent was once again bathed in the warm light of the demonic sun. The news spread throughout the divine realm. The martial artists of the divine realm cheered again. A day later, 1/3 of the divine realm's sky regained its light. However, Xiao Hei flew back and stopped swallowing. Yi Qinghan had also returned to Flame Dragon City, and everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Why did he stop halfway through? He was clearly about to climax, but he softened. Wasn't he just hanging everyone's appetite? Yi Qinghan didn't explain to them. Even when Blood Knight Monarch and the others came to ask, Yi Qinghan didn't explain. He just told them to go back and calm the army. These devil monarchs couldn't escape. Xiao Hei had yet to refine the chaos divine crystal he had swallowed. Now that he had swallowed so much demonic aura formed from the power of darkness, there was too much energy in his soul. He needed to refine it before he could continue swallowing. Yi Qinghan did not care about what the people of the divine world thought of him. He lived in the Sealed God Valley leisurely. Every day he would play chess with Jida. When he was free, he would accompany his women and guide his children in their cultivation. Half a year later, Xiao Hei came out of seclusion. This time Xiao Hei did not stop. In one breath, he continuously devoured the demonic aura. 3 days later, most of the demonic aura in the sky of the immortal world was devoured. There was only a small cluster of demonic aura near the green hills in the south. These few bastards are hiding here. Without the demonic aura, they can't hide their true bodies. Xiao Hei go. Yi Qinghan brought beast god Jida, Zhu Yi, and a group of devil monarchs to the south of the immortal world. Apart from Yi Qinghan and Jida, everyone gathered their spatial power. They were extremely nervous. They were prepared to suppress the demonic aura once the true bodies of the devil monarchs appeared. Don't move. Watch me, Lord Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei circled around Yi Qinghan a few times. Then he looked at everyone proudly and turned into a gust of wind, sweeping towards the south. Hiss. As expected. As the demonic aura decreased, the devil monarchs hiding inside could no longer hide. 6 clusters of demonic aura quickly gathered and turned into 6 ferocious devil monarchs. Evil humans, your doomsday is here. The great ancestor demon Lord Aogu is now leading all the devil monarchs and citizens of the sacred world towards the immortal world. He will descend tomorrow. Surrender quickly, and I will preserve your consciousness. Otherwise, your souls will be destroyed and you will fall into the Azura Sea forever. An extremely cold and evil voice sounded. How powerful would the aura of the 6 devil monarchs be? The expressions of the supremacies behind Yi Qinghan could be seen. All the supremacies began to tremble. Their eyes shone with fear. Their eyes were also slightly bloodshot. It was obvious that they were being attacked by the demonic aura. Yi Qinghan was furious. He was the boss of the immortal world. Now there was a foreign race in his territory. How dare they threaten his subordinates? How preposterous. How dare they rebel? He immediately circulated the power of cold and suppressed the aura of the 6 devil monarchs. He shouted angrily, Mother****, do you think I am afraid of you? Look at the blade in my hand. This is the sacred weapon of your demon world. Let me tell you, I have been to your demon world and killed a few devil monarchs. Emph. Your ancestor demon is leading the troops here? Good, I will kill as many as you come. The next day, I will lead the immortal world army and wipe out all the creatures of your demon world. The demon world will become the second immortal world. Xiaohe do it. It would have been fine if Yi Qinghan had not released his aura. The moment he released his aura, all the supremacies were shaken and fell. They felt as if countless mountains were pressing down on them. Other than the beast god and kid, who was beside Yi Qinghan, the rest of the devil monarchs swayed and almost fell. It was only when Yi Qinghan shouted and retracted his aura, allowing Xiaohe to make his move, that they heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly wiped the sweat off their faces. Hee. This Lord Xiaohe easily swallowed one of your devil monarchs in the past. Today there are 6 of you. It will be a little difficult. However, this Lord Xiaohe plans to challenge you. Die. After the devil monarchs appeared, Xiaohe only formed his soul-devouring beast body and watched from the side. The moment Yi Qinghan gave the order, he immediately grinned and turned into a gust of wind again, enveloping the 6 devil monarchs. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Supreme Ancestor Devil God Emperor, save us. This is blasphemy against the devils. When the Ancestor Devil God leads his army here tomorrow, the entire immortal world will fall into the Azura Sea forever. The bodies of the 6 devil monarchs were corroded and swallowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their bodies turned into devil aura and fled in all directions. However, Xiaohe's devouring speed was too fast. It would have been fine if their bodies had not dispersed, but now that they had dispersed, their strength became weaker. Before they could completely escape the range of Xiaohe's wind, they were all completely corroded and swallowed. When Xiaohe finished devouring and turned into a palm-sized soul-devouring beast, he flew toward Yi Qinghan. All the venerables who had just flown up were dumbfounded. Even many devil monarchs' expressions changed. It was really like master, like beast. Yi Qinghan was the immortal world's #1 monster. After cultivating for 100 years, his overall strength reached grade 9. After cultivating for 10,000 years, he reached grade 9 supreme martial artist and killed Shen Xiong. He was as monstrous as he could be. At this moment, one of his battle beasts had clearly used the soul-devouring transformation and should have died, but it did not die. Instead, it had become so monstrous, Xiaohe was so monstrous that they shuddered in the depths of their souls. If Xiaohe's wind swept them in, would they be able to resist? I can't, boss. There's too much energy. I need to sleep for a while and refine it in seclusion. Xiaohe ignored the horrified gazes of the crowd and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's body shook and his face lit up. He immediately transmitted his voice back. Sleep for a while? Are you going to evolve? I don't know. I can't feel it. However, there's so much energy. Maybe after I finish refining it, I will evolve again. Xiaohe shook his head and directly entered the slaughter god blade. He fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and flew towards the flame dragon city. Originally, he thought that Xiaohe would be able to hold on for a while longer. Then he would bring him to the transfer plane and kill all the demons there. He would destroy the teleportation portal that the demon realm had painstakingly built, and completely cut off the demon realm's path of attack. In the past, the demon realm entered the Nepha's abyss from the dimensional battlefield under the leadership of the 3 ancestor devils. However, they were stopped by the Battle Emperor and all the experts of the immortal world. In the end, under the powerful restrictions of the Battle Emperor, all of them were killed and suppressed. However, the demon realm did not give up, especially because of the relationship between the 3 ancestor devils and the supreme slaughter god Blade. Hence, one of the strongest genius monarchs of the demon realm traveled a long distance from the Wuji void. He almost exhausted all of his power of darkness before he arrived at the immortal world. He used the remaining evil aura to secretly control a material plane, and used all of his energy to build a saint teleportation portal. It was used as a springboard for the demon realm to attack the immortal world. Yi Qinghan had the power of frost. After killing Shen Xiong, he was not afraid of the ancestor devils of the demon realm. However, the evil aura was too domineering. If it was really like what the demon monarch said, and the demon realm attacked from all planes, the fate of the immortal world would be uncertain. After returning to the Flame Dragon City, Yi Qinghan stood in the plaza and looked up at the void. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. He shook his head and sighed. I hope the demon realm will not really launch a large-scale attack. Even if they do, they will not attack so quickly. Otherwise, I will be forced to leave my home after only being the boss of the immortal world for a few days. That will be. God damn it. Chapter 1276. The people of the Divine Realm did not know about Yi Qinghan's worries. Although many sovereigns and venerables heard the threats of the Devil Monarchs, no one took it to heart. Weren't the Devil Monarchs, which were like mountains on top of the Divine Realm, easily devoured by Yi Qinghan's war beasts? This soul-devouring beast did not die even after using the soul-devouring transformation, and became so powerful. So what if the Devil Realm had more Devil Monarchs? Moreover, Xiaohe was already so powerful. Wouldn't his boss Yi Qinghan, who could kill Shen Tuxiong, be even more powerful? Many people in the Divine Realm even compared Yi Qinghan to the strongest expert of the Divine Realm in ancient times, the patriarch of the Fire God tribe, Zhurong. There were even more ridiculous people who compared Yi Qinghan to a divine emperor. Shen Tuxiong's strength reached the peak of the 9th grade supreme martial artist. If Yi Qinghan could kill him, what else could it be but a divine emperor? In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know what level his strength was. In terms of laws, Yi Qinghan was actually a 7th grade war god. In terms of souls, Yi Qinghan's soul skills could easily kill a 9th grade war god. In terms of treasures, with the Fire God battle armor, Yi Qinghan could survive against a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Finally, in terms of the power of cold, no one knew what level Yi Qinghan's strength was. I'm a Motherf * king monster. Yi Qinghan muttered to himself as he sat on the Wanderer Island north of the soul-devouring city. In the distance, Yao Ji, Huayin Ling Li Shui and the others were enjoying the scenery. Of course, such a bleak scene could only be considered as an autumn stroll. Yi Qinghan sat alone on a hillside and began to sort out the messy thoughts in his mind. The power of cold appeared inexplicably. Until now, Yi Qinghan did not know why such a strange energy appeared in his soul space. This energy was actually above all other types of energy, causing the might of the Godslayer spear to increase by several times. With Shen Tuxiong's cultivation at 9th grade sovereign realm, the spatial energy he condensed was so domineering, but it was still weaker than the cold energy. In the past, Yi Qinghan was busy killing Shen Tuxiong, chasing after him, and cultivating. He never had the time to calm down and think about it, and analyze it. At this moment, everything was finally settled. No one could threaten the lives of him and his loved ones anymore. Only then did Yi Qinghan let fireworks and the others have fun on their own. He sat there alone, thinking quietly. Once again, Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to explore the soul space. Looking at this strange soul space, he felt very upset. The origin fragment completely enveloped the soul ocean and turned into billions of stars. The power of thunder, darkness and light, as well as the mysterious power from Monarch Yenran and the Dark Phoenix tribe's vital yin, turned into countless gusts of wind and blew around the billions of stars. In the center, a huge ball of cold energy stood proudly like a monarch. Not a single bit of energy dared to blow over. The more Yi Qinghan looked, the more he felt that the soul space was like a garbage dump, filled with all sorts of rubbish. Why do I feel that this soul space is getting more and more familiar? Right. The last time I was in the reincarnation mystic realm, when Shen Tuxiong came out, I also had this feeling. What does this soul space look like? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed in confusion, forming a crease on his forehead. But he was stuck, and he could not understand. After a while he retracted his divine sense and opened his eyes. Soul space. What kind of weird thing are you? Yi Qinghan let out a long breath and looked up at the endless sky. It was as if he could see through the sky and see the endless void. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly shook. His eyes shot out a brilliant light. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the endless sky. After a long time he said with a trembling voice, endless void. Why does this young master's soul space look so similar to the endless void? Billions of stars. Billions of planes. Cool breeze, space-shattering blade current. Soul space, plate boundary. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt that it was similar. Because at this moment, he sensed that those origin fragments had surrounded the soul ocean fragments, forming a sealed space. And, as the soul space grew, it was getting bigger. Big and small, and countless planes, it was unimaginable. Motherf asterisk Kerr. If my soul space really became another plate boundary, then wouldn't I be the god of creation? Impossible, impossible. There is no space vortex in the soul space, no black hole, and the ghastly wind is not the space-shattering blade flow. Moreover, there is no cold power in the endless void. This soul sea is definitely not a world. Tui, what the hell is this power of cold? Yi Qinghan cried out. Fortunately, Yao Ji and the others had gone to the other side of the island, and were watching the scenery from the seaside. Otherwise, they would think that Yi Qinghan had gone crazy and was spouting nonsense. Your cold energy is not called cold energy. It's called primordial energy. At this moment, an old and somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out beside Yi Qinghan, scaring Yi Qinghan half to death and causing him to jump up. Who is it? Yi Qinghan was like a frightened hedgehog. He instantly opened his divine sense and circulated the cold energy. 10 God Slayer spears revolved around his body, ready to attack at any time. As the leader of the immortal realm, who would dare to suddenly appear next to him and speak to him so rudely without asking for permission? Although this voice was somewhat familiar, he knew very well that it was definitely not someone he knew. In fact, he really had never seen this person before. When Yi Qinghan's divine sense detected a lone boat slowly sailing over from the distant seaside, he saw a barefooted, white-haired old man in linen clothes standing on the boat. Yi Qinghan's entire body tensed up to its limit. He even wanted to use the 10 God Slayer spears to stab the old man's head in the next second. However, he didn't move in the end. It wasn't because he was being cautious, but because he didn't dare. A fatal premonition appeared in his heart, and a thought automatically appeared in his mind. This person wasn't someone he could defeat. If he attacked, he would be turned into ashes. Most importantly, he didn't sense any energy fluctuations from this old man's body. However, the small boat seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually flying over at a frighteningly fast speed. Strangely, Yao Ji, Yi Qingyu and the others in the distance didn't seem to see or sense the old man. They were still fooling around. Hiss. Yi Qinghan had seen many strange things in his life, and he himself was a freak. However, the strange scene this time terrified him. His heart turned cold, and his bones froze. An expert who had appeared out of nowhere was so ridiculously strong that he, a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist, didn't even have the courage to fight. Other than the manager of the Plate Realm, the Divine Emperor Supreme, he couldn't think of anyone else. What was the Divine Emperor Supreme doing here? Yi Qinghan thought about the destruction of the Divine World, the 10 ancient clans, more than 29th grade supreme martial artists, and more than 100 9th grade supreme martial artists killed, and his heart turned cold. Your cold power isn't called cold power. It's called primordial power. Thinking about what the old man had said, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with despair. He knows about my soul mutation? If he knows about cold power, he will definitely come to kill me. A heretic, a monster who is different from the Plate Realm's martial artists. However, just as Yi Qinghan was about to give up and fight to the death, he saw the old man's boat stop 10,000 miles away. Then he smiled at him. Second person, keep up the good work. I look forward to our next meeting. Second person, keep up the good work. I look forward to our next meeting. The old voice rang out once more, reverberating in Yi Qinghan's ears, causing him to tremble. Then the old man turned and left. The boat slowly floated into the distance, but in just a few blinks of an eye, it disappeared from Yi Qinghan's divine sense. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. Ha! The laughter of fireworks and the others could be heard faintly, but Yi Qinghan felt as if he was in a dream. He wiped the cold sweat off his face and scanned the divine world with his divine sense again and again, but he still couldn't find the old man. Yi Qinghan bit his tongue hard. It hurt. He was bleeding. His blood was salty. It wasn't a dream. He stood by the seaside and looked at the sky and sea in the distance. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were dazed. He murmured, "Second person, it's the second person again? Last time in that dusky space, I didn't hear wrongly. Who is this old man? Is he really a divine emperor supreme? What does he mean? Why does this young master feel an indescribable sadness in his balls?" Chapter 1277. The old man in hempen robes came and left quietly, 2 words drifting in the air. Like a huge mountain, he pressured Yi Qinghan to the point that she couldn't breathe. Soul mutation always gave Yi Qinghan an inexplicable sense of fear. Originally, his soul came from Earth and crossed over to this world. He felt like a stowaway, a freak. The mutation of his soul made him feel like he had completely turned into a monster. A monster that went against the rules of heaven and earth, and the laws of nature. Therefore, he didn't even tell his closest wife about this secret. Other than Xiaohe and the dead war emperor, no one else knew. Xiaohe didn't have any ulterior motives. Even if Yi Qinghan became a demon, he wouldn't mind. Therefore, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried. But now a stranger suddenly showed up. An outrageously strong man who was very likely to be the manager of this world. A divine emperor supreme master. He abruptly told Yi Qinghan that the secret hidden in the depths of her soul was in his palm. Would Yi Qinghan be frightened? Would he feel suffocated? If the old man was an ordinary warrior, Yi Qinghan would kill him without hesitation. He had hidden this secret, but this person actually made him unable to summon the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Therefore, Yi Qinghan sat on the hill, looking at the clouds in the sky and the ebb and flow of the tide in the distance. His heart was filled with sadness. Yi Qinghan sat on the hillside for 3 days and 3 nights. Fireworks and the rest actually wanted to come over, but the meticulous Yu Qingcheng delayed them. Yu Qingcheng sensed that there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan's mood. He was in a lonely and desolate atmosphere. She didn't dare to disturb him. She wanted him to calm down and think about it. Yu Qingcheng was right. After 3 days, Yi Qinghan thought things through. He thought things through for now. Originally, I was already dead on Earth. For my soul to be able to transmigrate here, it can be said that I've seized the fate of the heavens and lived another life. Since he came to this world, he would have definitely died many times. At this moment, he could still stand here and enjoy the scenery and listen to the sound of the tide. What more could I ask for? If the divine emperor thinks that I have violated the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of nature, if you want to erase me from this world, then so be it. In this life, I have stood at the peak of the fire dragon continent, at the peak of the god realm. I have so many beautiful wives. What else can I not be satisfied with? As long as I wait for Xiaohe to regain his true form, I will have no regrets even if I die. Yi Qinghan stretched his body and looked at the horizon in the distance. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Didn't the divine emperor supreme come this time? He did not take his life, which meant that he still had some years to live. As long as they worked hard to resurrect Xiaohe, it would not be a big deal even if he died. He turned his head and looked behind him. Not far from him, 8 beautiful women with different styles were sitting together. Seeing that he turned his head and all of them had sweet smiles on their faces, he was in a good mood. He strode toward them and said with a smile, "Let's go back to soul-devouring city." A luxurious chariot rose into the air, and 8 beautiful women with graceful figures and unique styles sat in the chariot with a handsome azure-robed man, who gave off a domineering aura without being angry. That scene was like an ancient celestial emperor traveling. It was majestic and domineering, making others envious. The war chariot slowly landed on the rooftop of soul-devouring city. Lord Jiu, who was sitting quietly on the rooftop, immediately came to welcome them. However, Lord Devour, who liked to read under the grape trellis, was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Lord? Where's Shui and Yao Yao?" Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded at Lord Jiu. Everyone sat down on the grape trellis. The devil monarch was destroyed, and the god realm temporarily regained its peace. Lord Devour returned to soul-devouring city. Kid was still the lord of the misty continent. The hidden sovereign became the lord of the South Mountain continent. Zhu Yi became the new lord of stars. As for the beast god and Yi Feihu, they returned to the beast god's secret realm. Zhu Yi had ambition, but the beast god did not. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was from the beast god's bloodline. Yi Qinghan becoming the lord of the god realm was tantamount to the beast god's bloodline ruling over the god realm. Lord brought Miss Yao Yao to the god realm to play. When we were in the fire dragon continent, Lord promised Yao Yao that as long as he returned to the god realm, he would accompany her to all the fun places in the god realm. Miss Shui has returned to Dripping Spring City. They told me to inform Xiaohei when he comes out of seclusion, and they will rush over immediately. Lord Jiu served everyone a cup of tea, and then stood gracefully at the side. Yi Qinghan and the ladies looked at each other and smiled. They recalled that the Devil Devourer was exactly the same as Xiaohei, playful, impulsive, and eager to see the world in chaos. This trip would probably give Lord Devourer a headache again. Little Han, there's something I don't know if I should say? Everyone was chatting and laughing, talking about the anecdotes of Yao Yao's childhood. Lord Jiu, however, had a worried expression on his face as he looked at Yi Qinghan and spoke in a low voice. Yi Qinghan laughed and said, "Oh, what is it? Is it because Lord isn't here, and Emperor Yi is pestering you again?" When the ladies heard this, they all looked at Lord Jiu and covered their mouths as they laughed. Firework continued. Jiu, Emperor Yi has been very good these years. He hasn't flirted around and is sincere to you. You should consider it carefully. It's not about that. Lord Jiu was teased by Yi Qinghan and the others, and she could no longer be graceful. She stamped her feet and said shyly, "It's about Lord." "Lord, what's wrong with Diawu?" Yao Ji asked curiously as everyone stopped laughing. Lord Jiu said worriedly, "Lord, her behavior has been a little strange recently. She often sits here alone and doesn't let anyone come near, not even me. Sometimes she sits there for a few days. I secretly found out that she would cry alone, and she would sit there for a whole night. She even went to the Soul Emperor Pavilion 3 times. When you and young lady Yao Rao and Shui Er came, her mood became better. Jiu is very worried." Yi Qinghan's face darkened, and the ladies' faces also darkened. They all knew about the matter between Lord Devour and the Soul Emperor. It could be said that Yi Qinghan's rise was because Lord Devour wanted to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. No one knew how deep Lord Devour's feelings for the Soul Emperor were. However, Lord Devour had quietly struggled for so many years in order to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. He had never given up, so they could see some clues. A woman had secretly fallen in love with a man who didn't love her back. That man had accompanied her to the end of the world, without any complaints, just because that man had turned around and smiled at her one day. However, that man had fallen in love with someone else. She had watched the man she loved marry another woman and have children. She could only hide her sorrow in her heart, and force a smile on her face. Later on, that man and his wife had died, leaving behind a little son. She wiped her tears resolutely and took her son back to the Fire Dragon continent, hiding there. She had been accumulating her power in silence to take revenge alone. No one knew how bitter she had been. No one knew how sorrowful she had been. At this moment, she had finally taken her revenge. Her rock-like heart finally relaxed, and the obsession in her heart was finally put down. Thus she was no longer strong. She started to miss that man, and she started to grieve silently. Lord Devour's life was a legend, a lonely life, and also a tragic life. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply, turning to Yao Ji and talking seriously. "If you don't have anything to do, you should come and accompany her more. She's a lonely woman, a woman worthy of respect." Chapter 1278. The Devil Monarch was killed. The sky of the Divine Realm was once again shrouded in the warm light of the demonic sun. The Divine Realm was once again bustling with activity. Yi Qinghan had also freed himself from the shackles in his heart. He no longer worried about his soul mutation, and started to get down to business. Shinta Wuya and Shinta Xiong's youngest son hidden in a small mystic realm was mercilessly killed. It wasn't that Yi Qinghan was vicious, but he wasn't sure when he would die. The Divine Emperor's supremacy was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. He had to think for his descendants. He did not want Shinta Xiong's descendants to carry the hatred of their ancestors in millions of years, and mercilessly take revenge on the Yi family. Yi Qinghan did not kill the elders of the War God Pavilion. He also forbade everyone from taking revenge on Shinta Xiong's old subordinates. He also announced that the Divine Realm was strictly prohibited from killing for no reason. Conflicts, disputes, and hatred were to be resolved in the arena. The official army of the entire continent was unified. If there was any private killing, they would be killed without mercy. Fight. Want to gain experience? Go to the wild. The beasts multiply fast. Under the Star Sea, there are enough sea beasts to kill for 1,000,000 years. After that, Yi Qinghan began to select the elites from the divine realm and all the material planes, and gathered them in the new Flame Dragon Sacred City. Yi Qinghan did not plan to let outsiders live in the Flame Dragon City. Only the descendants of the Yi family were qualified to live there. Yi Qinghan built the largest city on the continent, the Flame Dragon Sacred City, not far from the Flame Dragon City. The new city lord Yi Qinghan was prepared to give it to Lei Zhen, who was still in seclusion, to break through to rank 9. Outsiders were not allowed to live in the Flame Dragon Sacred City. All the residents were elites chosen by Yi Qinghan from all over the continent. Yi Qinghan gave these elites a huge amount of resources and treasures. The mysterious map, the Dream Palace, they were free to use. Since ancient times, the overall strength of the divine realm had reached its lowest point in history. There were pitifully few rank 9 experts. The battle between Yi Qinghan and Shen Tuxiong had also caused the God realm to lose a portion of its peak experts. The God world couldn't afford internal strife. It needed to have more experts. That way, they wouldn't be defeated in the planar wars, and the God world wouldn't fall into enemy hands. Of course, there was one more thing. Yi Qinghan didn't know if the Supreme God Emperor would come to take his life. Therefore, he launched the plan to create a strong expert to prepare a way out. Unifying these geniuses and elites to train, nurture, and gain experience was a little like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Experts nurtured in this way would definitely not be as strong as those who had broken through in battle. However, this way, these geniuses would be better protected and wouldn't die prematurely. Of course, there was another more important point. These geniuses and elites had grown up with Yi Qinghan's stories. They were extremely loyal and fanatical to Yi Qinghan. Even if he was killed by the Supreme God Emperor in the future, even if these people were no longer loyal to the Yi family, they would still take care of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan's sons and daughters, as well as the elite disciples of the Flame Dragon continent and the Flame Dragon Island. All of them stayed with the ordinary geniuses and elites. There was no difference in treatment. If you had the ability, talent, and diligent cultivation, you would have more resources and a chance to rise. Otherwise, you could only return to the Flame Dragon City and live a carefree life. Yu Qingcheng presided over the harem. All the disciples of the Yi family, the people of the Flame Dragon City, the people of the Flame Dragon Island, and the elite disciples who had migrated from the Beast God continent were under her management. Yu Qingcheng mercilessly punished all the disciples who had committed crimes. Not long ago, one of Fengzi's sons used his father's relationship with Yi Qinghan to form a faction in the Holy City, oppressing the other disciples. He even fought and killed an elite genius. When Yu Qingcheng heard about it, she destroyed his cultivation and sent him back to the Flame Dragon continent, never to step into the divine realm. Even Fengzi put down his pride and came to the divine realm to beg for mercy. Yi Qinghan waited for 10 years. When he found that Xiao He had not come out of seclusion, he had no choice. He started to clean up the Fiend Realm's transit plane in the Divine Realm. Before the 5 Devil Monarchs died, they said that the Fiend Realm's ancestor Devil was going to attack the Divine Realm. The people in the Divine Realm were not afraid, but Yi Qinghan had to take it seriously. Lord Devour was still playing with the Demon Devourer. They would stop here for a while and stay for a while. Yi Qinghan did not want to disturb her. He discussed with Zhu Yi, Beast God Kid, and the others for a while. Bringing Beast God Zhu Yi, Yi Feihu, and Supremacy Li Quan, they rode on the Beast God Palace and flew towards the Endless Void. Beast God Zhu Yi and Yi Feihu could not enter that material plane. They only let the 3 of them receive them outside. Yi Qinghan planned to go in alone. It would be best if he could clean up all the evil demons inside. If not, he could destroy the teleportation formation inside. The Beast God Palace flew at full speed. 2 months later, they arrived outside the material plane. You guys fly around this plane. Lord Li Quan, bring me down. Yi Qinghan said a few words and let Supremacy Li Quan bring him towards the material plane. Actually, Venerable Li Quan's role in following them this time was to do hard labor. Supremacy. Li Quan was a pseudo-grade 9, and could enter material planes. Yi Qinghan had used up a lot of his cold energy in the battle with Shen Tuxiong. He could not waste it recklessly. Therefore, he let Li Quan follow him. Yi Qinghan's divine senses had already spread out. He easily found a weak spot in the space. Under his guidance, Li Quan flew towards it. Once he stepped on the origin source, Yi Qinghan's divine senses immediately went through the weak spot in the space and quietly probed the material plane. However, he probed with his divine senses but felt nothing but darkness. He could not sense anything. The evil demon aura inside was terrifyingly dense. Yi Qinghan did not dare to spread his divine senses wide. After hesitating for a moment, he did not choose to enter. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Li Quan, Beast God, and the others. Pay attention. Prepare for battle. After saying that, Yi Qinghan spread his divine senses wide. He used all his strength to penetrate the evil demon aura inside the material plane, and scanned it. Hiss. Kiki. As expected, Yi Qinghan's probing immediately alarmed the abyssal experts inside. Countless abyssal experts roared and locked onto Yi Qinghan's divine sense, tracking her all the way out. 1 evil demon sovereign, 2 upper grade 9 evil demon sovereigns, and 9 lower grade 9 evil demon sovereigns. There is a huge teleportation array that is still sending evil demons. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine senses and instantly understood the situation inside. His body shook and his expression changed. Sensing that upper grade 9 evil demon sovereign, he led all the evil demon sovereigns and flew towards the void. Yi Qinghan immediately shouted, Li Quan, go to the Beast God Palace. Flee immediately. Li Quan immediately turned into a meteor with Yi Qinghan and flew towards the Beast God Palace in the distance. Beast God also received Yi Qinghan's transmission and quickly flew over to greet him. Go, leave this place immediately. Once inside the Beast God Palace, Yi Qinghan immediately shouted. However, his body immediately concealed its aura and became a cripple without any divine power. The Beast God Palace immediately fled far away. Everyone immediately spread out their divine senses and explored that material plane. In the end, everyone was shocked when they saw it. Outside that material plane, black smoke came out first. Then, black fog came out from all directions. In just the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire material plane, covering the sky and earth. It was pitch black. Then, the black fog quickly turned into countless black swords and chased after the Beast God Palace. Chapter 1279. The Beast God Temple's speed was fast, and Yi Qinghan immediately ordered the Beast God to leave, so there was some distance between them and the black fog. After a while, the black fog seemed to be a little afraid, and actually retreated slowly, finally burrowing back into the material plane. The Beast God heaved a sigh of relief and said, The black fog in the middle has great pressure. Little Han, is that the Demon Lord? Yi Qinghan nodded and said solemnly, Yes, it is indeed the Demon Lord. There are also 5 upper 9th grade demon monarchs and 9 lower 9th grade demon monarchs. There are at least hundreds of billions of low-level demons in that material plane now. And there is a transportation array that is continuously sending demons over. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Plus, when Yi Qinghan probed, they did not fight and immediately ordered to escape. They could not help but feel anxious. The Beast God and Zhu Yi looked at each other and said seriously, Then what should we do? Little Han, do you have a way to kill them? I'm not sure. I don't have enough cold power. If there is no 9th grade supreme martial artist, it will be easy. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and shook his head. Xiao He is in a deep sleep now, and I don't know when he will wake up. Sigh. If we can delay the attack and wait for Xiao He to wake up, wait for me to accumulate some cold power, I will definitely win. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Yi Qinghan's cold power was not enough. If he ran out of cold power in the middle of the battle and was demonized, the consequences would be unimaginable. But if they did not eliminate these demons now, when all the experts of the demon realm were transported over, they would attack the immortal realm from all directions. They might be able to escape, but if hundreds of millions of martial artists were demonized, the immortal realm would become another demon realm. Even if Yi Qinghan accumulated power in the future, and Xiaohe woke up, what use would it be if the people of the immortal realm were all dead? Yi Qinghan stood up angrily and let out a long sigh. He said weakly, Time. How could it be so coincidental? Time. Zhu Yi's limpid eyes began to move. Her brows, which were like distant mountains, were slightly knitted together. After a moment, her brows relaxed and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She shouted, I have an idea. What is it? Yi Qinghan suddenly turned around. Beast deity Night Flying Tiger Li Quan's eyes also immediately locked onto Zhu Yi's beautiful face. Zhu Yi smiled brightly, stunning everyone. Then she said in an enigmatic tone, Time. What we lack now is time. So we only need to delay the demon realm's attack for a while. There was no need to fight them to the death immediately. In the future, when we have absolute confidence in winning, we will start an all-out war. Of course I know that. The problem is how do we delay it? Yi Qinghan's tiger-like eyes turned cold, glaring at Zhu Yi. Sure enough, if this woman didn't smoke for a few days, she would go to the tile-roofed house again. At such a crucial moment, she still dares to keep him guessing? Under Yi Qinghan's glare, the smile on Zhu Yi's face suddenly became somewhat awkward. She looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness, not daring to make trouble. She honestly said, We only need to use the beast deity temple to lure out their experts again. But we won't escape immediately. Instead, we'll keep them hanging. Then, Han Yi Darren, you will quietly enter the material plane from another direction and destroy their transportation array. Be careful, don't destroy it. Just destroy it. Good idea. Yi Qinghan and beast deity Li Quan pondered for a while. Their eyes immediately lit up. They all smiled, looking at Zhu Yi with great admiration. Yi Feihu, on the other hand, asked in confusion, Why destroy it? Not destroy it. Wouldn't it be better to completely destroy it and cut off their path? Hee. Yi Qinghan trio burst into laughter. The beast deity hurriedly explained, This is the ingenious part of the queen's plan. If it's destroyed, the evil devil realm won't be able to teleport over, and their way back would also be cut off. What do you think they'll do? That's right. It really is a good plan. Yi Feihu slapped his thigh and stood up, his face full of excitement. If the transportation array was destroyed, these evil devils would have no way out. They could only risk their lives and attack the god realm. At that time it would definitely be a bloody battle. If it was only destroyed, then they would feel that there was still hope and think of a way to repair it. Once they were done repairing it, they would destroy it again after a period of time. In the end, Yi Qinghan would accumulate a little more cold energy. Most importantly, when that strange soul-devouring beast wakes up, would these evil devils still have anything to fear? Everyone immediately discussed with excited expressions. After a while, all the details were settled. The beast deity temple cut through the void and flew towards that material plane. On the other side of the material plane, Yi Qinghan quietly came out and immediately entered the War Imperial Palace. He held a jade talisman in his hand. As long as the beast deity crushed the jade talisman, he would be able to sense it and immediately act according to plan. When Yi Qinghan was done hiding, the beast deity and the others immediately went to the other side of the material plane. Then Zhu Yi teleported out. First, her divine sense unscrupulously probed through the weak points of space. Then the power of space condensed, and the thousand-layered waves crashed down on the material plane. Boom. Although Zhu Yi's attack had not reached the peak of a martial artist, it was not to be underestimated. The material plane was the smallest plane. Giant waves thousands of meters high, each layer surging higher than the last, slammed into the material plane. A series of earth-shattering sounds rang out, and the entire material plane began to shake incessantly, as if it was going to collapse in the next second. Chi-Chi. Zhu Yi's provocation successfully angered the demon supreme Ancient Ancestor Demon inside. Ancient Ancestor Demon immediately flew out with a group of demon monarchs. Black fog once again shrouded the nearby void. Hateful humans actually wanted to destroy this material plane and grind them into pieces in the spatial distortion. All the demon monarchs were enraged and rushed toward Zhu Yi, who had fled into the beast god palace. Fall. The beast deity originally planned to slow down and circle around the demon monarchs. But he saw the most powerful demonic aura in the middle, chasing after the beast deity like black lightning. Its speed was actually a bit faster than the beast god palace. He hurriedly controlled the beast god palace to escape in panic. Do it. Yi Qinghan felt the green jade talisman in his hand vibrate. He immediately flashed out of the beast god palace. He circulated the power of frost, protected his body with the power of origin, and activated the fire god battle armor. He ignored the Azura King outside the material plane. He directly shot toward the weak points of space. Hiss hiss. This material plane was a paradise for demons. It was dark inside, and demons danced wildly. Apart from a golden teleportation array in the center of the continent, the ground was filled with demons. All of their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Yi Qinghan, the intruder. Get lost. Time was tight. When Yi Qinghan appeared, he already felt that the demon monarchs had started to turn around. He hurriedly gathered the power of frost to repel the few Azura Kings that were pouncing toward him. 10 Godslayer's spears condensed from the power of frost shot downward. However, he only used 30% of its power. Moreover, the aura that he was releasing now was only the strength of a fake rank 9 martial artist. Hehe. You actually want to destroy the sacred teleportation array. Human, you want to fall into the Azura Sea? A sinister voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Yi Qinghan's expression changed. However, he sneered in his heart. He had already noticed this superior rank 9 demon guarding the teleportation array. At this moment, in order to put on a show, he pretended to be extremely frightened. After shooting out the 10 Godslayer's spears, he immediately fled into the void. With the protection of the fire god battle armor, he completely ignored the low-level demon's attacks. Insignificant tricks. The demon monarch sneered. His body turned into 10 black dragons that intercepted Yi Qinghan's 10 Godslayer's spears. The 10 black dragons were incomparably domineering. As soon as the 9 Godslayer's spears touched them, they immediately exploded. However, there was still one Godslayer's spear that actually spun at this moment, directly tearing apart the black dragon that intercepted it. Then, it suddenly stabbed toward a corner of the teleportation array. Unfortunately, after the black dragon intercepted it, its power was greatly reduced. It only managed to break a small corner of the teleportation array. Done. Yi Qinghan pretended to be extremely frightened and fled. However, in his heart he was extremely satisfied with his attack. The control of his strength could be said to be incomparably perfect. If he increased it any more, the teleportation array would not be able to repair itself. Chapter 1280. Hateful human, you dare to destroy the sacred transmission array, the ancestor demon will tear you apart. Don't run, I will kill you. I will make you fall into the Azura Sea forever. As the superior 9th grade demon monarch roared, Yi Qinghan drilled out of the endless void from a weak point in space. Sweeping out with his spiritual sense, Xiaochen saw a few clouds of black fog shooting towards him. Even when they were still 10,000 kilometers away, the strongest cloud of black fog condensed into a huge, ferocious face that was several thousand meters wide. The face roared, "Human, how dare you kill the people of the demon realm? You dare to destroy the sacred transmission array? This king will make the divine world barren." Humph. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted, but pretended to be terrified. The heart of the fire god flashed, and he immediately teleported away. Before Monarch Ao Gu could fly over, the distant beast god temple had already flown over. Zhui flashed out, condensing the power of space, and then unleashing thousand-layer waves. Yi Qinghan teleported into the beast god temple. After Zhui released her attack, she also immediately entered. The beast god controlled the beast god temple and flew away. Ancestor demon, that hateful human, he destroyed the transmission array. He destroyed it, the ancestor demon. Alara is guilty. Alara is guilty. Ao Gu wanted to chase at full speed. He thought that after Yi Qinghan went in, he would be able to easily come out and kill all the demon world disciples inside and destroy the transmission array. Unexpectedly, the demon monarch who had stayed behind had just come out and immediately cried out in apology. When Ao Gu heard this, he flew into a rage, coming to a stop as he cursed. "Fuck your ass, did you just break it? Or did he break it? Seeing Aogu's anger, Monarch Olara hurriedly explained. It's broken, it didn't break. It didn't break. That human cultivator's attack was too strange. Olara risked her life to protect it, but was still attacked and a crack appeared. Aogu was overjoyed and immediately stopped chasing after Yi Qinghan and the others. He quickly led the demons into the material plane. How is it? Little Han, are you done? The moment Yi Qinghan entered, the beast god and the other two immediately looked at him nervously. When Yi Qinghan nodded affirmatively, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although this plan is perfect, we can't be careless. Let's observe for a period of time, and go investigate from time to time. Yi Qinghan said in a deep voice. If the demon monarch could not repair the teleportation formation, they would definitely take the risk and directly attack the divine realm. Everyone hid in the vicinity. From time to time, they would control the beast god palace to float towards the material plane to see if the devil monarch was flying towards the divine world. A month later, the devil army never appeared again. Yi Qinghan finally couldn't hold back anymore. This time, he didn't let Li Quan bring him along. Instead, he let the much stronger Zhu Yi teleport him over. Zhu Yi embarrassedly pulled on Yi Qinghan's hand. Yi Qinghan felt slightly uncomfortable being pulled by Zhu Yi and the two of them teleported away. Yi Feihu and Venerable Li Quan looked at each other and secretly spat. Even the beast god turned his head away. This adulterous couple. Did they think everyone didn't know about their affair? Acting cool and getting struck by lightning. Acting pure and getting gang raped. Yi Qinghan didn't know that the matter between him and Zhu Yi had long been seen through by everyone. The two of them teleported away. Yi Qinghan immediately used his divine sense to investigate. Zhu Yi condensed her space force and waited for the devil monarch to chase after them. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to investigate at the fastest speed and immediately shouted. Zhu Yi, return to the beast god palace. Xiao. Hiss. As soon as the two of them entered the beast god palace, Aogu immediately chased after them. However, when he saw the beast god palace fleeing, he cursed a few more times and turned back. Haha Zhu Yi, you've made a great contribution this time. When we return, I'll definitely reward you. Your plan was very successful. If I'm not wrong, this teleportation array won't be able to be repaired without a few hundred years. Hearing Yi Qinghan's affirmation, everyone was in a good mood. However, hearing that Yi Qinghan wanted to reward Zhu Yi when they return, Yi Feihu and Li Quan's expressions became strange. Zhu Yi's strength was at the upper 9th grade, and Yi Qinghan didn't have any chaos divine crystals. What could he reward Zhu Yi with? Could it be a reward in bed? Cough cough. Seeing Yi Feihu and Venerable Li Quan's strange expressions, the beast god's face turned serious. He coughed twice to get them to restrain themselves. Then, he quickly asked about Yi Qinghan's investigation. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to their expressions. He beamed with joy as he recounted what he found. In that material plane, several Azura kings were causing squads of low-level abyssals to slaughter each other, causing the dark golden blood that flowed out to drip onto that crack. However, that crack was slowly healing. Although Yi Qinghan didn't understand why they needed to repair it like this, and he didn't understand the principles behind the evil demon teleportation array's construction. However, from the looks of it, it would take several hundred years to repair the evil demon teleportation array. Actually, Yi Qinghan didn't know that this evil demon monarch sacrificed his body and condensed all his energy into this teleportation array. In order to repair it, the evil demon monarch's most precious blood knight was needed. Since those high-level evil demons didn't want to bleed, they could only make these low-level evil demons fight each other. A month later, Yi Qinghan went to investigate again, and confirmed that this teleportation array wouldn't be repaired without a few hundred years. The beast god temple started to return. The divine world had just been unified. Without Yi Qinghan, if something happened, it would be troublesome. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yiluchuan returned to the divine world. The beast god brought Yi Feihu to continue monitoring this transit plane. In case the evil demon realm launched a large-scale attack, they would be able to warn them in advance. Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City. After leaving for a few months, the divine world didn't have any major incidents. After returning, Kid and the others immediately paid a visit to ask about the evil demon plane. The threat of the evil demon realm was temporarily resolved. Yi Qinghan was extremely relaxed, and he lived his days leisurely. 3 months later, Flame Dragon City welcomed 2 special guests. Lord Devourer and the Demon Devourer had returned. The Demon Devourer was still like a fairy that walked out of the forest, mischievous and eccentric. However, Lord Devourer was a little off. Yi Qinghan looked at the red-robed Lord Devourer and felt that he had lost a lot of weight. Although his eyes were full of smiles, he couldn't hide his sadness. Xiaohei hasn't woken up yet? The Demon Devourer ran to look for Yi Qinghan's children to play. Lord Devourer and Yi Qinghan sat in the main hall and chatted. Take out the Slaughter God Blade. Let me take a look at this kid. Lord Devourer saw Yi Qinghan nod his head, but he suddenly made a strange request. Yi Qinghan didn't mind and took out the Slaughter God Blade. Lord Devourer took it and used his divine senses to check. When he saw Xiaohei sleeping soundly inside, he revealed a kind and doting smile. Lord Devourer looked at it for a while before returning the blade to Yi Qinghan. He even took out a red booklet and gave it to Yi Qinghan. Without explaining anything, he used his divine senses to check Yao Ji's yard. Without waiting for her to come out, he smiled and left. Watching Lord Devourer's lonely back disappear into the teleportation formation, Yi Qinghan felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. However, this was Lord Devourer's own knot in his heart. No one could help him. Yao Ji walked out curiously. She could sense Lord Devourer's divine senses, but Lord Devourer had already teleported away. She couldn't do anything. Diawu entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion again? Why did she take the Soul Emperor's corpse away? What does she want to do? Little Han, hurry up and check. Yao Ji's body shook. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was on the Soul Emperor Island, but Lord Devourer knew how to control it, and could easily use the restrictions to enter. Yao Ji didn't expect that the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion would flash, so she said in surprise. As Yi Qinghan was about to read the red booklet that Lord Devourer had given him, he was startled. Instinctively, his soul consciousness checked and found that Lord Devourer was in the Misty City, carrying a white jade coffin, and entering the teleportation formation of the Flame Dragon continent. Lord Devourer brought the Soul Emperor's corpse back to the Flame Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose embarrassedly, telling Yao Ji what he had found. Yao Ji pondered for a while and then screamed, her face ashen. She screamed, Little Han, go to the Flame Dragon continent immediately. Diawu wants to do something stupid. She wants to commit suicide. She's going to accompany the Soul Emperor. What? Yu Qingqing's group felt the strange situation here. As they were walking over, they heard Yao Ji's words. All of them paled, especially Demon Devourer, who was so scared that he slumped on the ground. Go. Yi Qinghan's face darkened. He urged the cold energy and led them away from the teleportation formation. He teleported directly to the teleportation formation of the Flame Dragon continent in the Misty City. Then he shouted at the 2 startled guards of the teleportation formation. Teleport. Buzz. 2 golden teleportation portals appeared in the sky of the Flame Dragon continent. The warriors of the Flame Dragon continent didn't care that someone from the God realm had come back. However, the one who came back today was a little special. All the experts were alerted. A woman in red walked out of the golden teleportation portal. She had a beautiful face, a sweet smile on her face. However, she was carrying a white coffin on her back. The king of the dark forest, the guardian of the Flame Dragon continent, had returned. All the God realm experts, including Yi Tianlong, immediately teleported to welcome her. Unexpectedly, Lord Devourer just smiled, not paying attention to them. His calm eyes scanned the Flame Dragon continent. Then he teleported back to the dark castle. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, another transportation array lit up in the sky. Yi Qinghan let everyone out of it, their faces filled with panic. Boom. Before Yi Qinghan and the others could completely walk out of the teleportation formation, an earth-shattering explosion came from the dark forest in the north. Under the frightened gazes of Yi Qinghan and the others, as well as the countless experts of the Flame Dragon continent, the entire dark castle collapsed. The restrictive formation in the castle shone brightly, illuminating the sky of the Flame Dragon continent. the entire castle turned into a pile of ruins. The appearance of the ruins was a little strange, as if it had been deliberately formed under the control of the restrictive formation. The huge castle exploded, but the fragments didn't scatter. Instead, they neatly piled up into a round ball. It was a grave. Great aunt. Except for the demon devourer, who was crying at the top of his lungs. Everyone was silent, but their eyes were sparkling. So many people's tears quietly flowed down, turning into rain, drifting in the sky. My name is Devour Butterfly Dance, the name given to me by the Soul Emperor. He hoped that I would fly happily like a butterfly. I loved peace and didn't like fighting. I liked to nest under a grape trellis by myself, comfortably squinting my eyes as I watched the sun. But the Soul Emperor liked to wander the world, so I left my home and followed him to the God world. I liked the Soul Emperor very much. I liked when he was a soul devourer beast, looking at the sky alone and sorrowful. I liked when he touched my head and called me Little Wu. I knew that the Soul Emperor didn't love me, and he disliked me because I was a rabbit. So I worked hard to cultivate and became a human, and I even wore the red robes that he liked the most. But he still didn't love me. I could only silently follow him and do everything for him. He didn't like to kill people, so I helped him kill. He didn't like to use strange methods to deal with his enemies, so I helped him do it secretly. But in the end he still married another woman. That night, I cried. I cried until my heart was broken, and my lungs were torn. The Soul Emperor died. My heart was broken. I am no longer called Devour Butterfly Dance. Without the Soul Emperor, I am no longer a butterfly. But I can't go with him. I have to take revenge for him. Even if the enemy is the strongest expert of the God world, so what? I have to pull myself together. I have to raise his son. I want the God world to flow with rivers of blood. Xiaohei grew up, got married, and even had a cute daughter. She's very smart and eccentric, just like you in the past. Soul Emperor, you have a son. Shintaxiong is dead. Soul Emperor, I've taken revenge for you. Xiaohei is still a soul. I wanted to wait for a few more days, wait for little Han to help him rebuild his real body. Then I would go with you. But I found that I can't hold on anymore. I'm tired. I'm really tired. Soul Emperor, I'm here. Butterfly Dance is here to find you. Yi Qinghan blankly read the red booklet that Lord Devourer had left for him. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. Tears welled up in his eyes, turning into a flood that fell together with the red booklet, dancing in the air. The butterfly couldn't fly across the sea. It wasn't that she didn't have the courage, but that the other shore couldn't wait anymore. Chapter 1281. Lord Devour's sudden death was hard for them to accept. Everyone stood in front of the dark castle and looked at the huge new grave. In a trance, they felt like they were looking at a field of lush green grapevines. And a woman in a fiery red robe who loved to sit quietly under the grapevines, drink tea, and read books. Apparently, the new grave was protected by a barrier that Lord Devour had arranged. However, Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness could still get in easily. Inside the grave, Yi Qinghan could see two people in a white jade coffin. One was a handsome middle-aged man, and the other was a woman in a red robe. The woman was hugging the man tightly, but she wasn't breathing anymore. However, she still had a sweet smile on her face. The group of people around them had already burst into tears. Li Shui, Emperor Yu, Emperor Yi, and all the people that Lord Devour knew were here. Since Jida and the others couldn't come to the material plane, they had to send messengers to mourn Lord Devour and comfort Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour had given Yi Qinghan a new life. The ordinary people of the Fire Dragon continent thought that Yi Qinghan was the god protector of the continent. In fact, Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong knew that Lord Devour was the god protector of the Fire Dragon continent. Without Lord Devour, how many of them could be alive? Yi Qinghan had a special feeling for Lord Devour. It was a complicated feeling. He had the feeling of treating his elders, the gratitude he felt toward his benefactor, and the special feeling he had toward the opposite sex. Of course, he had some resentment, but it had vanished completely. It could be said that Lord Devour was the most important person in his life. Even Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingniu couldn't compare to him. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the new grave with a sad face. Yi Qinghan turned a deaf ear to the sobbing of the people around him. There was only an indescribable emptiness in his heart, as if one of his hands was broken. It felt so empty, so uncomfortable. If Xiaohei wakes up, what am I going to tell him? Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and raised his head. He frowned and his heart ached. He understood clearly that although Xiaohei didn't like to stay with Lord Devour, he had deep feelings for Lord Devour. It could be said that Lord Devour was Xiaohei's mother. Lord Devour had done everything for him. No matter what Xiaohei had done, Lord Devour had never blamed him. He had always spoiled him, giving him whatever he wanted. Although Xiaohei liked to play, he wasn't a fool. He knew clearly that Lord Devour had treated him well. Buzz. Just as Yi Qinghan's heart was throbbing with pain, his body suddenly trembled. The restrictions within the Battle Emperor Hall started to tremble. Yi Qinghan probed with his divine sense and suddenly felt a little panicked. Xiaohei seemed to have sensed something. He had woken up and was calling for Shi Yan in the Battle Emperor Hall. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and dashed into the Battle Emperor Hall. He forced a smile on his face. He had prepared something to say, but when he saw Xiaohei's pale face, he couldn't say anything. When Xiaohei saw Yi Qinghan come in, he immediately flew over and said hurriedly, Boss, is something wrong? Why do I feel so flustered? I've never been in such a situation before. Yi Qinghan forced a smile again. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Xiaohei, I have bad news. I'll take you out later. But you have to promise, boss, that you can't be too emotional. Do you understand? What? Xiaohei's body trembled in the air, and his face became even paler. He widened his eyes and said in horror, Boss, tell me quickly, tell me quickly. Yi Qinghan turned his face away, sighed, and said, Your aunt died for your father. Aunt? Xiaohei was stunned. Then he shook his head violently and flew towards Yi Qinghan. He roared, No, it can't be. Boss, you must be lying to me. You must be lying to me. Sigh. Yi Qinghan sighed again. He brought Xiaohei in, and left the Battle God Pavilion. Aunt. Ah. When Xiaohei came out, he saw a group of people with red and swollen eyes, especially Li Shui, and the Demon Devourer. Their eyes were filled with grief as they watched the beautiful dark castle turn into a graveyard. Xiaohei raised his head and roared. Then he turned into a gust of wind and engulfed the entire dark forest. Xiaohei. Countless shouts and worried voices sounded. However, the people's shouts were too late. Or rather, they couldn't stop it at all. Hiss! Woo! Ayo! The billions of magical beasts in the dark forest screamed in unison. Their screams shook the sky of the Flame Dragon continent, and scared the ordinary people near the dark forest half to death. Under the horrified gazes of all the powerful martial artists in the Flame Dragon continent, all the magical beasts in the forest turned into dust and were devoured by Xiaohei. The flowers and trees in the mountains withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Flame Dragon City's most dangerous place, the largest forest, turned into a withered land under Xiaohei's grief and indignation. There was not a single magical beast, not a single blade of green grass, only black soil and green rocks. The entire dark forest was filled with a faint bleakness and a thick aura of death. Everyone was stunned. However, when Yi Qinghan saw Xiaohei flying into the distance again, he was shocked. He circulated his cold power and chased after him. If Xiaohei was angered and swept across the Flame Dragon continent, Li Shui, and the Demon Devourer demon wanted to chase after him, but they didn't know how to comfort Xiaohei. They could only send a telepathic message to Yi Qinghan. The two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly again. However, Xiaohei obviously didn't lose his mind. He didn't hurt anyone, but the misty swamp in the west of the demon god residence was devastated. Xiaohei swept across it, and not even a single blade of grass was spared. The Flame Dragon continent's three most dangerous places, the Dark Forest, the Misty Swamp, and the Fallen God Mountain, were all destroyed at this moment. Yi Qinghan chased after him, but he didn't stop Xiaohei. Instead, he silently accompanied him, standing on the barren misty swamp. Xiaohei didn't speak, nor did he cry. He couldn't shed tears. He just turned into a little soul-devourer beast and sat in the valley where he grew up. He buried his head in it, curled up, and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan didn't speak either. He just sat quietly beside him, accompanying him. One man and one beast were immersed in an inexplicable sorrow. From time to time, some divine senses quietly probed over. But no one dared to disturb Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe when they were quietly sitting here. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe sat in this valley for half a month. The two didn't say a word, and they didn't care about anything. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at the communication jade talisman. After a long time, Xiaohe finally raised his head, his eyes full of hope. He looked pitifully at Yi Qinghan and said, "Boss, can you do me a favor?" Yi Qinghan also raised his head and looked at Xiaohe. He didn't speak, but nodded gently. Xiaohe said solemnly, "If it's possible, your strength can still improve to the point where you can truly defy the heavens and change your fate. Please help me resurrect my aunt. My aunt is so cruel, she didn't even meet me one last time." Yi Qinghan also answered solemnly, "If it's possible, I will definitely do it. If my strength really reaches that level, I will resurrect your parents, and mine too. All of them will be resurrected, and we will all live happily together. When the time comes, I will bring you all around Pangaea. I will bring you all to my hometown, Wuxia, to your fathers and my hometown." Yi Qinghan's voice grew softer and softer, until he couldn't believe it himself. Xiaohe also stared blankly into the distance. He didn't hear what Yi Qinghan was saying at all. One beast and one man. At the place where they had first met, one had made an absurd request, while the other had made an absurd promise. It was unknown whether he was lying to the other party or to himself. Although the promise was absurd, it gave Yi Qinghan a new goal to strive for. Since there really were gods in this world, his soul had transmigrated from Earth, and he possessed such unimaginable abilities. If he worked hard, he might really be able to do it one day. Chapter 1282. The envoys sent by the various forces in the divine realm had already returned. The powerhouses of the Fire Dragon continent had also returned, not daring to disturb Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe, as well as their relatives, were staying in the new house built next to the Dark Castle. Xiaohe went into seclusion again to refine the energy devoured in his body. Yi Qinghan also went into seclusion to cultivate and explore new abilities, or the direction of recovery. Yi Qinghan's wives, those who could cultivate were all cultivating, while those who couldn't were accompanying Li Shui, and the demon devourer. Cultivate? How can I cultivate with this strange body of mine? Although Yi Qinghan was in seclusion, he was at a loss. He didn't know how he should cultivate if he wanted to improve his strength. He couldn't gather divine power in his body, and his soul couldn't strengthen. Most importantly, he couldn't comprehend the laws after refining the chaos divine crystal. If he didn't have the power of cold, Yi Qinghan would be no different from a disabled person. Although his soul was extremely strong and could instantly kill martial artists below rank 9, without the power of cold, he couldn't even fly. But without divine power, he couldn't even fly. Even if he had a powerful soul, he was still a cripple. The amount of power of cold now determined his combat strength. But he couldn't cultivate the power of cold. In the soul space, everything was evolving naturally. Yi Qinghan couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Besides, he didn't dare to control it. How should I cultivate? Continue cultivating soul skills? But my soul is only at the peak of rank 9. It doesn't have much effect on the attacks of rank 9 supreme martial artists. Yi Qinghan was in a dilemma. Although he had a ridiculous goal now, and temporarily put aside the threat of the Divine Emperor Supreme, he realized that he couldn't cultivate anymore. After half a year of seclusion, Yi Qinghan still couldn't find any clues, so he decisively led everyone back to the Divine Realm. Back in the Divine Realm, Jida and the others immediately came to visit. Yi Qinghan dealt with them, then closed the door and refused to see any guests. Other than important matters, or when the beast god sent Yi Feihu back to report information about the intermediate transference plane to the evil demons, he didn't receive any guests. Yi Qinghan gathered countless ancient scrolls from various places, as well as the vast number of books in the Battle God Pavilion. Every day he sat in the Flame Dragon City's City Lord residence, reading on the newly built rooftop. The newly built rooftop was very beautiful. It was filled with all kinds of fresh flowers, and there was a huge grape trellis on top. Yi Qinghan began to crazily study the knowledge of the ancients, searching for a method for his own cultivation path. However, Yi Qinghan had been reading for 3 whole years, flipping through ancient books and reading hundreds of thousands of books, but he still hadn't found a feasible solution. Yi Qinghan decisively stopped reading the ancient books and began to wander alone in the divine world. He didn't take anyone with him. Using the spirit of the eerie night transformation, he transformed into an old man and began to wander aimlessly through the god world. He first went to the destroyed firework tribe, then to Phoenix Dance City, and then forced his way into the shady Fiend Stream. He began to walk slowly along the path he had walked since he came to the divine world. His heart was extremely empty. The threat of the god Emperor Supreme was forcefully expelled from his mind, and the threat of the demon world was also cast aside. He had forgotten about Lord Devour's passing. He had also forgotten about Xiaohei's sorrow. He had also forgotten about his wife and children in the Flame Dragon City. Yi Qinghan stood outside the rebuilt firework tribe, watching a group of newcomers kill demonic beasts to increase their strength and climb up the ranks. He wandered in the shady Fiend Stream, coldly watching a group of people fight against the demons. He rowed a dragon boat on the Star Sea, wandering aimlessly, fishing outside the Soul Emperor Island. He forgot about time, forgot about everything, and was like a lonely traveler. He practically walked through the entire divine world, and this walk lasted for 3 whole years. This is the Green Mountain? I didn't think it was tall before, but now that I'm standing at the foot of the mountain, I finally feel that it's the highest mountain in the divine world. It really lives up to its name. Yi Qinghan wore an ash-gray robe. His hair was as white as snow, and he had a youthful complexion. He wore a pair of cloth shoes. Standing at the southernmost part of the Blood Knight continent, under a towering mountain peak that reached the clouds, he gazed at the Green Mountain. After a while he started to walk up the mountain, one step at a time. Although he didn't have god power or the power of cold, he relied on his physical strength to walk. After 3 days, Yi Qinghan was only halfway up the mountain. It wasn't hard to imagine how high the mountain was. Stop! Who are you? How dare you trespass the Green Mountain tribe? Retreat quickly or I'll kill you. As Yi Qinghan walked on the spiraling path to the sky, a checkpoint suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a small team of intimidating warriors on the checkpoint. They were the warriors of the Green Mountain tribe. After Green Mountain's death, the Green Mountain tribe had been in seclusion, afraid that Yi Qinghan would seek revenge. Now that they realized someone was trespassing, countless powerhouses flew down from the mountain. There were more than 10 venerables, and there was even a lower rank, 9 martial artist. It was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at the crowd. He didn't stop either, continuing to walk toward the checkpoint. His expression didn't change at all. Sir, please state your purpose of coming. Otherwise, the Pollock won't stand on ceremony. The lower rank 9 powerhouse stared at Yi Qinghan for a long time, but he couldn't detect any of Yi Qinghan's strength. However, the more he thought so, the more shocked he was. Would a normal person dare to come to the Green Mountain tribe? Just as the lower rank 9 gritted his teeth and was about to give the order to attack, Yi Qinghan finally raised his head. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the soul illusion was activated. Then, under everyone's terrified gaze, he walked past them easily and continued to walk slowly toward the mountain peak. Who is he? What kind of supernatural power is this? What is he trying to do? When Yi Qinghan passed through the Green Mountain tribe and walked toward the peak of Green Mountain, all the venerables and the lower rank 9 martial artists were terrified. Yi Qinghan still walked toward the peak step by step. There was a palace on the peak, where the Green Mountain tribe lived, but no one in the Green Mountain tribe dared to move. There were so many powerhouses, but one look from that person was enough to make everyone freeze. Who dared to move without knowing his purpose of coming? Yi Qinghan walked to the peak, leaped, and landed on the luxurious palace of Green Mountain. Then he sat down quietly and gazed into the distance. The strong wind made Yi Qinghan's robe flutter, messing up his black hair and blurring his eyes. But he still sat there quietly, gazing at the mountains, rivers, and seas in the distance, at the people below, and at the tens of millions of terrified and confused faces of the Green Mountain tribe below. Finally, Yi Qinghan fell asleep directly on top of the palace. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky. It was as if he could see through the cloud-like origin power in the sky and see the beautiful endless void. After a while, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Or maybe he was cultivating and comprehending. Or maybe he was tired and just fell asleep. He slept for 10 days and 10 nights. The powerhouses of the Green Mountain tribe all looked at him in confusion and fear, but none of them dared to come up and disturb him. After 10 days and 10 nights, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with ecstasy and surprise. He touched his head embarrassedly and murmured in a daze, "Motherf asterisk Ker, space combination mysteries, I've actually learned the basics. I refined the chaos divine crystal. And I can still comprehend the nomological order? And I just casually comprehended it, and I've learned the basics?" Chapter 1283. The divine world had a law. After refining the divine crystal, it was almost impossible to continue comprehending the principle. This was an absolute law. For billions of years, no one could break this law. The primal chaos divine crystal was still a divine crystal. After Lord Devour refined it, his comprehension of the principle didn't improve. If Shen Tixiong hadn't become the Lord, and the principle of heaven and earth hadn't given him the power of will, he wouldn't have been able to advance further. Thus, Yi Qinghan didn't want to continue comprehending the principle. These years, Yi Qinghan had thought of many ways to increase his power. But either it didn't work, or the increase was too weak. Eventually, on the peak of the Green Mountain Palace, he looked up at the sky and remembered the space combination mystery that he couldn't comprehend. He tried to comprehend it and he fused it. It was ridiculous, so ridiculous that Yi Qinghan couldn't figure it out. Eventually, he remembered that he hadn't completely refined the primal chaos divine crystal, and there were too many strange things happening to him, so he didn't think about it anymore. He suddenly disappeared from the Green Mountain Lightning, entering the War Imperial Palace. The Green Mountain tribesmen were startled. To disappear without a trace, it wasn't teleportation, nor was he entering an ordinary spatial divine item. There was only one explanation. The Lord of the Divine World, the Frigid Night Sovereign. Yi Qinghan's legendary spatial divine item. The War Imperial Palace. Thinking of Yi Qinghan's strange power, the current chief of the Green Mountain tribe, Pollock, was almost sure that this man was Yi Qinghan in disguise. Of course, there was another possibility. He was the Divine Emperor Supreme. However, Pollock was more convinced that it was Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan finally came to the Green Mountain tribe, but he didn't destroy the tribe. Instead, he did something strange. What did he want to do? This question was like a nightmare in the minds of millions of tribesmen of the Green Mountain tribe, making them restless. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't want to do anything. At this moment, he was preparing to cultivate in seclusion to comprehend the space combination mystery. Although his current strength mainly relied on the power of cold, the power of cold condensed by the Godslayer spear was several times stronger. If his law rule realm could improve further, he would be able to mobilize even more spatial power and combine it with cold power. Their terrifying power would be even greater. If he had enough cold energy, he would definitely be able to kill a 9th-grade supreme martial artist head-on right now. It could be said that he stood at the pinnacle of martial artists. If it was the Yi Qinghan of the past, he might have felt that he was strong enough to live a carefree life. He would never think about increasing his strength again. But now was not the time. Xiao He had yet to reconstruct his true form. The old man in sackcloth's terrifying strength made him unable to muster up the will to fight. Also, he had to revive Lord Devour, the sole emperor, and his parents. With so many reasons combined, Yi Qinghan still wanted to become stronger. So strong that no one in the entire Pan realm could be his enemy. Not even the old man in sackcloth or the supreme god emperor could be his enemy. In the past, Yi Qinghan had always dreamed of living a comfortable life with his wives. But now Yi Qinghan had experienced so many things. He was already used to this kind of life where he worked hard for his family, friends, and himself. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt that cultivating in seclusion like this was too much of a waste of time. The plane occupied by the demon realm still had a few hundred years before the teleportation formation was completely repaired. At that time, the beast god would definitely come to find him, and his cultivation would be interrupted. Moreover, the war with the demon realm was imminent. Yi Qinghan also wanted to improve his strength. Therefore, he took out the teleportation jade talisman and sent a message to the enchantress. He wanted her to come over and accompany him in his cultivation. The magical body of the demonic tribe could help him enter the 5th level of soul quietude directly, and his cultivation speed would be several times faster. The enchantress was overjoyed when she received the message, and the other women also heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan simply said a few words and left home. Everyone thought that it was because of Lord Devour's death that he was hurt, and wanted to be alone for a while. Yi Qinghan used the specter transformation to become another person, and no one could find his whereabouts. They only knew that he was still in the divine realm. Who knew that Yi Qinghan had left home for several years, and there was no news at all? Now that they received his message saying that he wanted to cultivate, everyone was overjoyed. They thought that Yi Qinghan had finally pulled himself together. Although they were a little jealous of the enchantress, they were relieved that there was a woman accompanying him. The enchantress teleported all the way. In just one day, she arrived at the foot of the Green Mountain. After that, the enchantress recklessly broke into the mountain, and this time, the people of the Green Mountain tribe were scared half to death. Not long ago, a ridiculously strong expert broke into the mountain, and now another one came? Was it possible that Yi Qinghan was finally going to attack the Green Mountain tribe? No one expected that the intruder this time was just a venerable and a peerless beauty that could attract people's souls. Countless venerables of the Green Mountain tribe were tempted, drooling as they looked at the enchantress. Fortunately, the chief of the Green Mountain tribe wasn't an idiot. He immediately warned them. Indeed, after the enchantress ascended the mountain peak, she suddenly disappeared. That's one of the wives of the frigid night sovereign, a woman of the enchantress clan, the enchantress. The commander in charge of intelligence of the Green Mountain tribe immediately recognized the enchantress. The Pollock and all the members of the Green Mountain tribe felt their hearts in their mouths. The first intruder was indeed Yi Qinghan. Of course, everyone was jealous and envious of him. Look, the boss of the divine realm was indeed different. He could go wherever he wanted. When he was tired, he could rest. When he was bored, he could even invite the goddess of all the men in the divine realm to sleep with him. After the enchantress came in, Yi Qinghan didn't say a word. He directly started to do it. He vented the pressure from the divine emperor's supremacy, the depression and sorrow from Lord Devour's death on the enchantress's alluring body. Seeing that Yi Qinghan wasn't in a good mood, the enchantress also tried to please him. She posed in all kinds of difficult positions to fight. For a moment, the War Imperial Hall was filled with the atmosphere of spring. The scene made people's blood boil, and they couldn't control themselves. After a long time, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi gathered in the War Divine Pavilion, and the cold wind blew. Yi Qinghan entered the 5th level of soul quietness, and started to cultivate in seclusion to comprehend the space combination mysteries. The enchantress's cheeks were flushed, and her beautiful eyes were like silk. Her alluring body was lying on her side lazily, forming a perfect S shape. Her snow-white skin was bright red, and it was the mark of love. She looked at her man in a daze, her face full of happiness. After a long time, the enchantress stood up and cleaned Yi Qinghan's traces after the battle. She put on her robe, but she didn't wear her underwear anymore. Anyway, she had to exercise once every 5 years. She left her clothes empty, holding a book on restrictions, sitting next to Yi Qinghan to study. Time flew. More than 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The divine world was in a state of peace. The beast god sent back news from time to time. The demon world, the transit plane, was still recovering. Xiaohei was still refining energy, sleeping soundly. Every 5 years, the enchantress would shyly climb on Yi Qinghan's body, kissing him all the way. When Yi Qinghan had a reaction, she would close her eyes shyly, her face blushing. Then she would sit on his body and gently sway, helping Yi Qinghan enter the 5th level of soul quietness. On this day, the enchantress calculated that it was about time, and was preparing to climb up. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His face was full of shock and disbelief. He looked at the enchantress and blinked, saying, "Enchantress, how long have I been in seclusion?" 150 years. Why? The enchantress was also very puzzled. Why did Yi Qinghan come out of seclusion after only a few days? Although he had the help of the 5th level of soul quietness, to comprehend a high-level profound mystery, he would need at least 500 to 600 years, right? The shock in Yi Qinghan's eyes became even more intense. He cried out involuntarily. Something strange happened again. My space combination mysteries. I actually comprehended the profound mysteries. Chapter 1284. What? Yao Ji's body shook, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She asked in disbelief, "Little Han, are you sure?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Yao Ji realized something was wrong. Although Yi Qinghan was usually frivolous and unruly, he never joked when it came to serious matters. Then was it true? Yao Ji's cherry lips opened slightly, a pair of delicate hands resting on her towering breasts. She looked at Yi Qinghan as if he was a monster. Originally, when Yi Qinghan asked her to accompany him in his cultivation, he said that he wanted to comprehend the profound mysteries. Yao Ji didn't really believe him, but at this moment, she didn't expect that the profound mysteries had really been fused together, and had even achieved great success. Yi Qinghan comprehended the eternity of space, and directly obtained the method to control the power of space. Although this was shocking, it was still understandable. This meant that Yi Qinghan was talented and lucky. Comprehension of laws became more difficult the further one went. Yao Ji had never heard of someone being able to fuse a high-level mystery in 100 years, and it was the 6th high-level mystery at that. Normally, talented people would need at least a few thousand years to achieve great success after fusing a high-level mystery. And this was only the first high-level mystery. The more time it took, the more difficult it would be. Under normal circumstances, people like Yi Qinghan would need at least tens of thousands of years to achieve great success with the 6th high-level mystery. Yi Qinghan's soul was freakishly strong, and with Yao Ji's help, he entered the 5th level of soul quietness. Fusing this mystery took hundreds or even thousands of years, and that was the most conservative estimate. The last high-level mystery, Yi Qinghan spent more than 800 years to achieve great success, but this time, in fact, Yi Qinghan was also dumbfounded. He had refined the Chaos Divine Crystal, so he shouldn't be able to comprehend the laws, but this time, he casually comprehended and fused the mystery, and achieved great success in a short 100 years. He was very clear that the mystery he comprehended was not fake, but a real mystery. He also understood why he could comprehend it so quickly. That was because in the past, when he comprehended the profound mysteries, he would often encounter some small bottlenecks. There were some areas that he couldn't understand, and sometimes he would walk into a fork in the road, fusing in the wrong direction, and have to start over. But in the past 100 years, he didn't feel like he had ever encountered such a situation. It was as if everything had happened naturally, as if he had already comprehended this profound mystery in his mind. That's right. It was as if he wasn't comprehending the profundities, but comprehending the profundities brought about by the divine crystal. How could such a strange thing happen? Is it related to the primal chaos divine crystal? Or is it because of this strange soul space of mine? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. His eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself for a long time, but he couldn't find an answer. He began to look inside his soul space and found that other than the increase in the power of cold, the size of his soul space, and the size of the stars in the sky, there was nothing special. Regarding the soul space, Yi Qinghan had a mentality of avoiding it. As long as there were no major changes and nothing major happened, he wouldn't think about it, and wouldn't care. He had always believed that with his soul like this, he couldn't be considered a human anymore, but a monster. He was afraid that one day, the fact that his soul had mutated would be made public, and he would be regarded as a monster by the world, his wife, and his children, and be spurned by them. Or in other words, he would be mercilessly killed by the divine emperor, so he chose to avoid thinking about it, and hid it from everyone. Since he couldn't figure it out, and he had truly comprehended the profundities of the laws, Yi Qinghan's optimism came into play again. In any case, it was a good thing, so what was the point of dwelling on it? The profound mystery of space combination had reached the large success stage. Yi Qinghan's realm of the laws had also reached the peak of 7th grade war god. As long as he could comprehend the so-called Tao, he could become a venerable in the truest sense. Then he could comprehend the ultimate mystery, and his realm of the laws would truly reach the 9th grade. Comprehend the Tao. What is the Tao? Well, I'll go back first. There's no hurry. If I want to comprehend it, I can't force it. Yi Qinghan recalled that years ago, when he woke up Emperor Xiang of Beacon Smoke Manor outside of Flame Dragon City, he had comprehended the Tao. Before that, Emperor Xiang had been stuck at the peak of 7th grade for more than 100,000 years. He knew that the Tao couldn't be forced, and that it depended on fate. Come, let's go home. I've been away for more than 100 years, and my family must be in a mess, right? After figuring things out, Yi Qinghan grinned. He thought of his wife and children at home, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. Wait. The temptress blushed when she heard him, and then said bashfully, "Turn around first, I need to put on my clothes." Put on your clothes? Aren't you wearing clothes? Oh. Hee. Yi Qinghan was stunned, and then he saw that under the temptress's snow-white robe, there were 2 faintly discernible spots on her upper body, and a lush black meadow below. His mind swayed, and his large hands reached out to embrace the temptress's soft body. He gave her a long, wet kiss, and used both his hands and feet to indulge his lust. After he was satisfied, he let go of the temptress, but he didn't turn around to enjoy the sight of the temptress changing her clothes shyly. Whoosh! On the top of Green Mountain, the Pollock and the tribesmen of Green Mountain thought that Yi Qinghan had left a long time ago. Now that Yi Qinghan came out with the temptress, the tribesmen of Green Mountain were startled again. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, Yi Qinghan didn't change his appearance. The Pollock had seen Yi Qinghan's portrait before, so he led the swordsman of the Green Mountain and flew up to Yi Qinghan. He knelt down on one knee and said reverently, "The Pollock and the doyens of the Green Mountain tribe greet the Emperor Han Yi. I didn't recognize Emperor Han Yi earlier, and have offended you greatly. Please forgive me, Emperor." The Emperor Han Yi? Yi Qinghan shot a puzzled glance at the temptress, wondering when he had a new title. The temptress smiled faintly, which made the doyens of Green Mountain feel a bit excited. Hee, this is the title given to you by the low-level swordsman in the immortal realm. Haven't you heard it all these years? You are now the master of the god realm, so everyone calls you the Frigid Knight Sovereign. It's no different from other rank 9s, so we might as well use the way low-level martial artists call us. Oh, Yi Qinghan didn't mind. In this world, if you didn't have strength, it was useless even if you had a nickname. If you had strength, even if you didn't have a name, there would still be a lot of people who remembered you. Forgive? Yi Qinghan didn't plan on punishing the Qingshan tribesmen when he saw the Qingshan tribesmen staring at the Yaoji, but he was slightly angry now. He snorted coldly and said, "All of you jump down from here. Remember, you are not allowed to use divine power or laws. Jump down and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, humph." The elders of the Green Mountain tribe trembled, their expressions changing drastically. This mountain was over 1,000,000 meters tall. How could he jump down without using his divine power or laws? Although they were all experts and could control where they would land so that their heads wouldn't fall and their souls wouldn't be injured, it was impossible for them to do so. But the taste was definitely not going to be good. However, did they dare not to jump? This subordinate obeys. "Thank you, great emperor." The Pollock felt as if he had been pardoned. He glanced at the 7 or 8 doyens behind him, and then jumped down first. Seeing the Pollock jump, the other 7 or 8 doyens gritted their teeth helplessly and jumped down with pale faces. None of them dared to use their divine power or laws. They fell down like meteorites. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense, and easily found that all of them were smashed into a bloody mess, screaming in pain. He laughed leisurely and said, "A bunch of idiots, but this new chief of the Green Mountain tribe is still sensible. Let's go back." The temptress smiled and teleported away with Yi Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from the top of Green Mountain, heading toward Fiery Dragon City. Chapter 1285. Back at the Fiery Dragon City governor's mansion, Yi Qinghan had not even warmed his seat. He was smiling at everyone in the house and talking about the things that had happened in the past few years. Unexpectedly, the sky and earth changed color. Auspicious clouds surged towards the sky of fiery Dragon City from all directions. The sea shook. A purple lightning rolled in the auspicious clouds and was about to strike. Vision? Who had a big breakthrough? Yi Qinghan stood up in surprise. He used his divine senses to scan the city, but did not see any martial artists breaking through. Then he slapped his head and rushed to the teleportation array in the corner of the hall. He laughed and said, "Fireworks, go to Sealed God Valley. Your father has broken through." Ah! Fireworks screamed in surprise. The girls were curious at first, but when they heard that, they were overjoyed and ran to Sealed God Valley. Boom! As soon as they entered Sealed God Valley, a purple lightning struck down and landed in a palace in Sealed God Valley. That was where Lei Zhen was cultivating in seclusion. Haha, fireworks, your father is a genius. He broke through to 9th rank in 20,000 years. He is considered a top genius in the divinity realm. Plus, he is a descendant of the Thunder God. With your father, the Thunder God clan will definitely regain their glory. Yi Qinghan laughed. Fireworks' beautiful face was full of joy as she flew to Lei Zhen's palace. Soon Jida, Venerable Li Quan, and Emperor Yu arrived. Then all the sovereigns of the divinity realm arrived. A group of people stayed in Yi Qinghan's palace with smiles on their faces, as they waited for Lei Zhen to come out of seclusion. Since ancient times, the number of 9th rank venerables in the divinity realm had reached the lowest in history. Any venerable or 9th rank venerable breaking through now was worth celebrating. Not to mention that Lei Zhen had such a close relationship with Yi Qinghan at such a young age. Before long, Lei Zhen, dressed in purple armor, with purple hair and a face full of smiles, teleported out. Fireworks, who was as happy as a little bird, was beside him. Her face was full of smiles as she accepted everyone's congratulations. Yi Qinghan immediately ordered a banquet to be held. Fiery Dragon City was open to the public. As long as one was a peak 7th rank martial artist, they could enter to celebrate. As soon as the news spread, the entire God realm was in an uproar. The 2 flame dragon cities had become forbidden grounds. Anyone who wasn't related to Yi Qinghan couldn't enter. 3 days later, Yen Dragon City's public square was packed with people. Tens of thousands of tables had been set up. Almost all the peak 7th grade venerables and sovereigns in the immortal world had arrived. Even the experts of the Beast God Arcane Realm, Fire God Arcane Realm, Big and Small Arcane Realms had come out to celebrate with Lei Zhen. This was the first time Yi Qinghan had summoned all the powerhouses, and it was to celebrate his father-in-law. Who would dare to not come? Yi Qinghan only showed his face once before he entered Sealed God Valley with all the sovereigns. There were a few more exquisite banquets inside. As the host of this banquet, Lei Zhen had also been appointed as the city lord of the Flame Dragon Sacred City by Yi Qinghan. Naturally, he had to entertain the guests outside. Buzz! Not long after the banquet began, the plaza's space suddenly trembled. 3 blue-robed cultivators appeared out of nowhere in the city's plaza. The public square was originally filled with loud noises, but because of the arrival of these 3 people, it became dead silent. Lei Zhen frowned. His divine power surged. He secretly sent a message while sizing up the 3 uninvited guests. The 3 blue-robed cultivators were all elders. They were all 9th grade powerhouses, but none of the people present had seen them before. The leading elder in the middle looked very strange. His eyebrows were actually raised, and his face was full of killing intent. His strength had reached the peak of 9th grade. The 3 saw that everyone was staring at them as if they were facing a great enemy, but they didn't make a move. They looked calm and indifferent. The leading elder with erect eyebrows casually cupped his hands at Lei Zhen. He said proudly, "Gongtian, Gongshan, and Gongha of the Water God clan, on behalf of the clan leader Gongtian Emperor, congratulate Sovereign Lei Zhen for breaking through to 9th grade. We present a supreme divine weapon, spiritual fruits, and spiritual medicine. Farewell." After that, he waved his hand and threw out a green jade box. Then, he turned around and left, ignoring the crowd. "People from the Water God Arcane Realm? You can come and go as you please? Do you think Fiery Dragon City is a toilet?" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then more than 10 figures appeared out of thin air. All of them were surrounded by the power of space, like stars surrounding the moon. They surrounded Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan stared at the three elders, but he didn't use the power of cold. He looked down at them arrogantly. Gong Tian, who was at the peak of 9th grade, turned around slowly. The two vertical eyebrows on his face were like two swords, full of killing intent. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and sneered. You must be the so-called Emperor Han Yi, right? The three of us have kindly agreed to the clan leader's order to send congratulatory gifts to show our friendship. Is this how you treat your guests? If I had known, I wouldn't have sent the gifts. Wow. How dare you? You're courting death. As soon as Gong Tian finished speaking, there was a sudden uproar in the square. Countless people below shouted, their faces full of anger. The 9th grade martial artists above, however, all looked at Gong Tian mockingly, as if they were looking at an idiot. Yi Qinghan had long heard that there were many powerhouses in the water god realm. There were rank 5 above rank 9 martial artists, more than 20 below rank 9, and the water god clan leader's strength was even at rank 9 supreme. Back then, Shen Tuxiong had sent messengers in to summon the water god clan powerhouses to come out and listen to his orders. He didn't expect all the messengers to be killed. The powerhouses in the water god realm were overbearing and arrogant. Today, the water god clan had sent messengers to congratulate Lei Zhen on breaking through to rank 9. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He didn't expect that the water god clan would come to his territory, and not even meet him since they had decided to sincerely repair their relationship. They wanted to leave immediately, and spoke so arrogantly at this moment. This was clearly stretching out his face for him to slap. At this moment, he had become the Emperor Han Yi of the divine realm. He represented not only his own face, but the face of the countless powerhouses and overlords in the entire divine realm. The small water god clan dared to provoke him like this? Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the people below immediately fell silent. However, the anger on his face was still extremely obvious. He smiled coldly, stared at Gong Tian, and said, I heard that the water god clan leader has the strength of a rank 9 supreme? Since he can cultivate to such strength, he must be a smart person. It was a smart move for him to send someone to repair our relationship. However, the messengers he sent were so stupid. Since you don't want to give me a gift, I don't want to accept it either. A supreme divine artifact? I usually give it to children as toys to play with. Today is my father-in-law's big day, so I won't make things difficult for you. Get lost. Go back and tell your clan leader that I, Yi Qinghan, am not an unreasonable person. If he wants to sincerely repair our relationship, ask him to come out and see me. Yi Qinghan's domineering words made everyone in Fire Dragon City feel heroic and elated. They all laughed loudly and looked at Gong Tian, and the other two mockingly. How dare you? How dare you make our clan leader condescend to see you? Who do you really think you are? Gong Tian was furious. His face was full of murderous intent, and the power of space condensed around him. Although the two lower rank 9 martial artists next to him saw that there were many rank 9 powerhouses, they thought of their clan leader's strength and so many powerhouses of the water god clan. They thought that Yi Qinghan would not dare to make a move on the spot, and they were ready to curse. Get lost! Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the soul exterminator was activated, locking on to Gong Tian. Then the power of cold condensed. He waved one hand, and a huge palm directly smashed toward the three. Bang! Although Gong Tian was at the peak of rank 9, this bit of strength was no different from an ordinary martial artist in front of Yi Qinghan, let alone the two lower rank 9 martial artists. The three were smashed until they spat out blood and flew backward, directly smashing into a huge mountain thousands of miles away. With a casual attack from Yi Qinghan, Gong Tian, who was at the peak of rank 9, was seriously injured immediately. The sovereigns present had all seen Yi Qinghan fight before, but those venerables and peak rank 7 martial artists had never seen it before. Their faces were filled with shock, and their gazes toward Yi Qinghan became more respectful and fanatical. Everyone, continue to drink to your heart's content. Don't let a few small fries affect your mood. Yi Qinghan clapped his hands, turned around, and prepared to enter the Apotheosis Valley with the sovereigns. Since the water god clan leader had the intention to repair their relationship, It was necessary for him to show a bit of his strength. As for seriously injuring the three, Yi Qinghan did not take it seriously at all. Buzz. At this moment in the sky, there was another flash of purple lightning, stunning Yi Qinghan and everyone else. Just when everyone was confused, a golden scroll slowly floated down from the sky. Divine Mirror. Yi Qinghan and everyone looked at each other, all shocked, and blurted out. Along with the purple lightning falling from the sky, only the Divine Mirror could be seen. Was the dimensional war about to begin? Chapter 1286. Kid's body flashed and appeared in the air. He grabbed the golden scroll and teleported back to Yi Qinghan's side, handing the scroll to Yi Qinghan. Everyone held their breath and looked at the scroll in Yi Qinghan's hand. Yi Qinghan opened the scroll slowly. After scanning it, his expression turned solemn. He threw the scroll to the people beside him to read. The planar war is about to begin. It will start in 10,000 years. Kid let out a long sigh when he saw it. All the sovereigns' expressions turned solemn. After more than 1,000,000 years, the divine world finally welcomed the planar war. In ancient times, the divine world was extremely powerful. Not only were they not afraid of the planar war edict, but they were also extremely excited. After the destruction of the ancient times, the divine world had a peerless genius war emperor. With the war emperor, even if they were defeated, the divine world didn't have to worry about being occupied by other planes. But now, Shen Tuxiong died in battle, and Qing Shan was killed. Apart from Yi Qinghan and the Ice Queen, the divine world couldn't bring out another peerless expert. A lower 9th grade expert might be considered an expert in the divine world, but they were nothing in the planar war. As for the three secret realms, Zhui, the beast god, the water god clan leader, and the others wouldn't even dare to step into the planar war. The supreme god emperor had passed down a message that if they dared to step into the planar war, the divine world would be destroyed again, and the three god clans would be wiped out. The divine world was at its weakest, and it was about to face the most difficult battle. Swish. Just as the place was dead silent, and everyone was frowning in thought, Gong Tian and the other two had mostly recovered from their injuries and flew out from the mountain in the distance. Their eyes were filled with anger and resentment. The three of them didn't want to make this trip. They always thought that the divine world was just a few dogs and kittens. If it wasn't for the Water God clan leader, who didn't allow the Water God clan to come out, the divine world would have been occupied by the Water God clan. Although they had seen Yi Qinghan's strength, the Water God clan thought highly of themselves. In addition, there were many experts in the clan, and the clan leader was extremely powerful. Gong Tian didn't think that Yi Qinghan was that amazing. He was just a brat who had only cultivated for 10,000 years. Even if he was lucky enough to get some opportunities, how amazing could he be? Besides, the divine world had been unified by a brat, which meant that there were no talents in the world. This time, he came with good intentions to send gifts and mend their relationship, but he was humiliated by Yi Qinghan. Now that she had recovered from her injuries, the third madam flew out. Although she could see that the atmosphere in the square wasn't right, she didn't dare to make a move on Yi Qinghan. However, Gong Tian couldn't hold it in and decided to save some face. She pointed at Yi Qinghan angrily and said, "Good, good, good. Yi Qinghan, Emperor Han Yi. How impressive and powerful. I will report this to the clan leader. Tomorrow, the clan leader will lead the experts of the Water God clan to sweep the divine world and kill all of you. I hope you won't regret it." Idiot. As soon as she said that, not only did the sovereigns look at Gong Tian with mocking eyes, but even the venerables and 7th grade war gods looked at the three of them as if they were looking at dead people. Who was Yi Qinghan? He was a human-shaped demon from the divine world. How many wrong souls did he have? Shen Tuxiong was strong, but he still died in his hands. If Yi Qinghan, a peak 9th grade supreme martial artist, was not afraid, why would he be afraid of the insignificant clan leader of the Water God clan? An ordinary 9th grade supreme martial artist? As expected, Yi Qinghan was angry and attacked. But he didn't waste the cold energy. He just activated the soul destruction technique and released the soul illusion, which made Gong Tian roll on the ground in fear. Yi Qinghan glanced at Zhu Yi and shouted coldly, "Zhu Yi, beat them half to death and throw them into the Water God realm. Send a letter to their clan leader, or stay in the water god realm. If you want to recover, come out and see me in person. Based on Yi Qinghan's temper, it would be hard to tell what would happen to the three of them. But at this moment, the divine world was full of danger. The realm of demons was eyeing them covetously, and the dimensional war was about to begin. Yi Qinghan didn't want to interrupt the civil war. Otherwise, the third madam would definitely die today. Boom. Zhu Yi's 1,000-layered waves whizzed out, and the three of them were once again smashed into the mountain in the distance. The 1,000-layered waves only hit a few dozen layers, and the bones of the three of them were shattered. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it was a tragic sight. Zhu Yi glanced at a lower 9th-tier expert beside her. That expert immediately teleported over and sealed the divine crystals of the three people. Then he carried the three people upside down and flew into the distance, preparing to throw them into the entrance of the water mystery realm. Yi Qinghan didn't care about the three small fries. He led a group of 9th grades into the sealed God Valley. 10,000 years later, the dimensional war was about to begin. Regarding the dimensional war, although Yi Qinghan had participated once in the heavenly plane back then, he only took a stroll in the Devil Mountain. However, he only circled around Devil Mountain and did not participate in the final battle at the foot of Mount Pan. He knew very well that the battle in the Devil Mountain was just an appetizer. The decisive battle at the end was the main course. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of the battle in the Devil Mountain. If he really couldn't do it, he could do it himself and easily get the points. The problem was, no matter how strong he was in the decisive battle, there were too few powerhouses in the immortal realm. Other planes had at least 3 to 5 9th grade supremes, and more than 10 9th grade supremes were considered few. If this decisive battle were to end, and he was the only one who came back, that would be King Hao. There was also the problem of losing the battle. If the immortal realm killed too few martial artists and obtained too few points, they would belong to the losing side. There would definitely be another powerful plane that would attack the immortal realm through the dimensional battlefield. The immortal realm used to dominate the entire Pan realm. Now that they were in trouble, no one would believe that no powerhouses from other planes would come and kick them when they were down. If other planes attacked the immortal realm from the dimensional battlefield again, the evil abyss had a restriction. But who could control this restriction? Without the combat emperor, the power of this restriction would definitely be greatly reduced. It was hard to say whether it could stop the powerhouses from other planes. 10,000 years, only 10,000 years. How good would it be if they waited for another 1,000,000 years? By then, there would definitely be more 9th grade powerhouses in the immortal realm. Everyone discussed for a while and finally came to a decision. First, all the powerhouses would immediately go into closed-door cultivation, especially the venerables and lower 9th grade martial artists. They would immediately go into closed-door cultivation to see if they could make a big breakthrough within 10,000 years. Second, Shintuxiong had previously gathered 10 geniuses in the field of restriction and sent all 10 of them to the evil abyss to learn and try to control the powerful restriction of the combat emperor. They had to continue to discover and nurture other geniuses in the field of restriction. Once they were defeated, they could only rely on the restriction to resist the enemy. Third, Yi Qinghan would be in charge of the attack of the evil demon army. They would strive to kill all the demons in the intermediate demon plane within 1,000 years, and cut off the path of the evil demon realm's invasion. After the meeting, all the powerhouses went back and immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Even Jida was forced to go into closed-door cultivation. The atmosphere of the entire immortal realm suddenly became solemn. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming Great Demon War and the Dimensional War. The Temptress and Yi Qingyu set off for the Nifa's abyss. Yi Qingyu's level of restriction was still pitifully low. This time she was going to learn. Actually, in terms of restrictions, Yi Qinghan had placed his greatest hopes on the Enchantress. The Enchantress' innate talent was not bad, and she had also comprehended the Battle Emperor's restrictions for many years. The 10 restriction geniuses that Shintuxiong had chosen paled in comparison to the Enchantress's restrictions. Yu Qingcheng went into closed-door cultivation, Firework went into closed-door cultivation, and countless others went into closed-door cultivation. Lei Jin had just come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. After making some arrangements in the Flame Dragon's sacred city, he returned to Longyang Manor and went into closed-door cultivation again. Yi Qinghan also went into closed-door cultivation. He was prepared to give himself 100 years to comprehend the so-called Tao. If he couldn't comprehend it, he would immediately set off for the endless void and begin the task of destroying the intermediate demon plane. Chapter 1287. What is Tao? Yi Qinghan sat alone on the rooftop of Flame Dragon City's city lord residence. He looked at the lush green grapevines above his head and started to ponder the Tao, to break through to the supremacy realm. Tao was a very general thing. Yi Qinghan had discussed it with many people and had a rough idea of it. For example, Jida's Tao was to play around and do as he pleased. That was why Jida had always liked beautiful women and a wanton life. For example, Lei Zhen's Tao was the Tao of life and death. Back then, fireworks had been kidnapped by Li Fei. He knew that he would die if he tried to save fireworks, but he still did it without hesitation. He forgot about life and death, just to save his daughter. Do as I please? In this world there is no power. How can one do as they please? Besides, I value relationships the most. How can I be like Jida, who plays around with women the same as passers-by? Yi Qinghan shook his head. He didn't agree with Jida's Tao, and he didn't want to become someone like that. As for Lei Zhen's Tao, Yi Qinghan hadn't personally experienced it. He couldn't resonate with it, and he couldn't comprehend it for a moment. The Tao of slaughter? Using merciless slaughter to prove my Tao. Killing everything in the world? Being merciless and desireless? Killing the world? The Tao of justice? All injustice in the world must be quelled. And the divine world become a peaceful paradise? The Tao of friendship? Using friendship to win the world. And using friendship to move the world? Using friendship to influence the heavens? No, none of them. Yi Qinghan sat under the grape trellis and meditated incessantly. He questioned his inner self, but all of his thoughts were denied by him. Either he didn't like it, or the timing wasn't right. He couldn't resonate with it, and he couldn't trigger the intense tremor deep in his soul. It was quiet on the rooftop. No one came up to disturb him. The protective shield on the rooftop was also open. Yi Qinghan could not hear any of the noise in Flame Dragon City. Yi Qinghan got up and stood at the edge of the rooftop. He looked up at the void and meditated on his Tao. From time to time, there would be gazes of admiration and worship from the people below. But he acted as if he didn't see them. He turned into a stone statue and stood there for an entire 100 years. The disciples of Flame Dragon City were curious as to why Emperor Hanya was cultivating like this. What was he cultivating? But no one dared to ask, and no one dared to disturb him. After a long time, they had gotten used to it. Of course, he would occasionally take a glance, but he was still extremely fanatical. After 100 years, Yi Qinghan finally moved. He sighed deeply and sat back on the grape trellis. Even after 100 years, he had not been able to comprehend his own Tao. This was not something that could be comprehended just by cultivating. He decided not to think about it anymore, and sat under the grape trellis to rest. He knew that this was something that depended on fate and enlightenment. He looked inside his soul-spirit space and realized that there were no major changes. He took out the slaughter god saber, and saw that Xiaohei was still in seclusion, refining energy. Helpless, he stood up and walked towards Sealed God Valley. Most people in Sealed God Valley were cultivating. Only Yi Qingwu had nothing to do. She was playing with the flowers, birds, and fishes that she was raising. When she saw that Yi Qinghan had come out of seclusion, she ran over happily and held onto Yi Qinghan's hand. The news of Yi Qinghan coming out of seclusion was instantly spread by Yi Qingwu to all the women. Countless people came out of seclusion. Yi Qinghan accompanied everyone and stayed in Sealed God Valley for a month. The Beast God Palace returned to the divine world according to the time that everyone had discussed. Yi Qinghan brought Zhu Yi, the Ice Queen, and Beast God Yi Feihu to the boundless void. According to the plan, they were prepared to destroy all the evil demons in the demon transit plane. More than 200 years had passed. He did not know what the situation in the demon transit plane was like. The Beast God and Yi Feihu were just taking a stroll outside the plane to make sure that the demon world did not attack the divine world. Without Yi Qinghan around, The two of them did not dare to use their divine senses to check. After more than 200 years, although Yi Qinghan's power of cold had improved, he was still not completely confident that he could kill all the evil demons. Most importantly, it was the demon sovereign. It was just that no one could be sure when Xiaohe would wake up. The planar war was about to begin, and the divine world was not stable. How would Yi Qinghan dare to abandon everyone in the divine world and go to the planar war? Therefore Yi Qinghan came. In any case, he could cultivate anywhere. It was best to check the situation and see if there was a way to get rid of these evil demons immediately. Prepare to receive them. Zhu Yi, bring me over. Let's check the situation first. After several months, the Beast God Temple arrived outside the transit plane. Yi Qinghan immediately gave the order. This time, Zhu Yi did not pretend to be coy. She pulled Yi Qinghan and directly teleported out. Before they reached the border of the plane, Yi Qinghan immediately extended his divine sense and scanned the plane. Then he immediately shouted, "Retreat." Zhu Yi brought Yi Qinghan back to the Beast God Temple. The Beast God Temple immediately left. Outside the plane, the aura of countless evil demons immediately permeated. They roared at the Beast God Temple, but did not chase. Oh no, the teleportation formation is about to be repaired. It will probably not take more than a few decades. The demon world suffered a loss last time. Once the teleportation formation is repaired, they will probably not teleport low-level evil demons. Instead, they will immediately teleport the demon world's monarch-level experts over and immediately attack the divine world. Yi Qinghan's words caused the four people's expressions to change. Previously, Yi Qinghan said that it would take at least 400 to 500 years to repair. They did not expect it to be so fast. It seemed like the demon world had invested a lot. Why don't we try again? Destroy the teleportation formation? Yi Qinghu thought for a while and suggested a solution. The beast god shook his head and said, "The demon world's monarchs are not stupid. They will not be fooled so easily." Yi Qinghan also nodded and said, "Unless it is completely destroyed, if there are more than 2 9th-grade demon monarchs here, I am not confident that I can control my strength like last time and make a crack." Yi Qinghu was anxious. He scratched his head and said, "Then what do we do? Do we just wait here for Xiaohe to wake up? What if Xiaohe only wakes up after a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years? There is no other way. We can only attack." A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Zhu Yi's eyes. Coincidentally, Yi Qinghan was also about to speak, but Zhu Yi spoke first. He could only smile bitterly. "That's right, we can only attack." "Oh." The beast god and Yi Qinghu were stunned. The beast god asked hesitantly, "Little Han, are you confident that you can kill that demon sovereign?" A demon monarch was almost immortal as long as there was demonic aura around them, and they did not completely reveal their true form. The demon sovereign was an extremely powerful existence, which was why the beast god asked such a question. "I'm not confident." Yi Qinghan shook his head. He had not accumulated much cold power. Moreover, he had not truly fought against a demon sovereign before, so he naturally did not have absolute confidence. He exchanged a look with Zhu Yi and both laughed. He continued, "We will not fight the demon sovereign head-on now. Like last time, we will lure him out, then I will launch a sneak attack and kill those low-grade demon monarchs first. If there is a chance, we will kill 1 or 2 demon monarchs. Then, we will eat them one by one. If the plan is good, there will only be 1 demon sovereign left. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes were filled with craftiness. She smiled like a little fox and said, "This is our home ground. Their teleportation formation cannot be repaired, so they will not have any reinforcements. We can attack or retreat. As long as we plan well, we might not even need to wait for Xiaohe to come out. With just the 5 of us, we will be able to swallow these demon monarchs." The beast god, Yi Qinghu, and the ice queen were energized. Yi Qinghu rubbed his hands and smiled with bright eyes. "Then what are we waiting for? Guys, prepare to attack." Chapter 1288. The beast god temple once again moved toward the middle pivot dimension. Under Zhu Yi's lead, Yi Qinghan once again used his divine sense to attract the attention of the devil monarch Zhu Yi, then immediately returned to the beast god temple. The beast god temple immediately flew away. Sure enough, 4 or 5 powerful demonic auras immediately emerged. The one in the middle was the most powerful. It was obviously the Devil Supreme. However, Yi Qinghan had sneak attacked the teleportation formation last time. This time, he obviously had some misgivings and only chased for a short distance before immediately retreating. Continue. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan grinned. The beast god temple floated over again. Then, Yi Qinghan used his divine sense again and flew away. Every time, Monarch Ao Gu would bring out 2 upper 9th grade devil monarchs and several lower 9th grade devil monarchs. However, they did not dare to chase too far, for fear that Yi Qinghan would sneak attack and destroy the teleportation formation. This repeated for a month. Monarch Ao Gu was almost driven mad by Yi Qinghan. A month later, when Yi Qinghan came to harass them as usual, Monarch Ao Gu was too lazy to come out. He only sent 1 upper 9th grade devil monarch and 3 lower 9th grade devil monarchs to drive them away. He believed that as long as he was inside, these timid humans would never dare to come in. Yi Qinghan indeed did not dare to come in, nor did he intend to. What he wanted was for Monarch Ao Gu not to come out. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. Kill. Just as the beast god temple was about to escape, it immediately turned around and flew back. Then Yi Qinghan and the other 3 instantly appeared in the void. The beast god continued to control the beast god temple, ready to retreat at any time. Yi Qinghan's face was full of killing intent. He activated the power of cold, and 10 god slayer spears whistled out with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Wherever they passed, the space trembled, and ugly scar-like cracks appeared. Yi Feihu condensed a 1,000-meter-tall giant beast with spatial power. It stepped on the void, traversing 10,000 meters with a single step, and pounced on the several devil monarchs. Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves was much more powerful than the immortal world-smashing Gong Tian. Giant waves that were thousands of meters tall almost covered the entire demonic aura. Ice Queen's attack was so beautiful that it touched one's soul. The sky full of snow and wind landed, freezing the demon aura that covered the sky. How terrifying was the attack of Yi Qinghan and 3 upper-ranked 9s. Moreover, the 4 of them were standing in 4 different positions according to the original plan. Launching attacks at the same time, the 4 tyrannical energies instantly reached the center of the demonic aura and violently collided together. Boom! The 4 of them attacked with all their might, and the energy that was powerful enough to cause a material plane to collapse collided with each other, resulting in a shocking explosion. A huge and brilliant firework suddenly bloomed. The surging and domineering power directly tore open a crack that was thousands of meters long in the void. An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the nearby void, spreading far into the distance. The powerful shockwave caused the transfer dimension in the distance to tremble. One could imagine how powerful this force was. It had reached a horrifying level. The demonic aura that covered the sky was blown into pieces by this huge explosion. A few devil monarchs screamed in fear. The demonic aura was blown into pieces. Their main bodies had nowhere to hide, so they all revealed their original forms. Moreover, they were all at the center of the explosion. The terrifying energy directly tore 3 lower-ranked 9s devil monarchs apart. The most precious demonic blood of the demonic creatures scattered in the air. The demonic world creatures did not have divine crystals, only the most precious demonic blood. To completely kill them, one would either need a powerful energy to instantly smash their bodies into pieces, or to let their demonic blood flow dry. Obviously, these 3 lower-ranked 9s would not survive. Their bodies were smashed into pieces, and their demonic blood was almost completely drained. However, that upper-ranked 9's devil monarch was like an unkillable cockroach. His torn body forcefully reformed. Although he looked extremely weak, he was still trying his best to escape to the transfer dimension in the distance. Tear him apart. Then, act according to the plan. Yi Qinghan sent a cold message to Zhu Yi. His body flashed and he teleported into the distance. In the next second, his body appeared on the other side of the transfer dimension. He instantly disappeared and entered the War Emperor Hall. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to send a message. Ice Queen sent a sky full of snow and wind. The snow and wind had a suppressive aura. Not only could it suppress the Devil Monarch, but it could also slow down his speed. Zhu Yi and Yi Feihu's attacks arrived. Although Yi Qinghan didn't join in, the upper rank 9's Devil Monarch was already heavily injured. How could he block it? Even his demonic blood didn't flow out. He was turned into dust and scattered in the air. CSI. Despicable, despicable humans. You actually dare to kill the noble Devil World Monarch? I am going to rip all of you into pieces. Ah. Just as the Devil Monarch was smashed into dust, Monarch Aogu in the transfer dimension was finally alarmed. He roared out with several other Devil Monarchs. Just as his voice was heard, the evil and cold aura had already enveloped Zhu Yi and the others. The three of them trembled. It was obvious that Aogu was really angry. Retreat. A gleam of excitement flashed across Zhu Yi's eyes. The three of them immediately teleported into the Beast God Palace that was floating in the distance. The Beast God Hall suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. The light turned into a huge arc-shaped light wave and shot towards Monarch Aogu. Wherever the light wave passed, cracks appeared in the space. The terrifying aura completely suppressed Monarch Aogu's aura. His aura was actually not weaker than Monarch Aogu's. The Beast God controlled the Beast God Hall. Its attack power could reach the 9th grade supreme martial artist. It seemed like the rumors were true. The power of this attack was definitely comparable to an ordinary 9th grade supreme martial artist. Aogu originally wanted to chase after them and tear them apart. However, this arc-shaped light wave was too domineering. He could dodge it, but what about the Devil Monarchs behind him? Aogu roared angrily, his body twisting in the air. A black dragon tens of thousands of meters long suddenly appeared in the air, roaring as it shot towards the huge light wave. Bang! Several Devil Monarchs were blasted away by the terrifying collision of energy, each of them coughing up a mouthful of precious devil blood. The sky was once again illuminated by a huge firework. The light wave and the black dragon were both torn apart. Before the aftermath of the explosion had completely disappeared, Monarch Aogu's figure immediately appeared and shouted, "Chase, this king wants to tear them apart, tear them apart." The Beast God Hall hadn't gone far when Aogu's body immediately turned into a sharp arrow and shot forward. His speed was actually a bit faster than the Beast God Hall. Obviously, he wouldn't stop until he destroyed the Beast God Hall. The 7 Devil Monarchs looked back at the transit plane, thinking that there were 2 9th grade Devil Monarchs guarding it. It shouldn't be so easy to sneak attack them. Gritting their teeth, they chased after the Beast God Hall at full speed. Zhu Yi really calculated all of the Devil Monarch's reactions. Fortunately, she isn't an enemy, otherwise we wouldn't even know we were tricked to death. That's not right. In the past in the Fire God Mystic Realm, she was tricked by me. Kill. The blue jade talisman in his hand vibrated, and Yi Qinghan immediately emerged from the other side of the transit plane. Then he immediately rushed inside. Hateful human, you actually dare to sneak attack me? You are courting death. This monarch will turn you into a creature from the demon realm, and sink you into the Azura Sea for all eternity. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, countless blood-red eyes immediately locked onto him. 2 devil monarchs with overbearing auras immediately appeared in the air. They were well aware that this transit plane was a material plane. Ordinary 9th grade powerhouses wouldn't be able to enter. Only pseudo-9th grade powerhouses could. Last time, he had been ambushed by Yi Qinghan's strange methods. Now with 2 upper 9th grade powerhouses here, could he still be so lucky? In a sense, Yi Qinghan wasn't a 9th grade martial artist, nor did he have the invincible aura of a 9th grade martial artist. He could easily enter, but with his strength he didn't even need to fear Aogu, so how could he fear these 2 upper 9th grade devil monarchs? The power of cold revolved to the limit. He grinned and leisurely said, "This young master didn't come here to sneak attack you, but to shine brightly and tear you to shreds. There is no longer any need for this transmission array to exist. Die." Chapter 1289. How is this possible? You are so powerful. How can you come in here? Yi Qinghan released his aura. Instantly, all the low-level demons and Azura kings in the transit plane were pressed to the ground, unable to move. The 2 upper 9th grade demons also felt Yi Qinghan's powerful pressure. Their faces twisted and distorted. They immediately turned into two giant black dragons and roared towards Yi Qinghan. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted. He didn't even use the God Slayer spear. He directly condensed a giant palm that covered 1/3 of the plain. The giant palm seemed slow as it slammed down, but its speed was as fast as lightning. The two black dragons were thousands of meters long, but under Yi Qinghan's giant palm, they were like two worms. When the palm collided with the black dragons immediately exploded, turning into black fog and escaping in all directions. This was a collision of pure strength, a collision of the power of cold and the power of darkness. Clearly, Yi Qinghan's power of cold had the upper hand. Boom! The entire plain shook. The heavens and earth shook. Countless mountains were flattened, and the water in countless lakes evaporated. Countless low-level demons were turned into powder. A cloud of smoke rose up, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering the entire sky of the transit plane. Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept out and discovered that at least 1/3 of the countless demons below had been killed. He was incomparably satisfied with the power of this palm. The sacred transmission array below was also broken into pieces. It was obvious that it couldn't be repaired. When Yi Qinghan's palm landed on the ground, he still held back some of his strength. Otherwise, this material plane might have been smashed to pieces. The material plane collapsed and space distorted. Yi Qinghan had the fire god battle armor, so he wasn't afraid of not being able to escape. However, he still didn't dare to try breaking the laws of heaven and earth. How is this possible? How is this possible? The two demon monarchs condensed in the distance, but they had clearly been injured by the collision just now. They spat out a mouthful of precious demon blood, and they looked down at the huge palm print and the countless dust particles in the air. Their scale-covered faces were filled with terror. When they saw the shattered teleportation array, their expressions contorted as they cried out in horror. Ah, it's the sacred teleportation array. The ancestral fiend will tear us apart when he returns. This monarch will fight it out with you. I'm just afraid that you won't give it your all. Yi Qinghan estimated that he still had time to escape. He knew that the two demon monarchs had lost all hope because their way back had been cut off, and they were going to fight for their lives. It would be a waste not to kill someone who came to die on his own accord. A gigantic palm materialized once again and smashed toward the two black dragons. After that, he flew out of the material plane without even looking at the results. Yi Qinghan's flying speed was extremely fast, and just as he was about to enter the weak point of space, the huge palm collided with the two black dragons. The powerful force directly shattered the two black dragons, revealing the true bodies of the two demon monarchs. Then the palm continued to smash down, smashing the bodies of the two demon monarchs into pieces. Demon blood splattered in the air. Obviously, they wouldn't survive. Ah, hateful human. What did you do? What did you do? Sure enough, Yi Qinghan's timing was very accurate. Just as he came out, several demonic auras shot towards him from a distance. Just now, Yi Qinghan's palm attack had caused the entire material plane to tremble. When Aogu discovered it, he immediately knew that he had been tricked and hurried back, just in time to see Yi Qinghan coming out. What did I do? Won't you know when you go in and see? Yi Qinghan grinned and activated the fire god's heart. With a teleportation, he directly teleported 1,000,000 miles away. Although Aogu had reached grade 9 supreme, his divine sense wasn't so powerful that he couldn't even detect him. Yi Qinghan stood quietly 1,000,000 miles away, waiting for the beast god temple to fly over. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Aogu's angry roar came from the direction of the transit plane. Then, in the direction of the transit plane, dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Under Zhu Yi's calculations, the demons had turned out in full force, heading towards the divine world. Xiao. It didn't take long for the beast god temple to fly over and receive Yi Qinghan inside before immediately chasing after the demon legion. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered and reported the results of the battle, everyone's spirit was immediately shaken, all of them looking at Zhu Yi with admiration. In this battle, they had killed 3 upper grade 9 demon monarchs, 3 lower grade 9 demon monarchs, and countless low-level demons. Every step, even every second, had been calculated and arranged by Zhu Yi. On their side, not a single person was injured. It could be said that Zhu Yi's contributions could not go unnoticed. What a pity! If Zhu Yi could enter the dimensional battlefield, with her brain, it would definitely be easy for her to fight. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. His gaze swept across Zhu Yi's graceful body, especially that noble and awe-inspiring face, and his heart wavered. It seemed like he had to properly appease this female Zhu Yi when he had the time. This relationship with friends with benefits should still be maintained. When Zhu Yi saw Yi Qinghan's burning gaze looking at her, how could she not know what Yi Qinghan was thinking? Her face turned slightly red, and she coughed unnaturally before saying, "Prepare for the next round of attacks." Yi Qinghan quickly came back to his senses. The Beast God Temple was already approaching the Demon Legion. He immediately looked over and saw that the sky was filled with black fog. The middle transit plane extended all the way towards the Divine World, and it was actually hundreds of thousands of miles long. All the low-level demons in the transit plane were actually within the black fog. They did not need to move, and they could slowly fly along with the black fog towards the Divine World. It seemed like the demon monarchs had used a great mystique to bring all the low-level demons along with them. Yi Feihu checked and laughed loudly. This bunch of fools, aren't they obvious live targets for us to smash? Bringing along these low-level demons, their speed is so slow. Before they reach the Divine World, they will all be devoured and killed by us. Yi Qinghan and the rest were also beaming with joy. With such a slow speed, it would take them a few months to mount a sneak attack on the Beast God Temple. With such a slow speed, it would only be a few years before they reached the Divine World. By then they would probably all be killed. Wrong. Zhu Yi's gaze turned cold. She shook her head and said, "This is the demon sovereign's plan to lure the enemy. With so many low-level demons, their demon monarch can quietly hide in any place. But when we appear, they can easily detect us. It will become us in the open while the enemy is in the dark. If we charge over like this, we will definitely fall into their ambush. Think about it, with so many demon auras covering such a large area, our attacks cannot cover them, and they can easily avoid them. When we launch our attacks, they will immediately attack. What will the consequences be?" This. Everyone's expression changed. They thought of the demon sovereign's terrifying ability. If he hid and waited for them to launch a sneak attack, he would launch a sneak attack. Yi Qinghan might be fine with the fire god armor, but what about the four of them? Do not forget that the demon's attacks had the ability to demonize. Once they were heavily injured, the demon aura would immediately invade and demonize them. The consequences would be unimaginable. What should we do then? Yi Feihu was anxious. If they let this demon army reach the Divine World, the Divine World would be finished. Nothing. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi looked at each other and smiled. The old way. The three of you will continue to pretend to attack, while Zhu Yi and I will go ahead and hide. You guys attract the firepower and pretend to attack, then retreat immediately. When we attack, it will be our turn to run and you guys attack. After that, Feihu will fly back to the Divine World immediately and gather all the rank 9s. I want to bury this group of demons in this void. Chapter 1290. The evil demon army flew towards the God World majestically. They covered the sky and covered hundreds of thousands of miles around. The sky was really dark, and there was no light from the sun and moon. Beast God Hall went one round and stopped 10 million miles away from the evil demon army. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi dashed out of the hall. Then, Beast God brought Yi Feihu and Ice Queen back. They were prepared to sneak attack the back of the evil demon army in 2 hours to lure the evil demon lord over. Don't resist, Yi Qinghan said to Zhu Yi and then brought her into the War Emperor Hall. The two of them waited quietly for Beast God's news. This was originally within the plan, but when Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi entered the War Emperor Hall, they realized that it was a little awkward in the empty War Emperor Hall. A guy and a girl, the two of them did it twice. But their relationship was really unclear. They weren't sure if they were wives, lovers, or friends. They suddenly entered and it was even in that luxurious bedroom in the War Emperor Hall. Zhu Yi thought back to Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze in the Beast God Hall. Her face flushed red and she subconsciously looked towards Yi Qinghan. She didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would suddenly turn around and look at her. The moment their gazes met, They immediately dodged. The two of them turned around and stared at one another. Zhu Yi saw the fiery glow in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and she was slightly furious. She saw the lust in Yi Qinghan's eyes. What did Yi Qinghan treat her as? A tool to satisfy his lust? How many times had she helped him? Was this how he treated her? What was the point of being so unclear? Although she interacted with Yi Qinghan, Zhu Yi felt that it was more exciting than playing with that concubine. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was really strong now, and she didn't dare to object if he wanted to force himself on her. However, Zhu Yi had recently made great contributions to Yi Qinghan's army through her schemes. Her position in the army had risen a lot. She could be said to be an indispensable person. Therefore, at this moment, Zhu Yi's mind also became active. The pride in her heart made her somewhat resistant to having such an ambiguous relationship with Yi Qinghan. As expected, Yi Qinghan slowly walked towards her. Zhu Yi understood what he wanted to do and immediately moved away. She pouted to express her dissatisfaction. The demeanor of a young girl made her originally beautiful appearance even more alluring. Pa! Yi Qinghan walked over and looked at Zhu Yi with a smile. His large palm landed heavily on Zhu Yi's perky butt. It was still as soft as jade and bouncy as ever. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said, "Are you going to lie on the bed?" Zhu Yi's heart skipped a beat when she was slapped by Yi Qinghan. She thought about how Yi Qinghan loved to do it from the back. However, the pride in her heart rose again. Since she had already shown her stance, Zhu Yi decided to be stubborn to the end. She pouted and said, "I'm not lying on the bed. Why should I lie on the bed? You go and lie on the bed." Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. What new tricks was this girl playing? However, seeing Zhu Yi's expression, he immediately guessed something. He pondered for a moment and smiled. He hugged Zhu Yi's delicate body from behind and kissed her earlobe. He chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, do you want me to help you find a leather whip?" "Leather whip? What do I need a leather whip for?" Zhu Yi wiggled her body, but she found that Yi Qinghan was very strong. Without using her divine power, she couldn't get rid of him. At this moment, she saw Yi Qinghan talking about strange things. She couldn't help but look up and ask curiously. Yi Qinghan looked down at Zhu Yi's jade-like face and pecked her lips. Then he put away his smile and said tenderly, "Zhu Yi, be my wife. As long as you treat me wholeheartedly, I will never mistreat you. After such a long time, you should know how I, Yi Qinghan, am." Ah! Zhu Yi was shocked by Yi Qinghan. In her life, she had never had a man speak to her so tenderly. Moreover, it was a man that she loved and hated at the same time. Furthermore, it was a man that she had slept with before. Furthermore, it was so sudden. For a moment, she couldn't accept it. She thought that Yi Qinghan was teasing her. However, when she saw the sincerity in Yi Qinghan's eyes, she immediately looked away and broke free from Yi Qinghan's hand. She jogged a few steps and realized that she was in the Battle God Pavilion. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Yi Qinghan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He smiled and looked at Zhu Yi. He didn't say anything and waited for her to finish her internal struggle. Although this woman had wanted him dead in the past, they were enemies at that time, so it was understandable. After she submitted to him, she had been very well behaved. All these years she didn't do anything improper. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan wasn't blind. He could tell that she was looking at him with affection. Zhu Yi's face heated up from Yi Qinghan's gaze. However, she was an intelligent person after all. She instantly regained her composure. She put on a straight face and pretended to be angry. I won't be your wife. Dream on." Yi Qinghan continued to smile and said, "Then be my lover. We won't interfere with each other's lives. How about that? This Tharch will provide for you." Pui. Zhu Yi's face turned red again. She spat lightly and turned her body, ignoring Yi Qinghan. Pa! Who knew that Yi Qinghan would stride over and slap Zhu Yi's perky buttocks again? Then he carried Zhu Yi by the waist and walked towards the large bed. His face was cold as he said angrily, "Damn it. I gave you some face, and you still want to open a dye house? You're asking for a beating. If you don't want to be a lover, then be a friend with benefits. It's decided. If you dare to talk back, I'll slap you to death." Zhu Yi was shocked when she saw Yi Qinghan's tone and how angry he was. Then, She was carried up and thrown onto the bed. Feeling Yi Qinghan's overbearing tone and rough actions, she felt indignant, ashamed and angry. There was also some other stimulation. She seemed to be looking forward to it. Could it be that I like being abused in my heart? Why do I feel some other stimulation when I'm violated by this hateful man? Oh, it's so comfortable. Pooey, when did I become so slutty? It's so embarrassing, but it's really comfortable. Oh. Zhu Yi's heart was tangled as she enjoyed Yi Qinghan's violation. The more overbearing Yi Qinghan was, the more he humiliated her. She felt a different kind of pleasure. Especially when Yi Qinghan slapped her buttocks. She felt her soul tremble, and she felt like she was floating. I absolutely can't be his wife. This prince doesn't want to be bullied in his harem. Friend with benefits? What's a friend with benefits? This hateful man, it's so embarrassing. Oh, a friend with benefits is a friend with benefits. Who asked him to be so strong? Umph. When this prince cultivates to become stronger than him, I'll definitely toy with him. But it looks like there's no hope. This perverted man's strength is so heaven-defying. Zhu Yi muttered to herself. Slowly, under Yi Qinghan's powerful violation, her mind began to blur. She didn't think too much about it. She squinted her eyes and enjoyed Yi Qinghan's violation. She only woke up with a start when she felt a burning sensation on her face. Zhu Yi was embarrassed and slightly angry. This is always the case. Can't you respect me? With her half-opened eyes, she saw Yi Qinghan quickly putting on his robe. He shouted at her urgently. Get up quickly. The evil demon army is here. The beast deity and the others have already started their attack. If we attack any later, we'll be collecting their corpses. Chapter 1291. Zhu Yi was shocked when she heard this. This was not a joke. They had an agreement with the beast god. Once the jade talisman vibrated, it meant that they had begun to move. Yi Qinghan's side had to attack immediately. Otherwise, if Aogu pursued the beast god temple with all his strength, the beast god would likely be in danger. The two instantly put on their clothes and flashed towards the Battle Imperial Palace. Seeing that the black fog had already spread several dozen kilometers behind them, how could the two be polite? Yi Qinghan circulated his cold energy and teleported to the left side of the devil army, while Zhu Yi moved to the right. Yi Qinghan condensed his cold energy into a giant palm while Zhu Yi circulated her 1,000-layer wave to its maximum range. The two's full-force attacks immediately covered a quarter of the devil army. C. The devil monarchs had indeed moved to the rear of the devil army. Just as Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi attacked, the beast god temple's white light appeared behind them. Obviously, the beast god had acted according to plan, and immediately used the beast god temple to block the pursuit of the devil monarchs. Bang! Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's attacks were the strongest they could muster. Zhu Yi's strength had reached peak 9th grade, so the power of her full-force attack was terrifying. In front of the devil army were a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Only 2 low-grade 9th grade devil monarchs were controlling low-level demons to fly. How could they block this? Wherever the 1,000-layer wave swept, the demonic aura would scatter. Any low-level demon or Azura king that came into contact with the 1,000-layer wave would immediately shatter and turn to dust. Yi Qinghan's attack was even more devastating. Although his cold energy didn't transform into the god-slaughtering spear, it was no different from slapping these low-level demons. Wherever the giant palm passed, a vacuum would appear, not even leaving behind dust. The 2 devil monarchs controlling countless low-level demons were also covered by Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's attacks. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's attacks covered an extremely wide area, and the angle of their attacks had already been discussed beforehand, covering a quarter of the devil monarch's army. The 2 devil monarchs didn't even have a chance to escape before they were immediately killed, let alone the low-level demons. It's done. Zhu Yi, come and help me escape. Yi Qinghan grinned and shouted. Zhu Yi's body flashed and appeared beside Yi Qinghan. She grabbed his hand and flew forward at high speed. Ah! Despicable, despicable, despicable humans. This seat wants all of you to die a horrible death and fall into the sea of cultivation forever. As soon as Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi took action, Monarch Aogu, who had been chasing after the beast god temple, immediately stopped. Seeing Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi's terrifying attacks, he knew that the demon army's vanguard was finished. In the end, with this pause, the Beast Divine Temple had run far away again. Aogu could only angrily lead the sovereigns to chase after Yi Qinghan and the others. Haha, this group of idiots. No matter what, it's just a few sentences. You've guessed it right again. These idiots are chasing us again. Yi Qinghan grabbed Zhu Yi's waist with one hand and allowed her to fly with him. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed, his divine sense covering the entire demon army. Although Monarch Aogu had brought all the sovereigns to join the demon army, Yi Qinghan had already locked onto Monarch Aogu and could vaguely sense where his main body was. Although this king can't scheme against you, it's still easy for me to scheme against a few devils with low intelligence. Zhu Yi proudly raised her head slightly, a triumphant look on her face filled with pride. But she found that Yi Qinghan wasn't looking at her at all. Moreover, there was a strange light flashing in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Is he using a soul skill? Yi Qinghan was indeed using a soul skill. His divine sense had locked onto Monarch Aogu's main body. Just now he had an idea and had turned his divine sense into golden soul threads to attack Aogu. Unexpectedly, Aogu's body suddenly trembled and his main body was revealed, pausing in midair, his eyes filled with panic. Yi Qinghan had always thought that these devils were monsters, not humans, so he hadn't thought of using a soul skill to attack. At this moment he suddenly laughed. Haha, a soul skill actually works? I was confused. Since a devil monarch has a consciousness, it has a soul, so of course it will be affected by a soul skill. Haha, this is easy. Watch my soul illusion. Yi Qinghan fully circulated his soul force and activated his soul illusion, covering the entire demon army. Once a soul skill was released, it was going to be lively. The low-level abyssals all had red eyes, but nothing happened to them. But all of the Azura kings froze in midair. There were also several lower 9th-grade sovereigns, all of them like Aogu, their bodies floating in the air, their eyes filled with panic. They immediately gathered together, not daring to chase. The low-level devils, because they were not under the command of a devil monarch, all ran around in chaos, baring their fangs. They actually split into two groups and chased after Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi, as well as the beast god temple behind them. The demon army was in chaos. It really works. Haha, this time the demon army is really a live target. Zhu Yi was surprised. Her beautiful eyes swept over and suddenly became overjoyed. Yi Qinghan's face sank, because he found that Sovereign Aogu's body had disappeared, and then a sharp arrow shot towards him at full speed. Its speed was actually a notch faster than the beast god temple, and with Zhu Yi's speed, it was absolutely impossible to escape. He quickly said, "Don't be happy too early, my soul skill doesn't have much effect on that demon supreme. He's chasing us. You enter the War Emperor Temple first, I'll take you away." Zhu Yi nodded, and was pulled into the War Emperor Temple by Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan circulated his cold attribute force, then sneered, "Myriad incarnations." In the void, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly split into two into four into 8, and finally into hundreds of doppelgangers. These hundreds of doppelgangers fled in all directions. Their speed was as fast as lightning, like hundreds of meteors, flying in all directions. The scene was extremely spectacular. Aogu was dumbfounded. He looked up and down, left and right, and saw so many Yi Qinghan doppelgangers, but he didn't know which one to chase. Finally, with a helpless roar, his body turned into a tens of thousands of meters long black dragon, and flew towards the two Yi Qinghan doppelgangers in front of him. However, the black dragon with an incomparably domineering aura flew directly between the two doppelgangers. The two doppelgangers were not affected in the slightest and continued flying forward. Even the ridicule on their faces was extremely obvious. Fake. Aogu's main body condensed in the sky and roared angrily. He saw a huge palm and a dazzling light wave smashing towards his devil subjects from the right and rear of the devil army. Humans, you will pay a heavy price for today's foolish actions. Aogu looked at the remaining devil monarchs. Under the attack of Yi Qinghan and the beast god temple, they would definitely fall. Even if he flew back at this moment, he wouldn't be able to save them. This time, he had brought more than a dozen devil monarchs and tens of billions of devil subjects. It seemed like they would all be wiped out. Thinking about the destruction of the transit plane's Saint transmission array, Aogu raised his head and roared in despair. He knew he had no way out. He was very clear that apart from rushing to the divine world as fast as possible, rescuing the 3 ancestor devils, and then jointly occupying the divine world, there was no other way out. At this moment, he didn't even spare a glance at the devil army behind him, turning into a sharp arrow and flying towards the divine world at his fastest speed. Chapter 1292. Damn it, this demon sovereign is actually so decisive. He actually doesn't care about these demons, and is flying towards the god world. Aogu turned into a sharp arrow and flew towards the god world. His speed was shockingly quick, and in the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. Yi Qinghan was shocked, but he had already activated his attack. These demon lords were about to be wiped out, so he could only kill these low-grade demons and demon lords first. Hong! These demon lords were all hit by Yi Qinghan's soul technique soul illusion. At this moment, they all huddled up and didn't dare to move. Yi Qinghan and Beast God Hall's attacks came together. Everywhere the palm and light wave passed, the low-grade demons all died. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Beast God's attacks smashed onto the bodies of the few demon lords. Beast God's attacks along with Beast God Hall were comparable to normal grade 9 supreme martial artists. Under their strong attacks, the remaining low grade 9 demon lords were smashed into pieces. The remaining 2 upper grade 9 demon lords were heavily injured, and their blood splattered through the sky. They reformed their bodies and frantically escaped. A large number of low-grade Azura kings died. Zhui, come out. Old ancestor, let Ice Queen and Yi Feihu kill the remaining demons. Let's chase after that demon sovereign. He is flying towards the god world. After killing so many demon lords, the demon army was pretty much wiped out. However, Yi Qinghan didn't show any joy at all. He circulated his cold power and hollered anxiously, his voice reverberating through the sky. Zhui was teleported out by Yi Qinghan right away. Following which, Yi Qinghan's body flashed and he teleported towards Beast God Hall. Beast God also sensed Aogu's whereabouts. The moment Ice Queen and Yi Feihu teleported out, Yi Qinghan entered Beast God Hall. He immediately turned into a shooting star and tore through the sky towards the god world. Hong! Explosions spread out from behind. However, Yi Qinghan and Beast God didn't care at all. Zhui, Ice Queen, along with Yi Feihu, if the 3 of them worked together, it wouldn't be hard for them to deal with the 2 heavily injured demon lords and some low-grade demons. The biggest problem now was that Aogu had already flown towards the divine realm, and he had set off half a minute before the 2 of them. Aogu's speed was extremely fast, much faster than the beast god temples. At this rate, Aogu would definitely reach the divine world before the 2 of them. The immortal world only had a few lower 9th grade sovereigns, but none of them were Aogu's opponent. It would only take a moment for Aogu to turn the entire god world into a fiend world. He could also rescue the 3 ancestral fiends suppressed underneath his abyss. At that time, even if Yi Qinghan and the others rushed back, it would be useless. Yi Qinghan was burning with anxiety, but he didn't have much cold attribute chi left. If he used it to speed up, he could just barely catch up to Aogu. However, if he were to catch up to Aogu, he would have already consumed 70 to 80% of his true chi, so how could he possibly contend with Aogu? At that time, if he was demonized by Aogu, that would be even more damned. What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan and the beast god glanced at each other, both seeing the panic in each other's eyes. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before decisively shouting, "Old ancestor, turn around and pick up Zhui and the others. I'll bring you all at full speed. Once we catch up to the demon supreme, we can only rely on you." The beast god hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and releasing his divine force. The beast god temple changed direction, clearing away the demon supreme and the 3 people who were rushing towards them. "Don't resist. I'll bring you all into the War Imperial Temple. Hurry up and be ready to fight." Yi Qinghan hurriedly said, the beast god immediately putting away the beast god temple. Yi Qinghan then pulled the 3 people into the War Imperial Temple. circulating the cold attribute qi madly. Yi Qinghan's body turned into a blur as he shot towards the divine world. There was no doubt that when Yi Qinghan fully circulated the cold attribute qi, his speed was terrifying, definitely even faster than Ao Gu's. However, Ao Gu had left a bit earlier than Yi Qinghan, and then Yi Qinghan had gone back to pick up Zhu Yi and the others, delaying them for some time. The distance between the two had been pulled far apart, and it would be impossible to catch up in a short amount of time. 5 days. Yi Qinghan had already flown hundreds of millions of miles, but still hadn't seen Ao Gu's figure, causing his heart to burn with anxiety. Half a month. Yi Qinghan had already flown half the distance, but still hadn't seen Ao Gu's figure. Helpless, he could only fly towards the divine world at full speed. As long as he could return to the divine world before Ao Gu, he could at least make some preparations in advance. Yang Kai's cold attribute qi was being consumed like running water. His battle with Shen Tixiong hadn't been long and his cold attribute qi had only increased by a small amount, but it still hadn't reached the amount he had before his battle with Shen Tixiong. This time, the demon monarch's attacks had consumed another half. Now that he had flown for half a month, the cold attribute qi in his soul space had become even more pitiful. Yang Kai estimated that once he returned to the divine world, the remaining cold attribute qi could only be used to attack a few times. However, what could he do? Yi Qinghan secretly blamed himself. If he had known this would happen, he would have concentrated his strength to deal with the demon supreme first. Relying on everyone's strength, if they joined forces to kill the demon supreme, what would be left of the demon monarch? There was no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Qinghan couldn't reverse the flow of time, so he could only desperately circulate his cold attribute qi to increase his speed. Half of the Moon Queen's divine world was now in sight, and it would only take them a day or two to reach it. Yi Qinghan's divine sense was constantly exploring the surroundings. He flew at full speed. A distance that would have taken the Beast God Temple 2 months to reach was actually covered by him in just over a month. One could imagine just how desperate he was. A day and a half later, Yi Qinghan successfully reached the divine world. After entering the divine world through the weak point of the space, he found that everything was normal. Yi Qinghan let out a long breath and teleported into Flame Dragon City. Then he ignored Yi Qinggu and Firework who flew over. And he didn't bother to use the communication jade talisman. He directly used the cold attribute qi and shouted, "All paragons and sovereigns, come out of seclusion and come to Flame Dragon City immediately." Yi Qinghan's shout was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the sky of the divine world. Countless low-level martial artists in the divine world fell to the ground in fright. In countless cities, countless figures shot out and immediately rushed towards the teleportation formation. The entire divine world was in an uproar. Emperor Hanya had shouted so loudly, could it be that something big had happened? Yi Qinghan teleported the beast god and the others out. When they saw that the divine world had not fallen, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yi Qinggu and Firework, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Zhu Yi old ancestor, Yi Fei Hu Ice Queen, all of you go out of the divine world immediately and don't get separated. I will let all the sovereigns and sovereigns of the divine world patrol. Once we find that demonic demon sovereign, we will immediately inform you. I will oversee the divine world. Once you intercept that demonic demon sovereign, immediately send a message to me." After Zhu Yi and the others heard this, they also felt that this was the only feasible method. Without further ado, they received the special communication jade talisman from Yi Qinghan, and immediately turned into 4 shadows and flew into the sky. Then Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yao Ji. "Yao Ji, return immediately. Arrange for our people to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If anything goes wrong, immediately escape." Swish. The space around Yi Qinghan fluctuated continuously. The women in seclusion in Sealed God Valley, and Yi Qinghan's children were all alarmed and flew out, looking at Yi Qinghan with solemn expressions. Buzz. Countless teleportation formations in Flame Dragon City lit up, and all the sovereigns and sovereigns of the divine world rushed over. Yi Qinghan did not wait for all of them to arrive, nor did he explain anything to Yu Qingqing and the others. He immediately distributed the special grade communication jade talismans, and ordered everyone to immediately patrol the divine world's vicinity and report back immediately if anything happened. 1 hour later, all the sovereigns and sovereigns of the divine world were dispatched, scattered around the divine world, forming a tight surveillance network, waiting for Aogu's arrival. Chapter 1293. Whoosh! Just as the sovereigns and venerables of the divine world flew out, a 9-story pagoda slowly descended from the sky above Flame Dragon City. Yi Qinghan immediately controlled the mechanism on the square of Flame Dragon City to open the entrance to Sealed God Valley. The Soul Emperor Pavilion directly entered Sealed God Valley. All the children of the Yi family and important personnel entered Sealed God Valley. With Yao Ji's arrangements, if anything went wrong, they would immediately escape on the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The news that a Supreme Abyssal was about to attack the Divine World instantly spread throughout the Divine World. Everyone was puzzled. Emperor Frigid Knight could even kill Shinta Xiong. And he also had that strange soul-devouring beast to help him. Wouldn't a Supreme Abyssal be a piece of cake? But seeing Yi Qinghan acting as if he was facing a great enemy, and even roaring in the Divine World with his godly power, everyone in the Divine World began to panic. With Emperor Frigid Knight's attitude and arrangements, did he not have the confidence to win? The Azura King's strength was comparable to a Venerable's, and he could easily demonize a group of people. Wouldn't a Supreme Abyssal be even more terrifying? If a Supreme Abyssal came, wouldn't he be able to demonize half the low-level martial artists of the Divine World? Like a plague, panic spread quickly. Countless martial artists scattered their wealth, and countless great families began to arrange for their elite disciples to be transported to the material planes. The material planes transmission arrays in the major cities were flashing nonstop. But if the Divine World was occupied by the Abyssals, would they be spared if they fled to the material planes? Yi Qinghan had no time to care about these stupid low-level martial artists. The communication talisman in his hand vibrated nonstop. The venerables and sovereigns in the endless void, according to the agreement, would send a message every once in a while to report the news. He stood alone on the rooftop of the Flame Dragon City Lord Mansion, his expression solemn. He looked down at the great rivers and mountains, his heart burning with anxiety. He only had enough cold power to attack twice. The Beast God combined with the Beast God Temple could reach the strength of an ordinary 9th grade Supreme. Ice Queen Zhu Yi and Yi Feihu were not weak either. If it was an ordinary 9th grade Supreme martial artist, such as the Patriarch of the Water God clan, Yi Qinghan would definitely not take it seriously. However, this was a Supreme Demon. The Beast God, Zhu Yi, and the others definitely couldn't kill the Devil Sovereign. If he still couldn't kill the Devil Sovereign after using his full strength twice, the consequences would be unimaginable. But could he kill him? Yi Qinghan thought of the 3 demon sovereigns suppressed beneath the Nifa's abyss. Back then, the Battle Emperor's strength had reached the 9th grade supremacy level, and there were 2 other 9th grade supremacies as well as numerous experts from the Divine World. The most important thing was that even with the help of the Battle Emperor's restriction, he still couldn't kill the 3 demon sovereigns. He could only suppress them. Could he kill him? Yi Qinghan looked up at the sky. It was as if he was looking at a supreme demon, flying towards the Divine World with a mocking expression. The tyrannical look in his eyes was enough to scare the low-level martial artists of the Divine World to death. Sigh, if only Xiaohe woke up. He might be able to restrain the Devil Sovereign. If he cooperated with our attacks, he might even be able to devour the Devil Sovereign. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and muttered to herself. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. With a flip of her hand, she took out the Slaughter God Saber and locked her divine senses on Xiaohe. Immediately, she called out to him repeatedly. However, Xiaohe had transformed into a soul-devouring beast. He was hugging his head and sleeping soundly within the Slaughter God blade. No matter how many times Yi Qinghan called out to him, it was useless. Buzz. At this moment, the communication jade talisman in Yi Qinghan's hand vibrated. He scanned it with his divine senses, and his expression immediately changed. The Devil Sovereign had finally arrived. All sovereigns in the western region of the Divine World, hurry over. He immediately sent a message to all the sovereigns before sending a voice transmission to the Yao Ji. He casually sheathed the Slaughter God blade on his back, and flew towards the western region of the Divine World. Swish. Under countless hopeful and concerned gazes, Yi Qinghan's figure tore through the void and flew out of the endless void. Ao die. All of you shall die. Just as he flew out of the endless void, Yi Qinghan heard Ao Gu's roar. In front of his eyes, a giant black dragon was tumbling about in the void. An evil and cold aura enveloped the surrounding void. There were sovereigns all around. The Beast God Palace was shining brightly as they prepared to attack. Zhu Yi Yifeihu and the Ice Queen had also just released their attacks. However, when Yi Qinghan saw two figures tumbling about in the black dragon, his expression turned gloomy. A low-grade 9th grade sovereign and a supremacy had actually been demonized by the Devil Sovereign. Luckily, this sovereign was not Jida but a low-grade 9th grade sovereign from the Fire God Mystic Realm. Swish. The Beast God Shrine's light wave transformed into a several thousand-meter tall blade light that slashed down towards the demon sovereign. Snow and ice began to fall from the sky, and a strange beast roared as it stepped through the air. On the other side, the 1,000-layer wave that blotted out the sky also arrived. All low-grade sovereigns and supremacies back off. Yi Qinghan roared but didn't make a move. He only had enough cold energy left for 2 all-out attacks. He still needed to save some cold energy to fly, so he could only attack with all his strength once. So, he had to attack at the most crucial moment, a fatal blow. Ao. The tens of thousands of meters long black dragon roared furiously. Its body tumbled about in the void and swam about. The snow and ice fell from the sky, but it didn't slow it down at all. The giant dragon had shook a few times. Its eyes were filled with an evil glow that caused one's soul to tremble. The black dragon turned into an afterimage as it flew towards Yifeihu's giant beast. Its speed was quick and its body was nimble. It easily dodged the attacks from the Beast God Palace and Zhu Yi. Boom. Boom. 2 shocking explosions rang out. Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer wave and Beast God Palace's light wave clashed. The black dragon's giant claw clashed with the beast that Yifeihu formed. At the same time, the Ice Queen's ice spikes all hit the black dragon. The surging power clashed and created an intense shockwave. Numerous supremacies and low-grade sovereigns were retreating according to Yi Qinghan's instructions. They were all knocked back by the shockwave. Numerous supremacies spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces ashen white. The tens of thousands of meters long black dragon clashed with Yifeihu's 1,000-meter tall beast. The beast was easily smashed apart by the black dragon's claw. One could see the huge difference in strength between Yifeihu and the Devil Sovereign. Numerous ice spikes chased up to the black dragon and shot into its body. However, it only made the black dragon tremble. It didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold. He immediately sent a message. Everyone attack together and seal off all of the Devil Sovereign's escape routes. I am going to attack. As soon as Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice, Beast God Zhu Yi, Flying Tiger, and Ice Queen immediately used all their strength to condense the space energy, launching attacks from all directions. The few lower-rank, 9 martial artists nearby also launched their own attacks. Yi Qinghan activated his soul-exterminating technique. At the same time, he split into thousands of clones. The 10 god-slaying spears on his body shot out and prepared to deal a fatal blow. 1,000-layer wave, ice spikes, beasts, light wave, formless giant dragon, sky full of fire arrows. The God World Sovereigns attacked at the same time. From all directions, attacks condensed from spatial powers were coming from all directions. The terrifying energy caused cracks to appear in space. It was as if the space around Wuji was about to be ripped apart. Yi Qinghan used his soul technique to create hundreds of clones. At the same time, he activated his god-slaying spear. At this moment, he had gathered all of the God World's strongest powers. If he couldn't kill the Devil Sovereign, the God World would be in danger. Haha, despicable humans. Puny humans. You still want to kill the great Devil Sovereign. Don't you know that the Devil Sovereign has an undying body? What a joke. The black dragon that Monarch Ao Gu had transformed into stood proudly in the air. Facing the attacks from all directions, he wasn't afraid at all. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the black dragon that he condensed actually dissipated in the air. Then, before everyone's attacks arrived, it actually, suddenly disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1294. Boom. The strongest attack of all the powerhouses in the immortal realm collided with such a terrifying force that the surrounding void shook. The space twisted and shattered, forming a crack that was 10,000 meters long. Then it immediately merged back together. The center of the explosion exploded into a mushroom cloud that was 10,000 meters wide, rolling in the air. The violent blast wave even forced Yi Qinghan to retreat. It was clear that the power of this attack had reached a horrifying level. However, no one paid attention to the terrifying explosion. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless fear. This was because they clearly sensed that the Devil Supreme had disappeared before the explosion. Moreover, they could clearly feel the existence of his evil and cold aura in the surrounding area. This meant that the Devil Supreme was not dead at all. He was not even seriously injured. Yi Qinghan's face turned pale. He had used up all the cold energy in his last attack. The cold energy was only enough to keep him flying in the air. He looked at the beast deity and the others in the distance. Their eyes were filled with fear. They could clearly feel that the surrounding void was filled with a faint demonic aura. The Devil Supreme was hiding near them. Watch out! Suddenly Yi Qinghan shouted. His cold eyes swept to the left, and he shouted at the two venerables there. However, it was too late. A shadow quietly condensed beside the two venerables. Then, the demonic aura from all directions quickly gathered in that direction, instantly enveloping the two venerables. The great emperor, save us! The two venerables were terrified. They screamed as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. The muscles on their faces twisted and their eyes quickly turned blood red. They had been instantly demonized. Yi Qinghan's eyes were about to burst into flames. He shouted angrily, "All venerables, lower grade 9, return to the immortal realm immediately." These venerables and lower grade 9 were useless here. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths. If the beast deity and the others could not take down the Devil Supreme, it would be useless even if they had more people. All the lower 9th grade venerables and venerables felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They immediately fled into the divine realm. Jida and Monarch Yanran teleported to Yi Qinghan's side. Big brother Jida Yanran, you guys go too. Enter Flame Dragon City. If the situation turns bad, run away with Yao Ji and the others immediately. When Yi Qinghan saw Jida and Yanran teleporting over, he immediately glared at them and transmitted his voice. However, seeing that the two of them were unmoved, he immediately stomped his feet in exasperation and said, "Why are you still not leaving? My power of cold has been used up. I can't protect you two anymore." Gid let out a long laugh and transmitted his voice. "Have you used up all of your cold power? Then all the more I can't leave. Haha, if worse comes to worst, us two brothers will go and explore the netherworld together." Monarch Yanran didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately with her watery eyes. It was obvious that she wouldn't leave him. Sigh. Yi Qinghan didn't try to persuade her. Instead, he used his divine sense to pay close attention to the evil demon supreme, Zhu Yi, the beast god, and the others started their attacks again. The evil demon supreme turned into a black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long, and was fighting with the four of them. It didn't look like it was injured at all. Zhu Yi's attack speed couldn't keep up with the black dragon's speed at all. Yi Feihu's attack was easily smashed by the black dragon. The Ice Queen's snowflakes couldn't slow down the black dragon at all. Only when the condensed icicles hit the black dragon did his body tremble slightly. The only thing that could threaten the black dragon was the solitary light waves that the beast god Hall shot out. However, these light waves came and went in a straight line. The black dragon was extremely agile, and it had been locked onto the beast god Hall. At this moment, it had shot out 2 light waves, but none of them hit the beast god Hall. Soul extermination. When Yi Qinghan saw this, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, what could he do now? He could only continuously release soul extermination to disrupt the evil demon supreme. At the same time, he kept calling out to Xiaohei, who was in the slaughter god blade behind him. Ong! Under the interference of Yi Qinghan and the Ice Queen, the black dragon was finally hit by the light wave. However, the moment it hit, the black dragon disintegrated and reformed in front of Yi Feihu. In the end, with a flying dragon tail whip, Yi Feihu was like a kite with its string cut. He was smashed away and half his body was a mess of blood. He was actually heavily injured in just one move. What should I do? Rage burned in Yi Qinghan's eyes. As the emperor of the god world, the boss of the god world. However, he could only look on as the enemy heavily injured his subordinates. A deep sense of helplessness and defeat rose up in Yi Qinghan's mind. Ong! The black dragon flashed once more and took the beast god Hall's light wave head-on. One of its claws exploded, but it successfully smashed the Ice Queen away. He looked at the Ice Queen's petite body. Half of her body was in a pool of blood, and white bones could be seen on her snow-white skin. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was flushed red. Her brows were tightly furrowed, making one's heart hurt. Yi Qinghan's heart hurt once more. Ah! Yi Qinghan raised his head and hollered in rage. If rage points could turn into combat strength, Yi Qinghan would be able to instantly kill this demon. However, he could only holler helplessly as he looked on as Zhu Yi was smashed away once more. Bastard, if you have the ability then come at me. Yi Qinghan hollered in rage. He saw that after the black dragon smacked Zhu Yi away, it actually didn't attack the beast god Hall, and didn't chase him. Instead, it continued to fly towards Zhu Yi, Ice Queen and Yi Feihu. It was obvious that it wanted to kill the three of them. Instantly, hundreds of emotions surged up in Yi Qinghan's heart. The helplessness and defeat in his heart turned into despair. Is it over? Is Zhu Yi, Feihu and Ice Queen going to die? Am I going to die too? Is the god world going to sink under the demon world forever? So many years of hard work is going to be destroyed so easily by a demon? No. I am not willing, I don't agree, I will not give in. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists, his eyes were wide open, his black hair was dancing in the wind, and he hollered towards the sky. His body released boundless rage and evil energy. Even Jida and Yanran, who were beside him, were forced to retreat a few hundred meters under Yi Qinghan's frenzied aura. At this moment, scenes flashed across Yi Qinghan's mind like sparks. It was like he saw the Golden Horn God race attacking Song City. All the warriors in Song City shouted, "The god of war is invincible, we will never give in," and charged out of the city. It was like he saw Shen Taxiong's shiny bald head outside Purple Island, laughing coldly at him, wanting him to give in. In the end, he felt like he was standing outside Fire Dragon City. Evil Moon's sovereign brought a group of people, looking down on him, wanting him to give in. Yi Qinghan, give in. You will be free if you give in. This is your destiny, this is the will of God. You can't go against it. Yi Qinghan felt as if he could hear an icy cold face looking at him mockingly from the void above. It was telling him to give up. No. Don't give in, I will never give in. I will not give in to anyone, and I will not give in to fate. If this is my fate, I will kill the gods and destroy the heavens. My fate is mine, not the heavens. Kill. 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 Yi Qinghan raised his head and roared. It was like he saw a big hand in the sky, controlling his fate, controlling his life. He was not willing, he would not give in, he did not want to die like this. He did not want the immortal world to fall into the devil's cruel laughter. He did not want his wife, son, and family to wander around, unable to return home. That was why he roared furiously at fate. He wanted to use his own power to fight against fate, to fight against the heavens. In other words, he wanted to fight against the supreme being who controlled the fate of the entire Pan realm, the Divine Emperor. Chapter 1295. Boom! Right at this moment, just as Yi Qinghan let out his most furious roar, a clap of thunder rang out. A thunderclap suddenly resounded, and then countless auspicious clouds suddenly surged over from all directions under the shocked gazes of everyone. These auspicious clouds were over 10,000 times larger than when Lei Zhen had broken through, and they practically enveloped the space in an area of 5,000 kilometers above Yi Qinghan's group. 9 bolts of purple lightning within a radius of tens of thousands of meters in the auspicious clouds were like divine dragons. They surged and roared at the people below silently. Terrifying energy and pressure instantly covered the entire space. Then something strange happened. Enveloped by these auspicious clouds, everyone's condensed spatial energy automatically dissipated. As for the black dragon formed by the supreme abyssal devil, it began to break apart bit by bit. When its true body reappeared, it looked up at the terrifying bolts of purple lightning in the sky with horror. Everyone was shrouded by the pressure. They couldn't circulate their divine force, divine sense, or even move their bodies. They could only look at the sky and the purple lightning that looked like it was going to destroy the world. All of them had shocked and terrified expressions on their faces. Was this the Divine Emperor's punishment? Was the Divine Emperor going to kill everyone here? Otherwise, why would there be such terrifying energy gathering here? This was beyond the scope of a worldly anomaly. In other words, it couldn't even be called a worldly anomaly. This is the Tao. The unyielding Tao? It's amazing. I've finally comprehended the Tao that belongs to me. That is the unyielding Tao. I will never give in. There was only one person who didn't show any signs of fear. At this moment, he even closed his eyes quietly. There was no sign of grief or anger on his face. He didn't even show any emotion. He was extremely calm as he stood proudly in the sky. His thin body looked more majestic than the mountains in the divine world from afar. At the same time, in the center of the planar battlefield, a surprised voice suddenly rang out on the highest mountain. There was nothing on the peak of the mountain except for 3 small wooden huts. At this moment, the door of one of the huts suddenly opened and a woman in purple walked out. The woman in purple was very beautiful. She was extremely beautiful. Her facial features were even more exquisite than fireworks without the slightest flaw. Her skin was snow white like white jade, and her figure was even more fiery than Yinling Er's. However, it was a pity that the woman did not have any expression on her face. She looked a bit sluggish, causing her temperament to lose some of its luster. The purple-robed woman stood at the peak of Mount Pan, staring in a certain direction. Her gaze was deep like the stars, as if she could see through space and see billions of miles away. Oh, there's actually someone who comprehended the supreme unyielding Tao. No wonder the laws of heaven and earth would have such a great reaction. What a lucky kid. No one has been able to comprehend the Taos of the 3 Supremes in the past millions of years, right? The purple-robed girl mumbled to herself before turning around and walking back into the wooden hut. The door of the wooden hut closed itself without a sound, and Mount Pan returned to its peaceful state. Boom! More and more violet lightning crackled in the clouds, and everyone present was pressed down onto the surface of the divine world. They couldn't even move. But at this moment, everyone's faces were filled with wild joy, and the terror on the face of the Devil Sovereign was even more intense. That was because there was one more person standing in the sky, Yi Qinghan. This was a heaven and earth anomaly, and it was triggered by Yi Qinghan. Everyone's eyes lit up. At such a crucial moment, Yi Qinghan actually broke through? He even caused such a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. This Emperor Hanya was the top genius of the God world. No, he should be the top genius of the Pan realm, but they liked it. Ice Queen's face flushed even more red. Yi Feihu's mouth opened wide, and he even forgot to use his God crystal to heal up. Zhu Yi and Monarch Yanran looked at the guy standing in the sky in a daze. Gid and the Beast God who was forced out of the Beast God Hall were smiling. Hong. The purple lightning finally fell, one after another, smashing towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's eyes were still closed, his black hair fluttering in the wind. The fire god's battle armor emitted a faint red light. Although his body was a little frail, at this moment, he was incomparably majestic, like an ancient god had descended, insufferably arrogant. After the 9 bolts of lightning landed, a faint holy halo appeared around Yi Qinghan's body. The slaughter god blade on his back also shone with a black glow. After the divine lightning fell, the auspicious clouds immediately dispersed, and the pressure on everyone's bodies disappeared. Everyone could move, and could also condense the power of space. The battlefield returned to normal, and it was like nothing had happened. At this moment, everyone immediately teleported towards Yi Qinghan. Monarch Aogu also formed a black dragon. However, he looked at the slaughter god blade on Yi Qinghan's back in fear, and immediately flew back into the god world. You still want to struggle? At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened. A cold light flashed in his eyes as if countless knives were about to shoot out. When everyone saw that the demon sovereign was about to rush into the god world, their faces changed. However, when they heard Yi Qinghan's mocking tone, they immediately perked up. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan with hope. Yi Qinghan was full of confidence. Could it be that he had the confidence to kill the demon sovereign? However, Yi Qinghan's body had already turned into a shadow as he rushed towards the weak point of the spatial energy. Everyone was startled and immediately followed. Ancestor Devil, Ancestor Devil. Ao Gu is here to save you. The God world is destined to be ruled by the mighty demon world. All humans tremble in fear. The moment Ao Gu entered the God world, he immediately turned into a 10,000 meters long black dragon and roared in the sky. In an instant, an evil and cold aura enveloped the entire God world. Countless streams of yin qi immediately rioted and countless monster beasts crazily rushed towards the cities from all directions. The remaining ordinary grade cultivators of the God world all had red eyes as they roared towards the sky and were immediately demonized. Demon sovereign. The demon sovereign is here. The God world is about to be destroyed. Where is Great Emperor Han Yi? Great Emperor Han Yi, save us. Supreme Divine Emperor, please save us. All the cultivators in the cities of the God world were scared half to death by Ao Gu's roar. When everyone looked up at the black dragon in the sky, when the abnormally evil and cold aura enveloped the entire God world, causing their souls to tremble, everyone was in despair. Even the lower 9th grade monarchs and venerables were in despair. Great Emperor Han Yi and so many powerhouses were intercepting this demon sovereign outside. But this demon sovereign seemed to be completely fine, and had even entered the God world. Could it be that Great Emperor Han Yi and the others were defeated, and the God world really perished? You can't save your ancestor devil, and you can't occupy the God world. The only thing you can do is to die. A familiar voice sounded, and a familiar green figure stepped down from the sky, followed by a group of familiar monarchs of the God world. In an instant, everyone in the God world was shocked. Countless people burst into tears, hugged their heads and cried bitterly. Countless people looked at Yi Qinghan and the others in the sky and knelt down. Great Emperor Han Yi did not abandon them. Great Emperor Han Yi was still here. Yi Qinghan looked at Monarch Ao Gu who was rushing towards the Supreme Island and smiled coldly. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he quickly pulled out a black saber from his back and slashed forward. Waha, I Lord Xiaohe have finally evolved again. This is the demon sovereign? Where do you think you are going, you little worm? Fight with me, Lord Xiaohe, for 300 rounds. An incomparably arrogant voice sounded, and a shadow suddenly emerged from the slaughter god saber. It turned into a 10,000-meter-long blue dragon, and flew towards the black dragon at lightning speed. Chapter 1296. It's Xiaohe? Xiaohe has woken up. Xiaohe has woken up. Gay Beast God Yanran and Ice Queen Yanran looked at each other, and heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yi Qinghan had displayed great confidence just now, no one believed that just because Yi Qinghan had comprehended the Tao and broken through to the supremacy realm, she would be able to instantly kill a sovereign fiend. Moreover, although this phenomenon was unprecedented and powerful, it couldn't help Yi Qinghan create the power of cold, right? At this moment, everyone finally knew where Yi Qinghan's confidence came from. But could Xiaohe defeat the demon sovereign? Don't worry, Xiaohe's current strength is definitely comparable to the demon sovereign. Don't forget that the soul that Xiaohe swallowed was the slaughter god blade. Xiaohe is definitely the nemesis of the demon realm. Yi Qinghan saw everyone's worry and explained with a smile, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. This was because Xiaohe had refined all the energy with the help of the godly lightning, and evolved again. Not only did his strength increase, but his soul had also changed. What the hell is this? It's so fast. Ao Gu had already arrived on Supreme Island. When he heard Xiaohe's roar, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Looking back, he saw a green dragon the same length as him pouncing towards him. His eyes were filled with cold mockery. Most importantly, he felt a strong sense of danger from the black dragon. The blue dragon was, of course, Xiaohe. When he saw the demon sovereign turn into a black dragon, he also turned into an identical blue dragon, and roared towards the demon sovereign. You're courting death. Ao Gu was enraged and waved his giant claws, raising his head and roaring as he smashed down towards the azure dragon's head. But the blue dragon wasn't afraid at all. It didn't even try to dodge. It just foolishly crashed into the black dragon's claws. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at this moment. Even Yi Qinghan, who had absolute confidence in Xiaohei, frowned. He had comprehended the Tao of unyielding. Although his body had undergone some changes, he had not had the time to explore it. Most importantly, he didn't have the power of cold anymore. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Therefore, at this moment, the life and death of everyone in the divine realm depended on the battle between Xiaohei and the devil monarch. But now Xiaohei looked like a fool. Not dodging the black dragon's attack at all? Was he going to throw his life away? Haha, you're courting death. Monarch Aogu's sinister laughter rang out. He was very confident in his own strength. This black dragon was completely condensed from the power of darkness and demonic energy. The power contained within was so great that an ordinary upper 9th grade monarch would definitely be heavily injured if they touched it. Even a 9th grade supreme martial artist would not feel good after being hit by it, right? This little blue dragon is so stupid. However, in the next second, Monarch Aogu was shocked. The black dragon claw he condensed actually directly penetrated the blue dragon's body, as if it was attacking the air. He looked at the blue dragon flying towards him in confusion, thinking of Yi Qinghan's doppelganger. Was this also fake? Or could it be that this blue dragon has the ability to split into parts? Ah, this is not an illusion. What the hell is this thing? It's actually devouring my power of darkness? It's still corroding my body. Oh devil ancestor, what is this? The blue dragon that Xiaohei had transformed into directly penetrated the black dragon's attack, and then wrapped itself around the black dragon. Its translucent cyan body shined brightly, and began to madly devour the power of darkness from the black dragon's body. Good job, Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan hollered. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and was filled with joy. Xiaohei's devour ability evolved once more. The black dragon's demonic aura was quickly reducing. No matter how the black dragon rolled and roared, it couldn't break free from Xiaohei. It was just a matter of time before the demon sovereign was devoured and killed. The black dragon formed by the demon sovereign rolled in the air, and with a sweep of its tail, one of the islands beside Supreme Island was smashed. Rocks flew all about and seawater rose 10,000 meters into the air. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists on the island were instantly smashed into pieces. Yi Qinghan's face turned cold and he ordered the people beside him. Beast God Zhu Ice Queen, the three of you surround that black dragon. Only defend and don't attack. Just don't let him injure the normal martial artists. Yi Fei, whose injuries were the heaviest. Zhu Yi and Ice Queen's injuries had recovered slightly, so they could only grit their teeth and attack. Beast God also entered the Beast God Hall, and shot towards Supreme Island. Yi Qinghan saw the black dragon tumbling again, its huge tail smashing down on another outpost islet. He gritted his teeth helplessly, and with a flash of cold energy, he teleported over. His fire god battle armor shone brightly, and he used his body to resist the black dragon's huge tail. Hong! Emperor! Yi Qinghan's body was smashed into the outpost islets, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. Countless figures on the outpost islets ran over and looked worriedly at the pit, but they didn't dare to move. Boss! Little bug, you actually dare to injure my boss. I, Xiaohei, will rip you apart. Xiaohei roared in rage. The green light on his body shook once more. The black dragon's demonic aura, which had been swallowed by a fifth, started to decrease at a visible rate. Although the beast god and the other two wanted to go down to the crater and rescue Yi Qinghan, the black dragon was rolling even more violently than before. Thus, the three of them could only gather their spatial powers to defend against the black dragon's counterattack. Qinghan, King Yanran teleported over. Although she used her divine sense to check that Yi Qinghan was fine, with the fire god armor, the demon's attack wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Yi Qinghan was lying in the deep hole and couldn't move at all. Yanran was worried that something might have happened to him, so she teleported over right away. Before King Yanran could teleport over, the black dragon in the sky had really turned into a little bug. Aogu could no longer hide his true body. His blood-red eyes were filled with terror. A tyrannical aura surged out of him as he roared and brandished his claws. However, no matter how he moved or attacked, the blue dragon that Xiaohei had turned into still coiled around him. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Aogu finally felt the threat of death. The demon sovereign had a very heaven-defying ability. As long as he had demonic aura, he would almost never die. At most, he could only be suppressed and sealed away along with his demonic aura. In the past, no one could kill the 3 ancestral devils. The Battle Emperor could only use restrictions to suppress them. Therefore, the strongest attack from almost all the experts in the immortal world had no effect on him. However, at this moment, Xiao Hei's even more heaven-defying devouring ability had swallowed his demonic aura. Now it was starting to corrode his body and devour his demonic blood. Once he finished devouring the demonic blood, even if he had a heaven-defying ability, only death awaited him. Want to escape? Zhu Yi's group of 3 quickly surrounded Aogu and condensed a giant palm with their space force. However, they didn't attack. Instead, whenever Aogu tried to escape, they would immediately block him. Xiao Hei and Aogu were entangled together. They were afraid of injuring Xiao Hei, so as long as they could stall him, where could this demon sovereign escape to? Ah! Aogu howled in despair. No matter which direction he tried to escape, a figure would immediately appear in front of him, and a giant palm would block his path. More and more of the energy in his body was being devoured by Xiao Hei. His most precious demonic blood was also decreasing, causing Aogu to feel weaker and weaker. Ah! Finally, with a deafening roar, Aogu's body turned into dust and was devoured by the blue dragon that Xiao Hei had turned into. The demon sovereign, ancestor demon sovereign Aogu, had died. Boss! Little Han! Great Emperor! Zhu Yi's group of 3 and Xiao Hei let out a long breath before suddenly remembering something. Flying down to the outpost islets below, they saw Monarch Yanran carrying the mud-covered and battered Yi Qinghan out of the deep pit. Xiao Hei transformed into his human form and discovered that Yi Qinghan had only used up his cold energy. His body was completely fine and he quickly said with a joyful expression, "Boss, did you see? Did you see? After I evolved again, my body showed signs of condensing into a solid form. Wow! As long as I, Xiao Hei, evolve a few more times, I will become a real person." Chapter 1297. Although Xiao Hei had already transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan at the start, when he heard Xiao Hei's words, Yi Qinghan was still extremely emotional. He didn't bother to tidy up his sorry state as he climbed up and sized up Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei had transformed into his human form. His body was originally formed from translucent green air currents, but now, the color had darkened. Even when he transformed into his human form, his soul-devouring beast form only vaguely felt similar to before. At this moment his nose was his nose, and his eyes were his eyes. From afar, one would think that they were looking at a real Xiao Hei. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and swept it towards Xiao Hei's body. Although it still passed through, he felt that the viscosity had increased, and there was some resistance. Good. Yi Qinghan laughed out loud. He was filled with unspeakable joy and excitement. He exchanged glances with Xiao Hei, and their eyes lit up. They saw hope, the hope of transforming. Xiao Hei's soul swallowed the spirits that were born from the slaughter god blade. They had the ability to swallow and could evolve like spirits. At the start, Xiao Hei was extremely weak. After the first evolution, his strength became stronger, and his soul became more stable. He could even speak the human language. After the second evolution, his strength reached grade 9 and above. His soul became more stable and could exist forever. At this moment, after the third purification, there was a faint feeling that he had a physical body. If he continued to swallow more energy and continued to evolve, there was a high chance that he could transform. Yanran and Jide knew that Xiao Hei's inability to reform his body was a pain in Yi Qinghan's heart. When they saw this, they were all happy for Xiao Hei. The beast god Ice Queen and Zhu Yi looked at Xiao Hei with fear and gratitude. Xiao Hei had not only saved the divine world by devouring the devil sovereign, but he had also saved the divine world. It also proved that Xiao Hei's strength was actually higher than that of a 9th grade supreme martial artist, reaching the point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qinghan. What kind of master really was? What kind of beast would be born? Yi Qinghan cultivated for more than 10,000 years and reached the 9th grade supreme martial artist level. If Xiao Hei had used the soul-devouring transformation, he would have definitely died. But now, not only did he not die, He even became a ninth-grade supreme martial artist. Moreover, the two of them didn't cultivate according to the normal way. They were two freaks. A black cat or a white cat that could catch mice was a good cat. Since ancient times, as long as you succeeded, who cared about the process? Right now, Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's combined strength had reached ninth-grade supreme martial artist. This was awesome, but the crowd did not find it strange. Instead, they sincerely admired them. Not convinced? Why don't you try cultivating to become a ninth-grade supreme martial artist? Everyone recalled the dangerous situation just now and couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Yi Qinghan's cold energy had been exhausted. The crowd's attacks couldn't hurt the Devil Sovereign at all, let alone kill him. If Little Black hadn't woken up in time, the God world would have been in grave danger. Even if Yi Qinghan had escaped, when he had enough cold energy in the future, he would have killed his way back. The trillions of people in the God world would have definitely turned into demons. The beast deity thought that something was wrong and quickly asked softly, "Right, little Han, didn't you say that Xiao Hei wouldn't wake up because he had devoured too much energy? Why did he suddenly wake up just now?" Yi Qinghan also exhaled with lingering fear and said, "I comprehended Tao and reached the level of supremacy in nomological laws, but I didn't expect to trigger a natural phenomenon, and such a terrifying one at that. When the divine lightning struck down, I realized that my body was completely tempered, and my spirit crystal also changed. The divine lightning even entered the slaughter god saber. And then Xiao Hei suddenly woke up and even evolved. As for the details, you have to ask Xiao Hei." Xiao Hei grinned and said, "I'm not too sure about the specifics, but there was a powerful energy that helped me refine the energy that I couldn't finish refining in an instant. Of course, I also woke up and realized that I had evolved for the third time. Hee, let's talk about this in the future." Yi Qinghan smiled. It was a good thing that the Devil Sovereign was killed. He thought for a moment and ordered, "Ice Queen Zhu Yi, old ancestor, bring Emperor Yu and Li Quan to that transfer plane to take a look. Also search the void near the divine world. Completely wipe out the devil world. Big Brother Jida, send a message to all the sovereigns and send envoys to all the material planes to check if there are any devil world hiding. This time, we must uproot the devil world's forces and stabilize the divine world, so that we can deal with the planar war 10,000 years later." The beast god and the rest quickly obeyed. They did not have time to search that transfer plane yet, and they did not know if the Devil Sovereign had any backup plans. Now that the devil world had completely wiped out the devil world, it would be troublesome if the devil world secretly occupied a few material planes and created a teleportation array. All the sovereigns immediately got busy, calming the hearts of the people and saving the injured. They killed demonic beasts and cleaned up the low-grade devil demons in the baleful Een stream. They sent envoys to all the material planes to search all the material planes that belonged to the divine world. Under Yanran's lead, Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City. Flame Dragon City had long received the news and came out to welcome him. Everyone looked like they had just survived a disaster as they hugged Yi Qinghan and cried. Xiao Hei had displayed his prowess and was showing signs of taking human form. Li Shui, and the demon devourer demon were crying and laughing at the same time. They were overjoyed. Flame Dragon City was in a festive mood. Yi Qinghan sat on the balcony of the city lord residence, while a group of people sat happily under the grape trellis. They were chattering about Xiao Hei and the upcoming war. Xiao Hei just smiled foolishly and accompanied them. Yi Qinghan did not bother about them and started to look inside his body. After comprehending the Tao and reaching the level of a supremacy, ordinary people would not produce heaven and earth phenomenon. Yi Qinghan not only touched the heaven and earth phenomenon, but this phenomenon was even more terrifying than when others broke through to the sovereign realm. Yi Qinghan casually scanned his body and found some slight differences. Of course, he had to check carefully. He wanted to see what benefits this heaven and earth phenomenon brought him. My body seems to have become more energetic. Every cell is filled with power. My whole body feels like it has been reborn. This feeling is so comfortable. His body that had been tempered by divine lightning was indeed different. Yi Qinghan felt that his body had become like when he was 15 or 16 years old. He was full of vigor and had endless power. Yi Qinghan's divine sense quietly extended downwards and locked onto the divine crystal. As a result, Yi Qinghan was shocked and cried out involuntarily. Why is there a cloud of white gas in the divine crystal? Damn. This isn't primal chaos power, right? Everyone was shocked by Yi Qinghan's actions. They all stopped talking and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan blinked and then probed again before opening his eyes and saying in disbelief, "My divine crystal actually has primal chaos power. Is my divine crystal going to become a primal chaos divine crystal?" Chapter 1298. The sudden appearance of primal chaos energy in the divine world puzzled Yi Qinghan. Furthermore, the god crystal did not look like a primal chaos god crystal. In addition, the control of spatial power did not increase. This made Yi Qinghan even more puzzled. However, this phenomenon was strange to begin with. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while, and did not pursue it further. He had the fire god battle armor, and no one could harm his god crystal. His soul was also strong, and he was not afraid of soul attacks. Thus, this primal chaos energy was useless, and he did not care about it. Originally, he thought that there would be some changes in his soul space, but when he checked, there were no changes. This made him feel like he had rejoiced for nothing. Yi Qinghan did not care about the benefits brought about by this phenomenon. If this matter were to spread, Yi Qinghan would definitely be envied to death. Why was a 9th grade supremacy so powerful? Other than powerful attacks, the primal chaos energy was a big part of the reason. With the protection of the primal chaos energy, as long as the god crystal did not shatter, the soul would not be destroyed. A 9th grade supremacy was almost immortal. Yi Qinghan had only comprehended one Dao. His body was tempered again, and he was even bestowed with the primal chaos energy. How could he still feel satisfied? With the help of the Moon Queen, all the demonic beasts in the divine world were wiped out. All the demons in the baleful Een stream were killed, and the divine world was completely stabilized. The envoys that were sent to the big and small planes also returned. Aogu had indeed made arrangements. The 3 material planes were all secretly invaded by the demons. When the divine world's envoys arrived, the humans in these planes were all demonized. The beast god and the rest also returned. The transfer plane was empty. The remaining low-grade demons were all killed by Emperor Yu and Li Quan. Emperor Yu and Li Quan once again brought the slaughter god blade to the 3 material planes without stopping. They made Xiao He take action and sweep through the 3 material planes, completely wiping out the demon world's hidden forces in the divine world. The divine world was completely stabilized. The demon world's hidden forces in the divine world were completely wiped out, especially the teleportation array. The devil realm would no longer be able to send demons over, and the divine realm would not be invaded by the devil realm for a short period of time. The names of Emperor Han Yi and Lord Xiaohe once again resounded in the skies of the divine realm. Although Shen Tuxiong had previously unified the divine realm, he didn't have many legendary experiences. On top of that, when the demons descended, Supreme Island avoided the war, which resulted in the deaths of many low-level martial artists in the divine world. Shen Tuxiong's reputation in the god realm was not very good. But Yi Qinghan was different. Yi Qinghan had a legendary past, and he had saved the god world multiple times. The people of the god world loved and respected him from the bottom of their hearts, and they had wholeheartedly accepted him as their leader. Yi Qinghan could see the love and respect of the people of the god world. However, he was not having a good time recently. After a brief moment of joy, the immortal world was temporarily safe from the demonic sovereign's wrath. The planar war 10,000 years later was like a huge mountain pressing down on Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan sat alone on the rooftop. Xiao He went to the material plane. Li Shui and the demon devourer followed him, arguing. The women cultivated and took care of their health. When Yi Qinghan was cultivating, the women didn't dare to disturb him. Just now, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem that scared him to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. The God Emperor had once said that if the 10 ancient clans dared to step into the planar battlefield, he would completely exterminate them and destroy the divine world. But he had forgotten that he was also a descendant of the 10 ancient clans, the beast race. Back then, he was sucked into a black hole and teleported to the distant heaven plane. Finally, he mixed into the heaven plane's army, entered the planar battlefield, and returned to the divine world. That meant that he had actually violated the God Emperor's order. But thinking about it, after so many years, the God Emperor didn't punish him. Back then, he used the ghost transformation to change his appearance, and didn't participate in the final battle. He only entered the Demon Mountain, so the God Emperor probably didn't notice. But it was different this time. He was the strongest person in the divine world. If he didn't participate in the planar war, only the Ice Queen and Jida could go. Then there was no need to guess. There was only one outcome: total annihilation, and the divine world would be defeated. Yi Qinghan immediately sent a message to summon the beast deity and Zhu Yi for a discussion. The beast deity and Zhu Yi came together. After hearing Yi Qinghan's worries, the beast deity laughed. I have thought about this a long time ago. You don't have a beast now, so you can't be considered a member of the beast god race. As long as your beast warring space is destroyed, even if the God Emperor stood in front of you, he wouldn't know that you are from the beast god race. Destroy the beast warring space? Can this be destroyed? Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully. But since the beast deity said it, he was relieved. Why not? In the past, if any clansman of the beast god race violated the rules, their beast warring space would be destroyed and they would be chased out of the race. The beast deity laughed and continued. Not only that, I am also prepared to destroy my beast warring space and abandon my beast. I will give the position of clan leader to Fei Hu and accompany you to the planar war. But I can't bring the beast god temple with me, so my strength will be greatly reduced. Old ancestor, this. Yi Qinghan was shocked as he looked at the beast deity in disbelief. Without a beast warring space, they couldn't be considered as part of the beast god race. Yi Qinghan didn't feel a sense of belonging to the beast god race, so he didn't think it was a big deal. But as the clan leader, the beast deity valued bloodline the most. He was proud of the beast god race, yet he made such a sacrifice. He must be feeling bad. The beast deity said nonchalantly, Hee, if it wasn't for Fei Hu and the rest being too weak and useless, I would have sent everyone to participate in the planar war. If we lose the planar war, and the divine world perishes, can the beast god arcane realm still be preserved? Zhu Yi also interrupted. The fire-attributed god force in my body cannot be changed. Otherwise I will also enter the planar battlefield. If the divine world perishes, the fire god race will hole up in the fire god secret realm. And in the end, they will also perish. Although the ancestors said that we cannot return to the divine world. But in the current situation, how can we just stay out of it? That's easy. Yi Qinghan slapped his thigh and stood up, smiling. Zhu Yi, do you remember how I got into the fire god's arcane realm? Zhu Yi pondered for a while. Then her beautiful eyes lit up and she exclaimed, That's right, Your Majesty. How did you get your fire attribute divine energy back then? Hee, I have an ancient secret skill that can change the attribute of divine energy and the aura of the soul. I will teach you later. Alright. Old ancestor, you should learn it too. When we go to Mount Pan, don't let the Supreme God Emperor find out about it. Yi Qinghan immediately imparted the specter transformation to the two of them. With the help of two experts in Xiaohe, Yi Qinghan was no longer as worried about the planar war in 10,000 years. In 10,000 years, some cold energy could be accumulated. Usually he wouldn't need to fight and could use it sparingly. Moreover, this time he wouldn't be competing for the rankings, just maintaining his undefeated state. That would be much easier. Zhu Yi memorized the secret skill that Yi Qinghan gave her, but she didn't cultivate it immediately. Instead, her beautiful eyes flickered, and a moment later, a cunning look appeared in her eyes. She chuckled. Your Majesty, actually we still have some helpers. If we bring these people to the planar war, our chances of winning will be higher. Ha! Yi Qinghan and the beast deity exchanged a look and both exclaimed in unison. Water God Arcane Realm. That's right. Zhu Yi stood up, her curvaceous body twisting and turning around under the grape trellis. She turned her head and smiled sweetly. With the spectral transformation, we can easily change the water elemental divine energy in their bodies. They have a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Your Majesty, when you accumulate some cold energy, we will attack together. If they are agreeable and willing to cooperate, it will be easy. If not, we will beat them up until they are convinced. These stubborn old fools. Do they really think they can protect the Water God tribe forever by defending the Water God arcane realm? Chapter 1299. Alright, if they don't come out and surrender after 5,000 years, we'll kill our way in. Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He had not planned to deal with the Water Mystery territory. It was not good for the immortal realm to kill each other. But he thought of the 3 envoys sent by the Water Mystery territory, their arrogant attitude and venomous eyes. If he brought people to the dimensional battlefield, and they suddenly came out to take revenge on his family, it would not be fun. With Xiao Hei's ability, I don't even need to do much. If they don't surrender wholeheartedly, then I'll take them in as soul slaves. Yi Qinghan secretly made up his mind. If he did save them, he would do his best. Without a stable background, how could he wholeheartedly go to the dimensional battlefield? Ancestor, what are the rules of the dimensional battlefield? Do you understand? Yi Qinghan was relieved, and immediately asked about the dimensional battlefield. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. If one did not understand the rules of the dimensional battlefield, how could one win? Although he understood some, he did not fully understand it. The 10 ancient clans had participated in many dimensional wars, and won first place several times. Yi Qinghan had asked the right person to ask the Beast God. The Beast God pondered for a moment and said, "The dimensional war starts with the number of people. Every participating big plane must send 10 9th-level experts and 1,000,000 ordinary warriors. Of course, ordinary warriors refer to warriors above the God Emperor realm. If there is one less 9th-level expert, there must be 1,000,000 more ordinary warriors." Yi Qinghan said with some surprise, "There is such a rule? With so many low-level warriors, it's useless even if they go. They're just going to die." "They're going to die." Zhu suddenly laughed coldly and said faintly, "Haha, actually I've studied it for a long time and have always suspected that the dimensional war itself is a rule created by the Divine Emperor to reduce the population. Think about it, the life of a God Realm warrior is so long, and the population of each plane is constantly increasing. If there is no large-scale war, the population will continue to increase. When that time comes, where will so many people go to live? If the population increases to a terrifying level, the natural energy of Plate Realm will decrease drastically. What do you think will happen then?" The Beast God nodded. Clearly, he had learned some things from the secret scroll left behind by the Beast God race. He continued, "The Queen's guess is about the same as mine. If the population increases, the world's vital energy will decrease. When the time comes, the laws of the world won't be able to operate normally. Thus, the planar wars were absolutely necessary. The God Realm didn't forbid killing in the first place. Wasn't that also to reduce the population?" Yi Qinghan thought about it, and felt that what the two said made sense. When the moon is full, the water will overflow. The lifespan of a deity realm expert was too long. A heavenly god could easily live for more than 100,000 years. When a heavenly deity martial artist's lifespan is exhausted, his descendants can easily reproduce hundreds of thousands. Ordinary martial artists needed to eat and drink, while heavenly deity martial artists needed to absorb heaven and earth yuan qi. If a martial artist died at the end of their lifespan, the entire Plate Realm would already be filled with people. At that time, it wouldn't just be a crisis for 1 or 2 places. It would be a crisis for the entire Plate Realm. Seeing that Yi Qinghan understood, the Beast God continued, "Each planar war lasts for 100 years. 100 major planes will participate. For the first 90 years, they will fight in Demon Mountain and hunt for points. For the last 10 years, they will all be teleported to the foot of Mount Pan. There, a great battle royale will begin. Once they have gathered enough points, they can choose to withdraw immediately. Of course, if they want to obtain first place, they must fight to the end. The first place will be summoned by the Divine Emperor and receive rewards. The plane that wins will have the chance to attack the losing plane. If the God Realm wins, not only will they get rid of the title of being the losing plane, but the Demon Realm will not be able to attack again. The God Realm can also choose another plane to attack. First place? Haha, it's fine as long as we can maintain undefeated." Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. The God Realm's strength was so weak now. Maintaining undefeated once would give them enough time to accumulate strength. Of course, if there was a chance to kill more people, he would definitely not be lenient. Xiao He needed a large amount of energy to evolve. As for first place, Yi Qinghan would never dare to take it. Not to mention the fact that the 10 ancient gods were all killed by the Divine Emperor. It would be too much for him to take first place. Even if he said that he was a descendant of the Beast God clan, and that his soul had mutated, Yi Qinghan wouldn't dare to meet the boss of Pangaea, the Divine Emperor. The three of them discussed for a while, and settled on some details. Yi Qinghan followed the Beast God to the Beast God's secret realm. He would use the Beast God altar, and destroy the Beast battle space. Zhu Yi also returned to the Star Sea, and started to comprehend the spirit transformation. Returning to the Beast God's secret realm, Yi Qinghan received a warm welcome from the experts of the Beast God clan. Although Yi Qinghan found it difficult to even fly now, he was carried by the Beast God. Even so, it didn't reduce the reverence in the eyes of the experts of the Beast God clan. Yi Qinghan didn't treat himself as a member of the Beast God clan, but the Beast God clan did. Now that Yi Qinghan had arrived in the Divine Realm, it also represented that the Beast God clan had dominated the Divine Realm. The Beast God clan naturally felt extremely honored. They would definitely obey Yi Qinghan, who brought them glory. The Beast battle space was destroyed in the Beast God Ancestral Shrine. Yi Xiao presided over it, and used the altar to destroy the Beast battle spaces in Yi Qinghan, and the Beast God's bodies. The Beast God also placed one of his transcendent grade divine beasts back into the summon space. When Yi Qinghan returned to the Divine Realm, Xiao He, Emperor Yu, Venerable Li Quan, and the others had already returned. Xiao He's face was full of pride. It was obvious that he had shown off his skills in front of his wife and daughter. Yao Ji and Yi Qingyu went to the Nifa's abyss to continue comprehending War Emperor's restrictions. Yu Qingcheng, Yinling, and the others went into seclusion again. The Demon Devourer, on the other hand, was clamoring for Xiao He to bring him to various material planes to sightsee. Xiao He had nothing to do, so he simply brought Li Quan and the Demon Devourer to sightsee. Yi Qinghan naturally wasn't worried about the trio's safety. However, he still let Li Quan tag along while he went into seclusion again. 10,000 years later, the planar war would begin. Yi Qinghan planned to use these 10,000 years to accumulate the power of frost while comprehending the ultimate profound mystery. He wanted to break through to the 9th grade nomological laws and prepare for war. Ultimate profound mystery. Yi Qinghan stood in the War Emperor Palace and looked at the profound mystery stone tablets in the hall. He was slightly excited. The ultimate profound mystery was the biggest threshold for a cultivator's cultivation. Comprehending the ultimate profound mystery would allow one to become a true expert, a peak existence. Because of the power of frost, Yi Qinghan's comprehensive strength had reached an unimaginable level. Many years ago, he was already a 9th grade expert. However, as a cultivator, he still had an indescribable thirst for the ultimate profound mystery. Comprehending the ultimate profound mystery meant that one had reached the pinnacle of a certain type of nomological law, and obtained the recognition of the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan originally thought that he couldn't comprehend the nomological laws after refining the Chaos Divine Crystal. Now, strangely enough, he could comprehend them again. Moreover, the speed of his comprehension could be described as flying. Although he still didn't know the reason, he still decided to break through to the ultimate profound mystery immediately. After comprehending the unyielding Tao, his strength didn't improve by much. However, if his nomological laws reached the 9th grade, it would be a completely different story. His strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. 5 types of fundamental mysteries, ultimate fusion, officially begin. Within 5,000 years, regardless of whether the fusion is successful or not, I will immediately go to the water mystic realm. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. He began to break through to the most difficult ultimate profound mystery. Chapter 1300. In order to comprehend the ultimate mystery, you must first comprehend the true meaning of space, and obtain the recognition of the space laws. Only then can you fuse with it. Otherwise, no matter how you try, you will not be able to comprehend it. Yi Qinghan sat in the War Imperial Palace, and thought about the direction of comprehending the ultimate mystery that the Beast God had told him. Ultimate mysteries were the hardest to fuse. Although it was difficult for supremacies to cultivate, there were so many geniuses in the divine world. Basically, there would be a peak 7th grade supremacy every few hundred years. But what about a 9th grade supremacy? After so many years, only Lei Zhen had appeared in the divine world. It was clear how difficult it was to comprehend the ultimate mystery. The true meaning of space? The resonance of space? The recognition of space? Yi Qinghan was confused. The beast god's reasoning was applicable to all types of laws. In order to fuse the ultimate mystery of any type, one must first comprehend the true meaning of that type of law and obtain the resonance and recognition of that type of law. But what was the true meaning of space? How could one obtain the resonance of space and obtain its recognition? Yi Qinghan had thought about these 3 questions for 1,000 years, and still could not figure them out. There were countless diagrams of the laws in the War Imperial Palace, but there were no diagrams of the ultimate mystery. This was because no one had successfully comprehended the true meaning of space. The strongest person in history was only a supremacy. Therefore, everything depended on Yi Qinghan to comprehend it himself. Yi Qinghan sat under a stone tablet with a relaxed expression. Although 1,000 years had passed, he was not anxious at all. He was like an old Taoist who had seen through the world of mortals. He had no desires and everything was natural. The divine world was stable. The demon world had been wiped out. Now that the beast god and ice queen Zhu Yi were in the divine world, no one dared to act recklessly. Most importantly, with Xiaohe, this great killing weapon, there was absolutely no one who dared to try his abnormal devouring ability. Recently, his power of cold had grown twice as fast as before. Perhaps it was because his soul space had grown larger, or for some other reason. It had only been 1,000 years, but it was comparable to 2,000 years of accumulation. Even if a 9th grade supremacy of the water god race came, Yi Qinghan was confident he could easily suppress him. Every few hundred years, he would use his divine sense to scan the Battle Emperor Palace once in the god world. The divinity world was indeed much more stable. Due to the unification of the official army of the various continents no longer listened to the sovereigns, but to the Flame Dragon City. They rotated defense, and the Divine World Law Enforcement Team patrolled. There were no more god bandits in the Divine Realm. There were also very few battles between god-tier martial artists outside the cities. Because the demonic beasts of the Divine World had been wiped clean the last time, the sea beasts of the various seas had become the training targets for the martial artists. The beast god summoned a group of spiritual beasts from the beast arcane realm and released them outside the cities of the various continents. Now that 1,000 years had passed, they had already multiplied to a certain extent. 1,000 years had passed. Not but to divine. The warriors of the immortal realm could kill spirit beasts to train, and they could even subdue high-level spirit beasts to use as their own beasts. Everyone was extremely excited, and there was an endless stream of warriors who came to train. The genius plan of the Flame Dragon Holy City was effective. All the geniuses of the divine world were gathered to compete with each other. Although there were disciples of Yi Qinghan in the Holy City, they were treated the same. As long as they could break through, they would get more resources, status, and glory. Therefore, all the geniuses and elites cultivated with all their might. Everything was going well. Whether or not Yi Qinghan could comprehend the ultimate mystery, his power of cold was growing. Therefore, he was not worried. He relaxed and cultivated peacefully. Actually, in the past 1,000 years, Yi Qinghan's biggest gain was the tempering of his mind. After comprehending the unyielding Tao, Yi Qinghan's mind was purified by heaven and earth, becoming extremely firm. He was no longer afraid of the old man's threat, nor did he hide from his soul mutation. Regardless of whether I hide or not, the threat of the old man, or the divine soul sovereign is still there. My soul has mutated long ago and is still evolving. Since that's the case, I might as well face it directly. Although the old man or the divine emperor is strong, I, Yi Qinghan, can reach rank 9 supremacy in 10,000 years. I still have a long time ahead of me. I don't believe that I can't improve further. Existence is reasonable. Since a deviant like me exists, it's reasonable. Since the old man has the strength to make me lose my will to fight, And since the Divine Soul Sovereign can easily kill the peak experts of the 10 ancient races, why can't I become stronger? Yi Qinghan's indifferent voice resounded in the War Emperor Palace. He slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with an unyielding fighting spirit and an incomparably firm will. After 1,000 years, he had finally thought it through. His temperament also became ethereal. Everything was natural, and everything followed his heart. He wouldn't be affected by external things. After thinking it through, he immediately looked into his soul space and stopped hiding. The soul space was the source of his power. He had to study it thoroughly in order to obtain more power. Since he couldn't comprehend the ultimate mystery now, he might as well take another path. Who knows, there might be unexpected gains. The soul space had become slightly larger than the immortal world. Billions of stars stood in the space, and the source energy outside glowed with a gentle light. In the past, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to look into the soul space too much. Now that he carefully examined it, he found that the countless stars were really the same as the planes in the plate realm. The source energy outside revolved, and the source fragments inside grew slowly. It was like a small plane was growing and evolving. These countless stars really looked the same as the countless planes in the plate realm. The soul space is now even larger than the immortal world. If it continues to grow, and these small planes continue to grow, will it become the next plate realm? Yi Qinghan began to speculate. He thought of the old man's words, and his brows furrowed even more. His eyes revealed deep shock. The second person? What if I'm the second person? Then, he's the first person. If the old man really is the Divine Emperor Paragon, the first person in the plate realm, then if he calls me the second person, doesn't that mean that I'm on equal footing with him? Or that I have another plate realm? A second plate realm? A second person? Yi Qinghan boldly analyzed and deduced. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, he could only use his divine sense to explore the soul space. He wasn't sure if it was real or not. Moreover, there were no black holes, no spatial blade currents, and no spatial whirlpools. Since he couldn't ask the old man for confirmation, Yi Qinghan wasn't very sure about this deduction. Is this soul space real, or just an illusion? If it's real, where is he? The endless void? Or the void? If only I could go in and take a look. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about this, something that made him incomparably terrified happened. The cold power in his soul space automatically spread out and covered his body. Finally, he felt a white light flash in front of him, and he actually entered a strange yet familiar world. When Yi Qinghan looked around and saw his surroundings clearly, the fear on his face deepened. He muttered hoarsely, I actually came in? Chapter 1301. A living person had actually entered his mind. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have felt as if they were dreaming. It was absurd to the extreme. But this actually happened to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan stood in a strange space, surrounded by stars. These stars varied in size, with the largest being a few miles in radius, and the smallest being the size of a fist. Some were millions of miles apart, and some were only a few thousand miles apart. Yi Qinghan did not stupidly do something as foolish as cutting his own hand with a knife. He knew very well that he was not dreaming. His body had truly entered this strange space. In other words, this space was real. It was not an illusion. After a short period of shock, Yi Qinghan regained her composure. At this moment, his heart was like a boulder. Since it existed, then it was reasonable. Since the soul space was real, and it was created by his own soul mutation, then it was reasonable that he could enter. As soon as Yi Qinghan's heart calmed down, he discovered that something was different. He felt that the aura of this space made him feel incomparably comfortable. Entering this space was like a fish returning to the water. The aura of this space made him feel like a family member. It was incomparably intimate and warm. In this space, I don't need to use the power of cold to fly? Yi Qinghan's body moved casually, and he discovered that he could move freely. He immediately flew towards a distant star. He took a casual step forward, but he did not expect that he would immediately arrive next to that star. It really is the true power of the origin. I wonder if I can go in and take a look? Yi Qinghan's hands touched the gentle white air around the star. and he discovered that it was exactly the same as the power of the origin. With a thought, his body suddenly flashed, and Yi Qinghan actually entered this star. The first thing he saw was a barren origin fragment. It was no different from when he used his divine sense to scan it. Although it had a radius of several kilometers, there was nothing but origin fragments inside. Yi Qinghan's thoughts moved again, and he returned to the outside. Then Yi Qinghan's thoughts kept flashing. As long as his divine sense locked onto a place, Yi Qinghan could immediately teleport there without using a trace of the power of cold. After a long time, Yi Qinghan had almost gone through the entire soul space, and his body finally stopped next to the power of cold in the center of the space. Looking at the mercury-like power of cold, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows furrowed, and his eyes flashed. After the previous experiment, he confirmed one thing, an incomparably absurd thing. His soul space was very likely to be similar to an existence like Pangaea. In other words, it was also a plane. And he, Yi Qinghan, was the master of this plane. In this plane, he was an invincible existence. In this plane, he could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought, and he did not need to use any energy at all. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he could control everything in this plane, and he was absolutely invincible in this plane. Come here. Yi Qinghan looked at a small star that was hundreds of thousands of miles away, and with a thought, that small star actually flew slowly towards him. Spread out. Yi Qinghan's thought gave an order to a gust of wind that was flying over from afar. In the end, that gust of wind automatically changed direction and flew in another direction. Can this space really evolve into a Pangaea? If I can create another Pan realm in Derivation City, won't I become the divine emperor of this world? Yi Qinghan's eyes were even brighter than the star beside him, but there was no life in this plane, no spatial whirlpools, no black holes, and no spatial saber currents. Most importantly, there was no heaven and earth yuanqi here. Therefore, although Yi Qinghan had confirmed that this world was real, he did not dare to confirm that it was in existence like a Pangaea. If this is really a plane, then it will be awesome. If this is really a plane, I will name it the Cold Realm, and I will be the master of the Cold Realm. Yi Qinghan was secretly delighted, and his body immediately spun around in this space again. Then, with a thought, his body was enveloped by the power of cold, and with a flash of white light, he returned to the War Imperial Hall. With another thought, Yi Qinghan entered the Cold Realm again, and then repeatedly entered and exited. The speed was actually the same as when he entered the War Imperial Hall, and there was no spatial fluctuation outside. I wonder if I can enter the Cold Realm under the influence of the spatial fluctuation? If I can, who can kill me in this Pangaea? Yi Qinghan's spirit shook, thinking about how he was almost omnipotent in the Cold Realm. He then thought about the God Emperor Supremacy. If the God Emperor Supremacy also had such terrifying abilities in the Pangaea, wouldn't he be crushed to death by him? The God Emperor Supremacy, as the manager of the Pangaea, could easily kill the experts of the 10 ancient clans. It is very likely that he has heaven-defying abilities. Is that hemp-robed old man a God Emperor Supremacy? If he is a God Emperor Supremacy, why didn't he kill me? And why did he say such strange things? Even with Yi Qinghan's rock-solid state of mind, there was still some confusion. However, he quickly calmed down. There was no point in thinking too much. At present, he still could not confirm whether the Cold Realm was an existence similar to the Pangaea, and he had not seen the God Emperor Supremacy. It was better to wait for the Cold Realm to continue to evolve, and continue to increase his strength until he passed the current crisis of the planar war. Regarding the matter of the soul space, he had figured out everything that could be explored and probed. Yi Qinghan finally put down a huge stone in his heart. He forced himself to calm down and prepared to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of space. After a long while, he had an idea. Since he was staying in the Cold Realm, he felt extremely comfortable and close. If he cultivated in the Cold Realm, would it be easier for him to comprehend? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Qinghan's figure flashed and he entered the Cold Realm again. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the void, calmed his mind, and began to comprehend the ultimate mysteries of space. Stars twinkled all around him. From time to time, the power of lightning, the power of light, the power of darkness, and other unknown powers would transform into a cool breeze, blowing past Yi Qinghan, happily circling around Yi Qinghan once before continuing into the distance. Yi Qinghan was like a fish in water. Every cell in his body felt extremely comfortable. His heart was at peace and contentment. He was originally trying to comprehend the true meaning of the space laws, but as soon as he did so, the process of how this cold realm came to be involuntarily appeared in his mind. At first, a black line appeared in his soul, and then his soul split in two. Then, his soul experienced a great explosion, causing a black hole to appear and a new soul space to appear. Then the soul space exploded once more, finally evolving into this cold realm. The universe began as a bubble-like void. Then it began to rapidly shrink, and because the density and temperature were too high, a great explosion occurred. After the great explosion, the universe began to expand outwards, and the fragments of the explosion formed stars that filled the sky, forming the present universe. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the inference he had heard on Earth about the origin of the universe before his soul crossed over. His body shook and his eyes flashed open. He stared at the cold realm in front of him. After a moment, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He couldn't help but mutter, "So it's like this, so it's like this. This young master has finally comprehended the true meaning of the space laws. I've finally comprehended it." Chapter 1302. Before the explosion, all the matter and energy in the universe gathered together and condensed into a very small volume. The temperature was extremely high, and the density was extremely high. It was called a singularity. In an instant, an enormous pressure was produced, followed by a big explosion. The reaction principle of this big explosion is called quantum physics by physicists. The big explosion caused matter to scatter in all directions, causing the universe's space to constantly expand and the temperature to correspondingly drop. Later, all the galaxies, stars, planets, and even life that appeared in the universe were gradually formed through this process of constant expansion and cooling. Yi Qinghan thought of the scientists on Earth from his previous life. Their deductions about the origin of the universe were surprisingly similar to the origin of Frost's boundary. The difference was that his soul space had experienced two explosions, and it had yet to take shape. He wasn't sure if Frost's boundary would eventually evolve into another plate boundary, nor did he know if plate boundary was the universe that people on Earth spoke of. But that didn't stop him from comprehending the true meaning of space. The power of space, spatial lock, spatial tremor, spatial stillness, and spatial ripple. These 5 fundamental laws explain the principles of space's composition. Yi Qinghan had originally been thinking about the 5 fundamental mysteries, searching for the true meaning of the fundamental laws of space. But he discovered that he was wrong. He hadn't discovered anything in 1,000 years. Now that he had entered Frost's boundary and comprehended the true meaning of space, the origin of Frost's boundary, and its repeated evolutions actually appeared in his mind. This allowed him to easily understand the true meaning of space, which was expansion. Only a space that constantly expanded and evolved could be a living space. Only then could it be perfected and finally form a stable space. I've comprehended the profound mysteries of space combination for so many years, but I still haven't grasped it. I even refined the primal chaos divine crystal and the great explosion in my soul space. After Frost's boundary formed, I easily fused them together, and at such a fast speed. But now that I've entered Frost's boundary, I've immediately comprehended the true meaning of space. Such a freakish speed of comprehension. Could all these strange things be related to Frost's boundary? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. Ignoring the fact that he had already refined the primal chaos divine crystal, just this freakish speed of comprehension was enough. Most importantly, when comprehending the profound mysteries of space combination, he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks. This was simply impossible. Therefore, Yi Qinghan guessed that these strange things had something to do with the cold boundary. After all, these strange things happened after the big explosion in the soul space. However, these were all Yi Qinghan's guesses. As for the actual situation, no one knew. Perhaps the old man would know something. However, if Yi Qinghan had to choose, he would rather not see the old man. Thus, he tossed these questions aside and began to fully focus on comprehending the ultimate mysteries. In the end, in just 3 months, Yi Qinghan's body shook again, and he opened his eyes in horror. An ultimate profound mystery had actually succeeded in fusing it. And then, something even more terrifying happened. Yi Qinghan continued to fuse with the ultimate profound mystery for another 50 years, reaching the small success stage. Yi Qinghan discovered that fusing the ultimate profound mysteries was the same as fusing the spatial combination profound mysteries. There was no bottleneck at all. It was like a straight road. As long as the horse galloped forward, it would be able to reach its destination. However, what happened next caused Yi Qinghan to be even more confused. Yi Qinghan continued to fuse with the ultimate profound mysteries of space. Afterwards, it was still smooth sailing. But after 80 years, when he had fused more than half of the ultimate profound mystery, and was about to reach the large success stage, he was stuck at the final step. At the start, Yi Qinghan thought that he had taken a wrong turn, and encountered a small bottleneck. This was very normal. Apart from the spatial combination profound mysteries, the other high-level profound mysteries would often encounter bottlenecks and take a wrong turn. As long as one carefully comprehended and verified, it would be very easy to unravel the bottleneck and continue to fuse with it until the large success stage. But in the following 3,000 years, when Yi Qinghan had entered seclusion, the 5,000 years he had set had already passed. Yi Qinghan was still stuck at this point, unable to fuse with any of the profound mysteries. More importantly, no matter how he repeatedly verified it, he discovered that the direction of his fusion was correct, but he just couldn't continue. It was as if there was no path forward on this straight road. What's the problem? I've been stuck in the same place for nearly 4,000 years. This doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense. Yi Qinghan stopped his cultivation and flashed out of the Frost Realm, appearing in the War Emperor Palace. He rubbed his head, feeling extremely confused. The ultimate profound mystery had only been 80 years, but he had already fused more than half of it. But just as he was about to reach the large success stage, he had been stuck for a whole 4,000 years. Forget it, the time I promised with Ancestor Zhu Yi and the others is up. I'd better go out and settle the matter with the Water God tribe first. Yi Qinghan ran his fingers through his hair and tidied up his robes. He used his divine sense to look at the Frost Realm. After several thousand years, the Frost Realm had changed greatly. It was at least the size of 2 immortal realms now. The largest plain was several hundred miles in circumference. The power of cold had only been accumulated for 5,000 years, and it had already reached a circumference of several dozen miles. It was enough for Yi Qinghan to attack with all his might several hundred times. Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Emperor Palace with some regret. He appeared on the balcony of Flame Dragon City. Swish. The moment Yi Qinghan appeared, it immediately alarmed countless people. Space fluctuated, and countless people teleported over. Qingcheng, you actually suddenly became a venerable? Yi Qinghan smiled as he looked at the familiar faces. When he looked at Yi Qingcheng, he was surprised and overjoyed. Then when he looked at Fireworks, Yao Rao, and the others, he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Good. Fireworks also broke through to the God Emperor realm. Yao Rao's strength should be at the 6th grade War God level now, right? Not bad at all. Hee Qinghan, what about us? Yao Yao's aptitude is abnormal. She and Xiaohei have gone out to train. When they come back, they will definitely give you a big surprise." Fireworks covered her mouth and giggled. Yi Qinghan scanned the area with his divine sense, and easily found Blackie and the demon devourer demon in the north of the heavenly awakening continent. What he found shocked him. In 5,000 years, this girl's strength had actually reached the level of a 7th grade war god. Boss. Yao Yao, your uncle has come out of seclusion. Let's go back. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to scan, and Xiaohei found out. The demon devourer's beautiful face revealed a happy smile, and she immediately flew toward the transportation array in the distance. Xiaohei could have flown back in a moment, but she was worried about the demon devourer, so she entered the slaughter god blade on her back and returned with them. Yi Qinghan smiled and chatted with everyone for a while. Lei Zhenju, the beast god, the ice queen, and the others also arrived. Yi Qinghan immediately told them about the strange things he had encountered during his cultivation. Of course, he did not explain to them about the cold domain. The group of ninth-grade experts blinked their eyes and looked at each other. They shook their heads, indicating that they had not encountered such strange things. The most difficult part of the cultivation of nomological laws was getting started. After getting started, it would be much easier. As long as one continued to verify and deduce, one would eventually achieve great success. They would definitely not be like Yi Qinghan, who had been stuck for 4,000 years. Yi Qinghan did not care anymore, and asked about the water god mystery realm. Once he did, the killing intent in Zhu Yi's eyes soared. She said coldly, "According to the plan we discussed, we sent out another group of envoys 1,000 years ago to persuade those stubborn old fools to come out and fight for the realm of gods and participate in the dimensional war. In the end, a venerable and 10 7th-grade war gods entered. They were all killed without even a chance to send a message." Yi Qinghan's face darkened, and he said angrily, "What? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Prepare to go to the water god mystery realm in a month. If they are not willing to submit, then capture them all and make them soul slaves. If they do not want to be soul slaves, then there is no point in keeping them. Kill them all." Chapter 1303. Although the restriction genius Lei Hua, who was second only to Yao Ji, had already broken all the restrictions at the entrance of the water mystic realm, Yi Qinghan still decided to go through the endless void. However, Yi Qinghan still decided to travel through the endless void. After all, they had the Beast God Hall and the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Traveling through the endless void was like walking on flat ground. Attacking and defending was incomparably easy. This time, Yi Qinghan only brought the Beast God, Zhu Yi Ice Queen, and Yi Feihu to guard the divine world. The Beast God controlled the Beast God Palace and Zhu Yi came up with many plans. Although Yi Qinghan had the confidence to win, he brought 2 more people. If they encountered any special situations, they would be able to take care of each other. "Boss, if those stubborn old fools are not willing to submit, then let me devour all of them. I feel that the further I go, the more energy I need to devour." After this evolution, I devoured that evil demon supreme, but there was no reaction at all. I estimate that the next evolution will require me to devour 5 9th-grade supremes and above. In the Beast God Palace, Xiaohei chuckled and transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Xiaohei's character was originally very violent. To him, since the water god race was a threat to his family, he would rather kill them all than subdue them. Anyway, he needed a lot of energy. There's no rush. Let's see the situation first. Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked at Xiaohei dotingly. There are still 5,000 years before the dimensional war. Are you afraid that there won't be people for you to devour? At that time, Boss will accompany you into the Demon Mountain. If God or Buddha obstructs, we will kill Buddha. I will let you devour to your heart's content. Demon Mountain? Hee boss, I will listen to you. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Previously, in the Demon Mountain, Yi Qinghan encountered countless experts from the other planes. However, because he was not strong enough, he did not dare to fight and could only run away. This time, after entering the Demon Mountain, with their strength, they would definitely be able to sweep everyone. Old ancestor, wait outside. Xiaohei will enter the Slaughter God Blade, and Zhu Yi will bring me into the Water Mystic Realm. 3 months later, the Beast God Shrine arrived at a medium-sized plane. Yi Qinghan called Xiaohei into the Slaughter God Blade, and sheathed it on his back. Zhu Yi held on to Yi Qinghan's arm as they walked out of the Beast God Shrine. The beast deity was not worried that the 2 of them would be in danger. Yi Qinghan's power of cold was enough to sweep through the water mystery territory. Coupled with the abnormal Xiaohei, the people in the water mystery territory were definitely not enough for the 2 of them to kill. The beast god was slightly worried and he instructed, "Little Han, try not to kill them if you can. Leave some seeds for the immortal realm." Yi Qinghan nodded. Zhu Yi brought him into the water god arcane realm through the weak point of the dimension. The water mystery territory was about the same size as the fire god arcane realm. Yi Qinghan scanned it with his divine sense and was slightly surprised. At first glance, the water mystery territory looked like the entire mystery territory was filled with islands. Moreover, they were all very small islands. There was not a single continent. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that these islands were actually man-made. There were originally 7 or 8 continents inside, but someone dug up rivers and brought in seawater, dividing them into countless islands. Xiao. Before Yi Qinghan had time to carefully inspect, countless figures flew up from the countless islands. They were densely packed, and like locusts, they flew toward him. Countless powerful auras and divine senses instantly locked onto the two of them. The space opposite them fluctuated continuously, and over 39th grade elites quietly appeared. They looked at Zhu Yi with unfriendly eyes, and finally locked onto the gentle smile on Yi Qinghan's face. "Oh my good guy." Yi Qinghan's expression did not change, but he was shocked on the inside. It seemed that the water mystery territory did not suffer much damage in those years. Not to mention the number of 9th grade war gods. It was more than the number of the entire divine realm. Among the densely packed experts flying up, there were actually nearly 1,000 venerables, and at least tens of thousands of 7th grade war gods. It seems that it's better not to fight if possible. With so many experts, if I return to the divine realm, they will be a great help. I have the ghost transformation, and if I pass it on to the experts who will participate in the dimensional war in the future, the divine realm will have a much higher chance of winning. Yi Qinghan secretly made up his mind, transmitted a message to Zhu Yi beside him, and then stood there quietly. In the distance, countless 7th grade war gods and venerables had already flown behind the group of 9th grade war gods, and were staring at the two outsiders like tigers watching their prey. Yi Qinghan's gaze locked onto a purple-haired man in a blue robe in the middle of the crowd. The man looked like a middle-aged man with average looks, the kind that would not attract a second glance in a crowd. However, there was an air of arrogance in his eyes, and his body naturally emitted a dignified aura that came from being in a high position all year round. All the 9th grade experts released their aura, and the power of space secretly condensed. Only the purple-haired middle-aged man did not reveal a trace of his aura. However, Yi Qinghan could tell at a glance that this was the most powerful expert of the Water God clan, Emperor Gong Tian. Yi Qinghan also saw that Gong Tian and the other two, who had been severely injured by him twice, were now glaring at the two of them with venomous gazes. From time to time, they would look at Gong Tian, and were obviously transmitting messages. "You are Yi Qinghan?" Gong Tian was the first to break the silence. He raised his brows slightly, and asked in a deep voice, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Yi Qinghan smiled gently, and did not get angry. He said indifferently, "That's me. You are clan leader Gong Tian?" Gong Tian's expression turned slightly cold. He nodded proudly, and continued in a deep voice. "Yi Qinghan, why have you barged into my water god realm so rashly today? Retreat at once. I will not pursue this matter. Or else. Motherf asterisk cur." Yi Qinghan cursed inwardly. He turned to see that Zhu Yi's pretty face had already darkened, and her killing intent had skyrocketed. The Water God clan was indeed all the same, with their noses pointed at the sky and their arrogance soaring. If it were not for the fact that he had the intention to take them in, he would not have bothered to talk and would have attacked directly. Secretly suppressing the anger in his heart, Yi Qinghan patted Zhu Yi's hand, and smiled faintly again. 5,000 years ago, the divinity realm sent down a divine decree. I believe you all know about this. The divinity realm cannot afford to lose the interdimensional war. Therefore, I came here this time to sincerely ask clan leader Gong Tian to join us in the interdimensional war. This time, both my old ancestor and Queen Zhu Yi will be participating. I have an ancient secret skill that can change the attribute of divine power and soul. The divine emperors and supremes will definitely not be able to discover your identities. Zhu Yi can be a witness. Clan leader Gong Tian, what do you think? Zhu Yi nodded, but did not say anything. Her body slowly transformed, and in the end, she turned into a man, and the attribute of her divine power turned into the attribute of water. At first glance, one would think that she was an expert of the Water God clan. Clan leader Gong Tian, when the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? Zhu Yi changed her appearance again and said coldly. Then she looked at Gong Tian together with Yi Qinghan, waiting for his decision. The experts of the Water God clan did not dare to speak, and they all looked at Gong Tian silently. Gong Tian did not think for long. He waved his hand and said with great determination, "There is no need to say anything more about this. Please leave." The reason? Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi looked at each other in astonishment. He had the ghost transformation, and the Beast God clan and the Fire God clan were participating in the interdimensional war. Why was Gong Tian so resolute in rejecting them? Gong Tian's face was filled with rage, and his aura surged. His killing intent filled the air as he shouted, "There is no reason. Are you going to scram or not? F***CK, my boss is giving you face, but you bastard is still trying to take it?" Yi Qinghan's expression finally changed, and Zhu Yi was also infuriated. However, before the two of them could say anything, an enraged voice came from behind Yi Qinghan. Following that, Xiao Hei's image floated out of the slaughter god blade, and he said angrily, "Boss, I cannot tolerate this any longer. Let me, Lord Xiao Hei, go and devour all these pieces of trash." Chapter 1304. As soon as Xiao Hei said that, it was the Water God clan's turn to be shocked. Before the destruction of the Water God clan, that generation's Water God clan leader already had a bad premonition. He transferred half of the clan's elites and powerhouses into the Water God mystic realm in advance. That was why there were so many powerhouses now. The Water God clan's strength was second only to the Fire God clan. They were naturally arrogant. Now there were no tigers in the divine world. A bunch of monkeys were calling themselves the kings. If not for the ancestral teachings, the Water God clan would have gone out and slaughtered everyone to dominate the divine world. The last time Gong Tian went out, Gong Tian wanted to test Yi Qinghan's strength and inform him that the Water God clan did not want to participate in the divine world's disputes. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan severely injured Gong Tian and the other two, and threw them into the Water God mystic realm. If not for Gong Tian's suppression, the powerhouses in the Water God mystic realm would have killed their way out long ago. Now Yi Qinghan had come to their doorstep. How could his strange subordinate be so impudent? How dare he speak so arrogantly? How dare you? Impudent! You are seeking death. In an instant, countless shouts rang out. Everyone glared angrily at Xiao Hei. Space power condensed, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Countless supremacies quietly formed a fan shape and prepared to attack. Swoosh! A peak rank 9 powerhouse rushed out angrily. Space power condensed, and he shouted at Xiao Hei, "Damn thing, come and die." Seeing that Gong Tian did not say anything, Yi Qinghan knew that he had tacitly agreed. He sighed slightly. It seemed that if he did not teach them a lesson, they would not know pain. Immediately, Yi Qinghan's expression turned cold. He sent a voice transmission. "Xiao Hei, I'll leave this to you. Devour him." Wah! Xiao Hei beamed with joy. He immediately transformed into a 10,000-meter-long blue dragon and rushed toward the peak rank 9 powerhouse. What the hell is this? The peak rank 9 green-robed martial artist was a little scared. When he saw Xiao Hei come out of the slaughter god saber, he thought that it was a mutated artifact spirit. How could it transform? After the transformation, his aura was still so powerful? He immediately condensed the power of space and turned it into a pillar of water that was thousands of meters tall. It spun like a whirlpool, twisting left and right in an extremely strange manner. In an instant, the blue dragon that Xiao Hei had transformed into was sucked in. The blue dragon that Xiao Hei had transformed into was originally dark green in color. However, at this moment, it suddenly became transparent and directly penetrated the vortex of the water column. The whirlpool of water penetrated through, not harming Xiao Hei in the slightest. The blue dragon that Xiao Hei had transformed into immediately coiled around the top 9th level powerhouse. Ah! The expressions of the water god race cultivators changed. Unexpectedly, this monster could easily pierce through the power of space. When it clashed with the cultivators on their side, there were no collisions or explosions like they expected. Most importantly, he actually began to corrode the martial artist's origin energy, and the speed was extremely fast. What was origin energy? It was the toughest thing apart from the power of chaos. It was indestructible and could be used for defense. Even a supreme divine weapon could not pierce through it. They did not expect that it would be so easily corroded by this monster. What kind of monster is this? Great Emperor, save me. Outsiders could only see that Xiaohe was constantly corroding the martial artist's origin energy. However, the 9th-level powerhouse knew very well that Xiaohe was actually quietly corroding his body. All of his internal organs had been completely corroded. He was in so much pain that he rolled in the air. He wanted to teleport to escape, but he found that he couldn't circulate any of his divine power. A green current of air quietly entered the vicinity of his divine crystal and surrounded it. It was corroding the source energy outside his divine crystal. Gong Tian was furious. He released all of his aura. The vast power of space pressed down as if the sky was about to collapse. Zhu Yi was so suppressed that he did not dare to breathe. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Yi Qinghan and said angrily, "Yi Qinghan, tell your freak underling to stop. If you dare to kill Gong Tian, this great emperor will not let any of you leave today." Yi Qinghan was also angry. He had come in to talk to Gong Tian politely, but this Gong Tian really thought that he was afraid of him. His face turned cold and his gaze was like a knife. He said fearlessly, You want to keep us here? Do you believe that Xiaohe alone is enough to exterminate the entire Water God clan? Come on up. Show me what you've got. Xiaohe, smash everyone down." After saying that, Yi Qinghan circulated the power of cold and flew up into the sky. However, he secretly transmitted his voice to Xiaohe. "Don't devour wantonly. These people are left for the planar wars in the future." Gong Tian immediately shot up. He was still in midair. The blood-red spear turned into several afterimages as it stabbed forward tens of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of cracks appeared in the space. It was a terrifying sight. Under the control of his spear shadows, the power of space from all directions condensed into millions of water arrows that pierced towards Yi Qinghan. The scene was exceptionally beautiful. "You do have some talent. However, your strength is far inferior to Shin Tuxiong's." Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. His eyes flickered with a strange light. The Soul Exterminator quietly activated. His body split into two into four, and finally into hundreds of clones. 10 God Slayers' spears condensed. At the same time, the Fire God battle armor appeared, directly ignoring Gong Tian's attack. Thousands of God Slayers' spears pierced towards Gong Tian with a destructive aura. Cloning technique? Paragon Spiritual Treasure Fire God battle armor? His attack power is actually so strong? When Gong Tian saw Yi Qinghan's clones, he was slightly startled. Then, when he saw the Fire God battle armor, his face darkened. With the Fire God battle armor, his space power attacks were basically useless against him. In addition, the aura coming from the silver spear was even more terrifying than his own attack. Gong Tian had a bad feeling. Below, Xiaohe had originally wanted to devour the superior 9th-grade martial artist. However, Yi Qinghan had already given the order. He could only shake his aura and smash the superior 9th-grade martial artist, Gong Tian, who was scared out of his wits. Then, the huge blue dragon shook and turned into an overwhelming gust of wind that engulfed the more than 30 9th-grade martial artists and countless 7th-grade venerable martial artists. The martial artists on the other side immediately released all kinds of attacks. However, these attacks seemed to have hit the air. Xiaohe's body turned transparent and avoided the attacks. Then, with a shake of the green light, everyone was enveloped. The 9th-grade martial artists and venerables were fine, but the 7th-grade war gods who could not escape in time immediately suffered. In an instant, dozens of them were devoured by Xiaohe. For a moment, innumerable screams pierced the sky. Countless low-level martial artists below were so scared that their legs were trembling. The scream frightened Gong Tian as well. He subconsciously split his attention and scanned the area below with his divine sense. He found that all of his subordinates had been engulfed by Xiaohe. Countless people were tumbling in the air. It looked like they were all going to be devoured by Xiaohe. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so terrifying? Yi Qinghan said that this monster can destroy the water mystery land by himself? Gong Tian's heart trembled. While he was distracted, Yi Qinghan's soul-destroying attack came. The golden soul threads in his mind began to crazily pierce into his sea of soul. Although he was protected by the chaotic energy, he still had to control it. The golden soul threads were everywhere. However, while he was distracted, several golden soul threads immediately pierced into his sea of soul. In the distance, thousands of Godslayer's spears were already whistling toward him with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 1305. This Yi Qinghan has only cultivated for 10,000 years. How is it possible for him to be so powerful and have such a monstrous soul attack? And he is so lucky to have gathered the complete fire god armor? And that damn thing, how can it have such a monstrous devouring ability? Could it be that the fire god clan is really going to perish? Gong Tian's face was as pale as snow. He no longer had the arrogance from before. Ever since he was born and became the clan leader of the Water God clan, this was the first time he felt the aura of death. He, who had never tasted failure before, emitted a tyrannical aura. The blood-colored spear in his hand flashed with a red light and left his hand. It turned into a red bolt of lightning and shot towards one of the hundreds of Yi Qinghan in the sky. Gong Tian's eyes were filled with hostility as he stared at Yi Qinghan and shouted, "Come, let's see if your fire god armor can withstand the attack of the supreme spiritual treasure, the blood spear of the Water God clan." Emperor, be careful. This blood spear is extremely powerful and has the ability to amplify attacks. It can amplify the attacks layer by layer and directly attack the divine crystal. Zhu Yi, who was below, felt that something was wrong when she saw Gong Tian take out a red spear. She suddenly came to her senses and immediately sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. "Isn't it just hitting a cow across a mountain?" Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smile. He still did not activate the fire god's heart to teleport. Instead, he controlled the God Slayer spear and continued to attack Gong Tian. Boom. Most of the water arrows that filled the sky missed, but a few hundred of them hit Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's body was only knocked back a few hundred meters. He was not injured at all. He continued to stand proudly in the sky and control the God Slayer spear. Gong Tian's blood spear had also confirmed Yi Qinghan's true body. It made an arc in the sky and shot towards his abdomen. Gong Tian's eyes were filled with madness. With chaotic force and origin energy protecting him, he refused to believe that Yi Qinghan could kill him in a single strike. However, as long as his spear of blood flame pierced Yi Qinghan's abdomen, even if Yi Qinghan had the fire god armor, his god crystal would shatter. If he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Turn! Yi Qinghan roared, and the God Slayer's spear suddenly spun, easily causing the origin energy on the surface of Gong Tian's body to spin. Then the spear easily pierced into Gong Tian's body. The energy instantly exploded, turning half of Gong Tian's body into a bloody mess. It was a tragic sight. The other 9 spears stopped in front of Gong Tian, glaring at him like 9 venomous snakes. Xiao. The spear of blood fire finally arrived in front of Yi Qinghan, but it was clearly a little late. Yi Qinghan could have easily activated the fire god's heart and teleported away. Or he could have just moved casually to avoid being hit. However, Yi Qinghan remained unmoving under the shocked gazes of Zhu Yi and countless others. He allowed the spear of blood fire to pierce his abdomen. Haha. Yi Qinghan, are you still not dead yet? Although Gong Tian was injured and the 9 spears of blood fire were still glaring at him, he completely ignored them. He controlled the spear of blood fire with his consciousness and laughed sinisterly. Emperor. Boss. Zhu Yi paled, and Xiao Hei's worried voice rang out. Bang. The fire god armor lit up with a fiery red light, but nothing happened. Yi Qinghan was only knocked back a few hundred kilometers. Then, under countless gazes, he slowly flew back as if nothing had happened. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all. His expression didn't change at all. How is this possible? Impossible. It doesn't make sense. The spear of blood fire's attack passed through. Could his divine crystal be protected by primal chaos force? He's only cultivated for 10,000 years. How could he have primal chaos force? Gong Tian's face was filled with disbelief. He stared dumbly at the slowly approaching Yi Qinghan. Blood flowed from his body, but he didn't seem to notice. Gong Tian wasn't the only one in disbelief. Even Zhu Yi's eyes flickered incessantly. In the end, Zhu Yi suddenly remembered. She covered her mouth and laughed. She murmured, "Oh, I forgot. The Emperor comprehended the unyielding path last time, and was bestowed with primal chaos force. Although the Spear of Bloodfire's attack is domineering, it's weakened by the Fire God armor and protected by primal chaos force. How could it hurt him? Emperor Hanya, good move. Gong Tian has probably completely given up. Yi Qinghan grabbed the Spear of Bloodfire with one hand. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he strode through the air. His expression was cold as he looked down at Gong Tian. He shouted in a deep voice, "The Water God clan, submit to me or die. If the Supreme God Emperor can exterminate your clan, then I, Yi Qinghan, can do the same." Xiao He had obviously received Yi Qinghan's message. He stopped devouring and turned into a blue dragon, glaring covetously at the side. However, the 9th grade experts and venerables had more or less been pierced by his aura. Their flesh and internal organs had been corroded. The experts were still trembling in fear. Gong Tian slowly recovered from his injuries. He looked at the devil-like Yi Qinghan in the sky, then at his subordinates who were pale with fright. He knew that he had lost. He had been utterly defeated. Yi Qinghan had the chance to kill him. His attack hadn't affected him in the slightest. On top of that, there was that strange beast. Gong Tian knew that if he dared to say no, the Water God clan would be annihilated today. Gritting his teeth, Gong Tian's face darkened. He struggled to say a few words. "We submit." Hearing Gong Tian's words, the expressions of all the members of the Water God clan became even more gloomy. They all looked at Yi Qinghan silently, their eyes filled with malice and resentment. But they didn't dare to move. If Yi Qinghan was alone today, they would probably fight to the death. However, Xiao He's ability was too abnormal. Moreover, Xiao He didn't affect their attacks at all. This battle, how could they fight? Yi Qinghan looked at the countless resentful eyes below and shook his head slightly. This clan was so arrogant. It was strange that they could become one of the 10 ancient clans and look down on everyone. He was confused. Why didn't the other 9 clans join forces to exterminate the Water God clan? He snorted coldly. His knife-like eyes swept across the faces of the warriors below. He shouted, "Is this how you submit to me? All of you kneel." Xiao He roared in the air. His cold eyes chilled everyone's hearts. Seeing that no one reacted, he immediately said angrily, "Are you deaf? My boss told you to kneel. I, Xiao He, am lacking a lot of energy now. If you piss me off, I'll devour all of you. You, Water God clan, you'd rather die than kneel." Gong Tian pointed at Xiao He and shouted angrily. Everyone felt a common hatred for the enemy, and was unafraid of death. Even Gong Tian, who was originally hesitant, now had a determined look in his eyes. "Xiao He." Yi Qinghan laughed coldly and shouted. His eyes locked onto Gong Tian, and he activated Soul Exterminator. Xiao He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and surrounded Gong Tian. Green light shone brightly as he devoured with all his might. Gong Tian, a dignified upper rank, 9 martial artist, did not even have the time to scream before he turned into a pool of blood. The blood splattered all over the faces of the rank 7 martial artists below. The 10 fire god spears on Yi Qinghan's body once again whistled out of the void. He pointed at everyone from afar and shouted coldly, "Say it again. Will you kneel or not?" Chapter 1306. The anger in the eyes of Gong Tian, and all the level 9 experts could burn the air. However, Gong Tian's supreme spiritual treasure was in their hands, and Xiao He could easily kill a group of level 9 venerables, not to mention Zhu Yi. If anyone dared to make a move, they would definitely end up like Gong Tian. Plop! Finally, Gong Tian knelt down heavily on one knee and lowered his noble head. He knelt in the air and made a plop sound. One could imagine how angry he was. When Gong Tian knelt down, the level 9 experts below could only grit their teeth and follow suit. Then the level 7 venerable experts also knelt down. Finally, countless low-level martial artists on the hundreds of millions of islands below also knelt down one by one. Very good. Yi Qinghan's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This group of bastards, they were born to be lowly. They didn't listen to my kind words, and insisted on killing. If I don't beat them down, I won't be able to discuss anything. Emperor, let all the level 9 experts offer their fire of soul. Otherwise, when they go to the plain battlefield, They might betray us. We have to be on guard. Yi Qinghan was about to continue talking with Gong Tian about the battle, when Zhu Yi's voice came. Yi Qinghan hesitated. Since Gong Tian had surrendered and knew that he was no match for him, he shouldn't do such a stupid thing, right? Moreover, since he had beaten them into submission, wasn't it too inhumane to do such a ruthless thing? After martial artists offered their fire of soul, it would be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation. At that time, it would cause all the arrogant water god experts to fight back, and it would be troublesome. For a moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't make up his mind. Seeing Yi Qinghan's hesitation, Zhu Yi knew that Yi Qinghan's heart wasn't very ruthless. Sighing, her eyes flickered, and she sent another voice transmission. Emperor, the water god clan has always been arrogant, and they hold grudges. If it weren't for the fact that they were strong, the divine world was vast, and there were no conflicts of interest, the fire god clan would have long since eliminated them. You can't control them completely. If they secretly take revenge on your family. Yi Qinghan's body shook. This was related to his family, so his heart hardened. He immediately said in a cold voice, Gong Tian, offer your soul flame. Listen to my command. I will ensure the safety of your water god clan. Great Emperor, you can't. Yi Qinghan, you're so vicious. Great Emperor, fight him to the death. When has the water god clan suffered such humiliation? Yi Qinghan, I'll kill you. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished his words, countless level 9 experts below shouted one after another. Their faces were full of anger again, and the resentment in their eyes were extremely obvious. All the 9th stage venerables were brimming with killing intent. Their divine power and spatial power condensed. It was as if they were ready to fight to the death as soon as the universal command was issued. However, although they cursed, no one dared to make a move. Gong Tian looked up at Yi Qinghan with grief and indignation. He was so angry that his body trembled. He tried hard to suppress the rage in his heart and said through gritted teeth, Yi Qinghan, you don't go too far. Go too far? I'm already being merciful by not asking all of you to offer your soul flame. Yi Qinghan thought of Zhu Yi's warning and saw the water god clan's behavior. He knew that if he didn't control them, there would be endless troubles in the future. He snorted coldly and continued, offer your soul flame and serve me for 1,000,000 years, then I'll give you back your freedom. This is the bottom line. Otherwise, I'd rather kill all of you to get rid of any future troubles. As soon as he said the last word, Yi Qinghan's killing intent spread out and immediately enveloped everyone. Xiaohe also turned into a gust of wind and instantly enveloped everyone, but he didn't devour them immediately. In the distance, Zhu Yi also condensed a 1,000-layer wave that was thousands of meters tall. The direction of the attack was towards the hundreds of millions of islands below. Everyone's breathing quickened. The experts of the Water God clan didn't dare to speak anymore. They were waiting for Gongtian's orders, or watching him become Yi Qinghan's soul slave. Become a humiliating soul slave? Or perhaps the Water God clan would be exterminated. Gongtian's eyes revealed a pained expression. He turned to look at the experts who had been enveloped by Xiaohe, then at the countless people on the islands below, and finally at the murderous Yi Qinghan. He sighed powerlessly. A white flame flew out of his forehead and flew into the space between Yi Qinghan's eyebrows before disappearing. All right. Xiaohe, come back. Yi Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief and shouted at Xiaohe. At the same time, he threw the blood-colored spear in his hand to Gongtian and said, "Everyone disperse. Gongtian, take me to your residence." Yi Qinghan's exchange of the blood flame spear to Gongtian not only shocked him, but also caused Zhu Yi to reveal an unconcealable look of disappointment. Zhu Yi had thought that Yi Qinghan would accept the spear. He definitely wouldn't be able to use it. The beast god had the beast divine hall, so this supreme spiritual treasure would definitely be bestowed to her. She hadn't expected that Yi Qinghan would casually return it to Gongtian. Although Gongtian was stunned, he also immediately accepted the blood flame spear. This was the Water God clan's most treasured treasure. He then waved his hand to dismiss everyone, and flew towards one of the islands below with Yi Qinghan. Humans were very strange creatures. Gongtian had wanted to die just now, so he was filled with grief and indignation. However, once he handed over the soul flame, there was no longer any resentment in his heart. There was only sadness and desolation. The lives of billions of people of the Water God clan were on his shoulders. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Humans had a habit. Since they had compromised once, they would compromise a second time. This was like a prostitute. Since they had been sold once, they would be sold a second time. The island that Gong Tian lived on was in the center of the water mystery realm. A magnificent palace was very obvious. Yi Qinghan and the others landed. The countless people and maids on the island all revealed looks of fear. There was also anger and resentment hidden in the depths of their eyes. Yi Qinghan ignored the crowd and took the initiative to enter the palace. He entered the hall and sat on the main seat. "Master, my lord." Zhu Yi sat next to Yi Qinghan. Gong Tian saluted the two with a lonely expression. The maids next to him immediately served fragrant tea spirit fruits. Yi Qinghan sat on the main seat and looked indifferently at the extremely lonely and dispirited Gong Tian. He pondered for a moment and said, "Gong Tian, I have no intention of making life difficult for your Water God clan. I have no interest in ordering your Water God clan around. But in this planar war we can only win. We cannot lose. I hope you can understand." "Yes." Gong Tian nodded. His face was still gloomy. He had always been arrogant, the peerless genius of the Water God clan, the king of millions of Water God people. At this moment he had become someone else's soul slave. How could he accept this? "Since the Water God clan wants to hide from the world, I won't force you. It's fine as long as you and all the upper 9th grade warriors fight in this planar war. After the planar war, you can all return to the Water God mystery realm. At that time, I will return your fire of soul, and will never step into your Water God mystery realm again." Ah! Yi Qinghan's words startled Zhu Yi, and also greatly surprised Gong Tian, causing his spirit to shake. The planar war would start in 5,000 years. And before the planar war, Yi Qinghan would not allow him to order him around. So as long as he participated in the planar war, he could get rid of this humiliating identity? "Of course, I have my conditions." Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Yi didn't need to persuade him through voice transmission. He faintly said, "In this planar war, all of you must go all out. If I find out that any of you are slacking or playing tricks in the dark, I will definitely annihilate your clan." Looking at Gong Tian, whose face had regained some vigor, Yi Qinghan lightly smiled. The reason why he returned the sovereign's spiritual treasure, the Spear of Crimson, to Gong Tian and made a promise to give him hope. What Yi Qinghan needed were a few teammates who could go all out, not a few bad and resentful people who were dragging him down in the dark. His gaze passed through the palace and looked at the void in the distance. He let out a deep sigh. He had always felt that something ominous would happen in this planar war. Now that the experts of the Water God clan had joined in, especially Gong Tian's strength of a 9th grade sovereign, the worry in his heart had lessened a little. Chapter 1307. Yi Qinghan did not stay long in the water mystic realm. He left with Zhu Yi after passing down the first volume of the Ghost Transformation. The first volume of the Ghost Transformation was the easiest to comprehend. After successfully comprehending it, one could change one's appearance and divine power attribute. The second volume could change one's soul attribute and turn one into a completely different person. Yi Qinghan did not teach it to anyone except the beast god. If one's soul was changed, even Yi Qinghan would not be able to detect it. If it fell into the enemy's hands and was used to assassinate his own family members, it would be a powerful weapon. Yi Qinghan also ordered that no one from the water mystic realm was allowed to come out without his permission. Otherwise he would kill every single one of them. Since you want to hide from the world, then you can stay there forever. When the news that Yi Qinghan had conquered the water mystic realm reached the divine realm, the morale of the people of the divine realm was greatly boosted. With the experts of the water mystic realm participating in the war, they were more confident in winning the interplanar war. Yi Qinghan did not stop and went straight to Supreme Island. The Star Sea was currently under Zhu Yi's sphere of influence. However, the official army of the divine realm had all joined the Yi family army and took orders from the Flame Dragon City. Zhu Yi's influence and rallying power were greatly reduced. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not there to fight with Zhu Yi. He directly entered the Nifa's abyss. The Nifa's abyss was guarded by Zhu Yi's 3 lower 9th grade martial artists all year round. The enchantress, Yi Qingyu, and hundreds of restriction geniuses of the divine world were all concentrating on studying the restrictions set up by the Zhan Huang. Yi Qinghan promised them great rewards. As long as they could comprehend and control Battle Emperor's restrictions, he would give them anything they wanted. The position of Vice City Lord of the Flame Dragon Holy City, supreme grade divine weapons, exotic fruits in the Sealed God Valley, and all kinds of rewards were given to them. These restriction geniuses were all studying in the Nifa's abyss day and night. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Lord Xiaohe. The moment Yi Qinghan appeared in the Nifa's abyss, the 3 lower 9th grade war gods immediately noticed him and teleported over to greet him. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, gesturing for the 3 of them to keep quiet. Then he brought Zhu Yi and Xiaohe and quietly flew forward. The entire Nifa's abyss was filled with people, but none of them moved. They were either meditating in seclusion somewhere, or quietly observing the ubiquitous restrictions. Brother! In a cave far away, Yi Qing was sitting inside. His divine sense was constantly scanning the restrictions in front of him. He seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. When he saw that Yi Qinghan had actually come, he immediately cried out in surprise. This cry startled countless martial artists who were in seclusion or comprehending restrictions. Many of them had never seen Yi Qinghan before, but they all knew that Yi Qingyu was one of Yi Qinghan's wives. In addition, Yao Ji immediately teleported over. How could they not know that the person in front of them was the ruler of the immortal realm? They hastily flew over, knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Emperor Han Yi." "Rise," Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He turned his head and smiled at Yao Ji and Yi Qingyu. He asked, "How's the current situation?" Yao Ji leisurely smiled, dazzling the eyes of the surrounding people. She said with slight regret, "The progress is not bad. 2/3 of the restrictions have been broken by us. We can easily control them and repel the enemy. However, the remaining 1/3 of the restrictions are incomparably complicated. The restrictions here are all interconnected. If we don't fully comprehend and control them, we won't be able to open all the restrictions below, and their power will be reduced by more than half." Yi Qingyu sweetly smiled and said, "Brother, Sister Yao Ji, you're amazing. Half of the restrictions were broken by Sister Yao Ji. There's also Brother Lei Hua. He's also very powerful. He's broken a lot of the restrictions." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and said, The Lei Hua who broke the restrictions at the entrance of the 3 mystic realms?" A somewhat dull middle-aged man immediately stepped out from the crowd. He looked a little frightened. He cupped his fists at Yi Qinghan and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, it's me, Empress Qingyu. I don't deserve to be called Brother Lei Hua. Also, my restriction skills are far inferior to Empress Yao Ji's. I'm very ashamed. There's still 5,000 years before the dimensional war begins. In the last dimensional war, the realm of divinity was defeated. However, at that time, the Emperor of War was here. He used the restrictions here to suppress the 3 ancestor fiends of the realm of divinity. No one can predict the outcome of this dimensional war. Therefore, we must take precautions. If we lose, we can only rely on the restrictions here to protect the realm of divinity. Therefore, your task is extremely difficult. I hope you will work hard to comprehend the restrictions here and gain control over them as soon as possible." "Yi Qinghan thanks everyone," said Yi Qinghan in a serious tone. He then cupped his fists at the crowd, causing the hundreds of restriction geniuses in the air to feel terrified. In the realm of divinity, comprehending the laws of cultivation and improving one's strength was the way to go. These geniuses liked to study things that were considered unorthodox by the realm of divinity. They had always been looked down upon and ridiculed by their respective families. Now that the number 1 person in the realm of divinity was acting like this, they were even more excited than when they were rewarded with treasures and beauties. Yi Qinghan looked at the excited geniuses who went back to comprehend the restrictions. He smiled at Zhu Yi beside him and said, "Actually, what these people need is not a reward, but recognition and respect. Yao Ji, this restriction is very important. I'll leave it to you." Yao Ji glared at Yi Qinghan. She was a little angry, but the joy in her eyes could not be concealed. After staying in the Nifa's abyss for a while, Yi Qinghan returned to the Supreme Island. No one could comprehend the restrictions in peace while he was there, so he decisively came out. After seeing the situation in the Nifa's abyss with his own eyes, Yi Qinghan felt more at ease. He liked to anticipate victory and defeat, so that he could prepare a path of retreat and think of the worst-case scenario. He was the boss of the realm of divinity in this dimensional war. He would definitely make a big move during the final battle. His power of cold was extremely unique, so it was difficult for him not to attract attention. Together with Xiao Hei's strange soul form, he was even more eye-catching. The location of the final battle was under Mount Pan, where a Supreme God Emperor lived. If the Supreme God Emperor discovered that something was amiss, he could eliminate him, and the realm of divinity would be defeated. With this restriction, the realm of divinity would have the ability to protect itself. After staying in Zhu Yi's newly built palace for a few days, Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi did a few things that were beyond friendship. Then Yi Qinghan returned to Flame Dragon City, preparing to go into seclusion again to break through the bottleneck of the ultimate mystery. However, this seclusion lasted for 2,000 years, and he was still stuck at the ultimate mystery. Yi Qinghan simply came out of seclusion to accompany the ladies, guide the juniors in their cultivation, and occasionally take Xiao Hei to play around. 100 years later, Yi Qinghan went into seclusion again. This time, he was going to wait until the dimensional war began. If he still couldn't merge with the ultimate mystery, then he would have to participate in the dimensional war first. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the War Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes on time. His eyes were filled with deep exhaustion and helplessness. He let out a long breath and stood up. He rubbed his nose in embarrassment and sighed. Strange, this young master has been trying to comprehend the ultimate mystery for 7,000 years. This ultimate mystery is definitely not in the wrong direction. Why am I stuck for 7,000 years? Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth don't recognize me because my soul is too strange? This is really strange. From comprehending the ultimate mystery of space to major accomplishment, Yi Qinghan spent less than 100 years. Just as he was about to major accomplishment, his laws of heaven and earth were about to break through to the 9th grade. He was stuck for several thousand years. It almost drove him crazy. Forget it, the dimensional war is about to begin. If I can survive this time, I will comprehend it properly. Dimensional war, this young master is coming. Yi Qinghan stretched his numb body. His expression brightened up, and his eyes shone with divine light as he went into the War Imperial Hall.